Chapter 1877. That was why the Turks valued the heavenly wolf gods so much. Soon, the soldiers' discussion alarmed the nobles in the tent, and they sent their subordinates out to inquire. "What's the commotion outside?" A bearded man opened the tent flap and stroked the scimitar at his waist, glaring angrily at the crowd. "Don't you know that the Khan is discussing something important? Are you tired of living?" The flickering light shone on the man's face, making him look sinister and terrifying. The crowd wasn't in the mood to care about that. They all pointed to the sky and looked at the man. "General Yashin, look at what's in the sky. Everyone is saying that the heavenly wolf god is here. Take a look." Heavenly wolf god. Yashin frowned. He was also a Turk and also believed in the heavenly wolf god, but he had never seen it before. Now, the heavenly wolf god had actually appeared. He couldn't hold back his curiosity and glanced at the sky. With just one glance, he felt like his world was about to collapse. Something was flying in the sky. And it wasn't small either. Could it really be the heavenly wolf god? Yes, it had to be the heavenly wolf god. Only the heavenly wolf god had such magical powers. He could no longer suppress the joy in his heart and scrambled into the tent. Because he was too excited, he almost stumbled. Fortunately, he steadied himself in time and hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground, shouting, "Great Khan Shieli, the heavenly wolf god has appeared outside." At this point, everyone's eyes suddenly widened. The tent was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Only Yashin was still talking to himself. After a while, Shieli seemed to have sensed something. He slammed the table and stood up, looking at Yashin excitedly. "What? What did you just say?" When he heard Yashin mention the heavenly wolf god, he thought that this guy was drunk and talking nonsense. But the more he heard, the more he felt that something was wrong. The heavenly wolf god had appeared. How the hell was that possible? As the ruler of the grassland, he had never seen the heavenly wolf god. How could a small general like you see the heavenly wolf god? Not only Shieli, but everyone else also sensed that something was wrong. They all stood up and looked at Yashin seriously. "What did you just say?" "Say it again." "That's right. If you dare to blaspheme the heavenly wolf god, Lao Tzu will exterminate your entire clan." They were all nobles and overlords of the grassland. In their hearts, they had supreme reverence for the heavenly wolf god. They believed that everything they had was bestowed upon them by the heavenly wolf god and that the heavenly wolf god was their ancestor. Even a person of his status had never seen his ancestor. "How dare a small general like you talk nonsense here?" At this moment, almost all of them thought that Yaxayan was either crazy or trying to blaspheme the heavenly wolf god. The heavenly wolf god held a supreme position in their hearts. Anyone who dared to blaspheme the heavenly wolf god would die without a doubt. Obviously, everyone doubted the veracity of Yaxayan's words. After all, no one had ever seen the serious god. Now, this guy was saying that the serious god had appeared. Moreover, it was so sudden. Who would believe it? It was like you were praying to Buddha. As you prayed, someone said that Buddha had appeared. Would you be able to accept it immediately? Of course not. His first reaction was to be dumbfounded. However, Yaxayan didn't think so. He had seen the heavenly wolf god with his own eyes. "Khan, nobles, everything I said is true." Yaxayan looked around at everyone. He kept waving his hands and pointed outside the tent from time to time. He was very emotional. "When I went out to take a look just now, I saw something flying in the sky. It had already covered the moon. Tell me, if that isn't the heavenly wolf god, then what is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the tent fell silent. Everyone was silent. Shieli frowned. This guy didn't look like he was lying. Moreover, this guy had no reason to lie and wouldn't dare to do so. "But, let's go. Everyone, follow me out and take a look. He waved his hand and decided to go out and take a look. Everyone didn't hesitate. They got up and followed him. After all, Xian didn't have the guts to lie to everyone. After listening for so long, they might as well go out and take a look. For a time, almost everyone in the tent had left. Only one table was left. That was Tuli. He felt that something was wrong and was hesitating whether to go or not. Little Khan, what should we do? Bao Shan whispered in Tuli's ear. Tuli frowned. Although he felt that something was wrong, everyone had gone out. It seemed a little inappropriate for him to not go. So he said, let's go and take a look too. After saying that, he stood up, waved his sleeve, and walked out of the tent. Outside the tent, as soon as Shili led everyone out, he found a dark shadow on the ground. The soldiers were dancing as if they were cheering for something. They kept shouting, "Long live the heavenly wolf god." He sensed the abnormality and suddenly looked up. He vaguely saw some shadow floating in the sky. The shadow actually covered the moon. Huh? What was that? How could it fly in the sky? And it could even cover the moon. It seemed a little too magical. Could it be that it was the heavenly wolf god like everyone said? He wasn't the only one who had this question. The nobles also had this question. Chapter 1878. They all looked up at the shadow in the sky. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Because they had never seen such a scene before. A shadow that could cover the moon, this was the King heavenly wolf god. Tuli was the slowest. At this moment, he was also deeply shocked by the scene in the sky. His eyes widened, as if he didn't want to believe it, but he didn't think it was a problem. Because everyone said it was the heavenly wolf god, he had no reason to refute. Moreover, this thing was indeed flying in the sky. Wasn't it compatible with the heavenly wolf god's influence? Also, other than the heavenly wolf god, who else had such divine power? Could it fly in the sky? For a moment, everyone seemed to tacitly agree that the shadow in the sky was the heavenly wolf god. Many people had already knelt on the ground and began to pray, blurting out things like "bless the grassland with good weather." Fortunately, Shili was still rational. He didn't kneel like a soldier, but waved his hand. Call the shaman. He wasn't doubting the heavenly wolf god, but there was a tradition in the grassland. If there were any miracles, incomprehensible signs, or signs that weren't man-made, they needed to find a shaman for divination. Just like now, this thing in the sky was a miracle, but no one knew why it appeared. Or what instructions did it have? This required a shaman to divine and communicate with the heavenly wolf god to express the heavenly wolf god's intentions. The shaman soon arrived. He wore strange clothes and held all kinds of magic tools in his hands. When he saw the shadow in the sky, he seemed to be wrong and stood still for a long time. After a moment, he seemed to remember something and hurried forward. Khan. He crossed his arms and bowed to Shili. Quickly communicate with the heavenly wolf god. Shili waved his hand and didn't care much. Instead, he looked at the sky with excitement. Yes. The shaman nodded and then waved his hand. Two people stood behind him. They were holding a skeleton, which looked like a wolf skeleton. It had been air-dried and was embedded with all kinds of gems. When the wolf skeleton was carried out, everyone present seemed to have changed into another person. Facing the wolf skeleton, they crossed their arms across their chests. Even Shili and Tuli were no exception. Tingri, their faces were solemn as they cheered loudly. Tingri was the Turkic people's word for blessings. The general idea was that the god of heaven was protecting them. In this case, it was the heavenly wolf god protecting them. After praying for blessings, the wizard began to perform the ritual. He danced around the wolf bone, shaking his magic weapon and muttering, "Tingri, Tingri, please bless the people of the grassland to never go hungry. Tingri, please bless the invincible warriors of the grassland. Tingri, please bless the underground Khan, ever victorious. Everyone looked at the magus, and for a moment, tears welled up in their eyes. At this moment, they seemed to be resonating with each other. Everyone began to dance with joy. After about 15 minutes, the shaman's prayer finally stopped. He crossed his right hand over his chest and looked at Shili with a sincere face. My most respected Khan Shili, the Sky Wolf God told me that the grassland warriors will definitely win this war. Hearing this, Shili could not help but tear up. His right hand crossed over his chest as he looked at the hot air balloon in the sky. He said emotionally, "Thank you, Heavenly Wolf God." How many years had it been? Back then, at the end of the Sui dynasty, the Turks were so powerful. Didn't those aristocratic brothers in the Central Plains scramble to give them big gifts? The Turks even dominated a region. What could they not get? Did they want to go there? However, with the establishment of the Tang dynasty, these guys became more and more arrogant. Were they not willing to pay tribute? In addition, the weather on the grassland was changeable. Once winter came, the herdsmen could not survive at all. He did not pity the herdsmen. It was just that the herdsmen did not have cattle and sheep to graze. What could they eat? Therefore, he decided to go south and teach Li Shimin, this arrogant guy, a good lesson. He would rob all the treasures of the Tang dynasty, take all the women of the Tang dynasty to the grassland, and turn all the men of the Tang dynasty into slaves to graze for him. Only in this way could he vent the hatred in his heart. He was not the only one who had this idea. Basically, all the nobles present had the same idea. Each of them had troops and horses under their command, enough to dominate a region. It was just that Shili had more troops and horses, and he had smoothly ascended the throne. Otherwise, they would have rebelled and established themselves as kings. However, there was no harm in following Shili this time. At least they could go to the Tang dynasty and plunder. In this way, their troops could be replenished, and this damn winter could pass peacefully. The public's thoughts always went with the flow, but there were always others who had different thoughts. As the son of the previous Khan, Tuli had been eyeing Shili's Khan position for a long time. Because this position was originally his. It was only because he was young at that time that Shili took it. Watching Shili govern the grassland, he was unconvinced. However, he could only suppress this unwillingness in his heart and did not dare to say it out loud. Shili's troops were the largest in the grassland. As long as he showed a trace of disobedience, this guy would kill him. Therefore, he had been very careful. Chapter 1879. Until now, the wizard actually said that Shili would lead the grassland to win this war. This was undoubtedly a blow to him. It was not that he did not want the grassland to win, but that he did not want Shili to win. Once Shili won, this guy's reputation in the grassland would be higher, and the hope of his revival would be even slimmer. Thinking of this, Tuli felt as if a thorn had pierced his heart, and the pain was unbearable. He glanced at the cheering Shili, and resentment grew in his heart. Shili knew all this, but at this time, he was not in the mood to care about this. Instead, he opened his arms and looked at the hot air balloon with a sincere face, trying to accept the blessing of the serious god. This was the wizard's method. As long as he looked at the serious god sincerely, the serious god would bring courage, force, wisdom, and blessings to this land. And he would lead countless grassland warriors to rush into the Tang dynasty and take away the wealth and women of the Tang dynasty. He would let this group of lowly Han people remember that the land under their feet was a gift from the serious god. Once the serious god was angry, the grassland warriors would raise their butcher's knife again and use the blood of all the people of the Tang dynasty to worship the serious god. At the same time, on the hot air balloon, Zhang Feng patted Qing Chumo, who was half asleep, and said angrily, "Wake up, we have arrived at the Turks' camp." He did not even blink just now, for fear of missing the Turks' camp, but Qingtinyu could fall asleep as soon as he lay down. He really did not know if he was a pig in his previous life. Fengzi, why did you disturb me again? Qingchumo slowly opened his eyes and rubbed them. Then, as if he had realized something, his face changed as if he had been frightened. Fengzi, what did you just say? We have arrived at the Turks' camp. Where? Where? As he spoke, he suddenly got up and leaned against the basket. He looked down and only saw a dense crowd. Oh my God, so many people. What? Are you scared? Zhang Feng crossed his arms and sneered. If you are scared, I will throw you down now. Then it will be fine. How could that be? Qingchumo hurriedly turned his head to look at Zhang Feng, revealing a fawning smile, as if he was afraid that the other party would really throw him down. Seeing that the other party did not speak, he said, Fengzi, what do we do now? In truth, he was very afraid, but now that he was in the Turkic camp, there was no point in being afraid. Even if he jumped down, he wouldn't have an intact corpse. Besides, the Turks shouldn't be able to do anything to him while he was in the sky, right? Thinking of this, he didn't know where his courage came from, but it was as if he wasn't afraid anymore. Zhang Feng saw that this guy had finally regained some of his manliness, so he didn't pursue the matter any further. He turned to Zhang Sun, Chong, and Du Go. You guys should be fine as well, right? Then, without waiting for the two to answer, he said, since there are no problems, let's begin the preparations. Zhang Sun was furious with Du Go. Originally, the two of them wanted to say that they were scared and let Iron Bull throw them. In the end, this guy didn't even give him a chance to speak. They could only curse in their hearts that Fengzi's son wouldn't have any eyes in the future. Cursing was one thing, but work still had to be done. The two of them reluctantly began to prepare the gunpowder. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't call him, Qingchumo leaned on the basket and enjoyed the scenery. However, good things didn't last long. Zhang Feng shouted again. Qingtinyu, do you want to die? Do you think that you won't work if Lao Tzu doesn't call you? Hurry up and prepare. Hearing this, Qingchumo hurriedly covered his head and scurried away. He worked with Zhang Sun, Chong, and the others to prepare the gunpowder. At this time, Zhang Feng's anger finally subsided. He looked at the crowd and said, wait a moment. When I give the order, throw the gunpowder. Don't be confused. After saying that, he walked to the basket and observed the situation again. He was very curious. Why were so many Turks gathered together? Furthermore, they were all looking at him with their heads raised. Could it be that these fellows liked hot air balloons? However, this was a good thing. The more people there were, the more destructive the gunpowder would be. Originally, he wanted to look for Shili's tent. Now, it seemed that Shili might be among them. Then he would blow this place up. After making up his mind, Zhang Feng turned his head and waved his hand behind him, indicating for the people to bring the gunpowder up. The three of them understood. Each of them hugged two bundles of large explosives and slowly walked forward. Look over there. When I tell you to throw it, throw it. Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd with a serious face. He didn't know how many times he had reminded them. He was really worried that these fellows would ruin things. Oh, I know. You've said it 800 times. Qingchumo rolled his eyes at Zhang Feng impatiently. Then, he glanced down and was somewhat puzzled. Why are these dogs all gathered together? What are they doing? Isn't it obvious? Zhang Sun curled his lips as if he understood very well. They are looking down on us. We brought so much gunpowder and they didn't even dodge. They are looking down on us. Yes, they are looking down on us. Chapter 1880. Du Go nodded. It seemed like he agreed with this point. Zhang Feng was speechless. He only felt that these three fellows were drama queens. The Turks gathered together to look down on them. What kind of logic was that? Besides, the Turks didn't know that they were holding gunpowder in their hands. He suddenly felt that there was no way to communicate with these inhumane fellows. Otherwise, he would be led astray. Just as he was about to explain, Ching Chumo spoke. His eyes widened as he took out a match from his waist and coldly said, "Motherf asterisk Ker, you dare to look down on me?" After which, he threw the match onto the fuse. In an instant, the fuse crackled. Seeing that Ching Chumo had lit the fuse, Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go followed suit and lit the fuse. Originally, this wasn't a big deal. Zhang Feng didn't have the mood to blame these fellows for secretly lighting the fuse. However, he didn't expect that not only did these fellows not throw it, they even imitated the 5 warriors of Wolf Ivory Mountain. After lighting the fuse, they even held it in their hands and glared at the Turks below, trying to kill them with their eyes. This scared Zhang Feng to death. He threw a slap over and said angrily, "Motherf asterisk Ker, hurry up and throw it away. Hurry up and throw it, it'll be too late." Only then did the three of them react. They hurriedly threw the gunpowder in their hands down. After throwing it, they still didn't seem to be satisfied. They hurriedly threw it. Zhang Feng could only watch from the side, afraid that the hot air balloon would explode. In an instant, a gift pack of 1,200 caddies of gunpowder was thrown down toward the Turks' camp. Sparks flew from the gunpowder like fireworks. However, these fireworks lost their gravity in the air and began to drift around the Turks' camp. At this moment, the Turks who were cheering underground felt that something was wrong. It seemed like something was falling from the sky, and this thing was carrying flames. Furthermore, it wasn't just a little bit. It was like the stars in the sky, getting closer and closer to them. What was going on? Everyone was puzzled and decided to ask the shamans. When it came to such incomprehensible things, people were still keen to believe in the wizards. The magus had also noticed the abnormality in the sky. He was slightly taken aback and continued to dance. However, he seemed to be even crazier now. His movements were even more exaggerated as though he was possessed by some mysterious force. Not long after, the veins on the wizard's forehead bulged and white foam flowed out of his mouth. He jumped while muttering something. "Almighty Heavenly Wolf God, please bestow upon the prairie warriors the greatest power, so that the prairie warriors will be invincible." Hearing the cheers, the crowd became excited. It was as if they had been summoned by the Heavenly Wolf God. The blood in their bodies burned as they scrambled to cheer, "Heavenly Wolf God." Following a series of cheers, the things in the sky finally fell down. One of the fuses used to bind the gunpowder seemed to have burned out at the moment it fell to the ground. The ground that was originally illuminated by the fire suddenly flashed with a glaring white light. Rumble, the entire night sky was illuminated by the explosion of gunpowder. A huge explosion rang out, covering all other sounds. The one closest to the gunpowder was the magus. He was blown to smithereens on the spot. His head was separated from his body. Minced flesh began to roll in the sky and could be seen everywhere on the ground. Many soldiers were in the same situation. Minced flesh was scattered all over the ground. After the explosion, it was as if the entire world had quieted down. Immediately after, waves of air swept out in all directions. Wood shavings, minced flesh and other things began to fly in the air. Kerosene leaked out and splashed on the surrounding tents. The campfire was ignited and the area within a radius of 10 feet was a sea of fire. Before Shieli could react, he felt a wave of air attack and pushed him far away. Even his ears were buzzing. At this moment, he was half lying on the torn tent. His face was full of spots from iron shavings. The armor on his body had already been torn into pieces. One of his hands was trembling as he stroked his chest. The other arm was long gone. A large amount of blood flowed out of the torn wound and dyed the ground red. He squinted his eyes. It was unknown if he was unwilling to open them or if he could not open them. He was howling in grief. His body was trembling non-stop. There was not a single piece of good flesh on his body. His body was covered in blood and there was also a lot of iron shavings. It was unknown whose blood it was. At this moment, it had already invaded his entire body. Not far away, a burning tent covered a burly man's body. This man was none other than Tuli. Just now, he was overthrown by the air wave. Coincidentally, the burning tent fell down, adding injuries to his injuries. He tried hard to stretch out his right arm but found that he could not exert any strength. However, the burning tent covered his body. Waves of burning sensation came. As if he had regained his strength, he clenched his teeth and finally tore off the burning tent. At this moment, Tuli's face was finally revealed. His face was full of iron shavings and wood shavings. Wherever the iron shavings touched, there was not one that was not full of holes. Some were even bleeding. He raised his trembling right arm and stroked his left arm because he felt unbearable pain. Chapter 1881. Sure enough, the skin and flesh on his left arm were gone. A large piece of white bone was exposed as if it had been gnawed by something. He vaguely remembered that he did not have anything to defend himself against the powerful blast of air just now, so he subconsciously raised his left arm. That was what he got in return. The pain was unbearable. He subconsciously touched his side and a piece of cloth appeared in his hand. He clenched his teeth and pulled with his right arm, but the cloth did not move at all. He had no choice but to use more strength. Although he was injured, the grassland men had always been brave. This problem did not stop him. The cloth was slowly pulled apart, and an ear-piercing sound was heard. If it was under normal circumstances, he might have found it pleasant to hear. After all, he had once pulled the clothes of a Han woman like this. But now, he felt that it was ear-piercing. The cloth was finally pulled apart. He tried hard to open his burned eyes, trying to find his injured left arm. However, all he saw was a gray sky. Around him were minced meat, corpses, wood chips, fire, and so on. The smell of death flowed into his body through the tip of his nose. The unpleasant smell made him cough twice. However, these two coughs caused him to cough up blood and foam. He could not care less. He turned his head and bit the cloth. His right arm was twisted back and forth. Waves of pain came and he kept howling. Finally, after twisting for a long time, he was done. He clenched his teeth and tried to sit up with his right hand on the ground. However, waves of pain came from his abdomen, making him feel as if he was being torn apart. In the end, he gave up. He could only lie down and glance at the surroundings. With just one glance, he saw death, blood, and sacrifice. The whole camp was razed to the ground. Fire, burning tents, and minced meat were everywhere. He felt a little nauseous. However, there was nothing in his stomach. He could not vomit, so he could only dry heave. Waves of wailing came from not far away. It sounded like the screams of ghosts from hell, but also like the cries of people who were about to die. The whole Qing prefecture was shrouded in panic. At this moment, the neighs of war horses came. Tuli turned his head and glanced in the direction of the sound. He saw a group of people rushing over. They were the people of various Turkic tribes. Khan, little Khan. The people who came kept shouting. It was as if Tuli heard his savior. With great difficulty, he raised his right arm to signal for help. Those sharp-eyed men and horses quickly realized what was going on. They hastily stepped forward to support Tuli. Little Khan, how are you? The one who spoke was a big man with a full beard. Tuli had an impression of this man, he was his subordinate. Although he was his subordinate, he could not say anything at all. He could only point into the distance. The place he was pointing at was the grassland. This big man was quite smart. He immediately understood Tuli's intention and said, "Little Khan, do you mean to return to the prairie immediately?" Tuli still didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded slightly in response. The burly man nodded in response. Then, he glanced at the crowd and shouted, "Get a group of people to make a stretcher and escort Little Khan back to the grasslands. The rest of you, follow me to find Khan." After saying that, he carefully placed Tuli on the ground. After giving him a meaningful glance, he turned around and left. However, from beginning to end, Tuli's arm did not lower, as if he still had something to say, but that big man had already disappeared. A moment later, that big man found Xieli in the same way. Surprisingly, Xieli and Tuli said the same thing. They also wanted to return to the grasslands. Therefore, the uninjured Turkic soldiers made several stretchers and escorted Xieli and Tuli back to the grasslands. At the same time, in Xingzhou city. Ever since Jin Xing, the provincial governor of Xingzhou, received the news that the Turkic people were coming to the Tang Dynasty to plunder, he had been training his troops every day. He knew that he was no match for the Turkic people. Therefore, while training, he asked the imperial court for reinforcements. However, something strange happened. The war had not started yet, but the Turkic people had already started fighting among themselves. To be more precise, the heavenly thunder struck over the Turkic people and a fire broke out overnight. Did they withdraw their troops overnight? Not a single soldier was left behind. This made Jin Xing a little confused. Why would the heavenly thunder strike where the Turkic people were stationed without any reason? Taking a step back, even if there was a heavenly thunder, why didn't these Turkic people know to avoid it? Moreover, the Turkic people claimed to have 200,000 troops this time. No matter how powerful the heavenly thunder was, it was impossible to annihilate 200,000 troops overnight. Strange. Judging from these signs, some of them were strange. They had no reason to give up going south. Did the Turkic people not plan to plunder anymore? That was impossible. Based on his years of experience in guarding Xingzhou, this was simply impossible. First of all, the Turkic people would run out of food in winter. Half of their cattle and sheep would be killed or injured. Moreover, the Turkic people lived by herding. Without cattle and sheep, what would they eat? Moreover, the Turkic people and the Tang dynasty had always been enemies. Going south to plunder seemed to be engraved in their bones and had become a tradition. They would do it every year. It was even more impossible to cancel it this year. All these were true. Could it be that the Turkic people were plotting something? Chapter 1882. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Jin Xing glanced at the guard beside him and said, "Wu Pu, immediately count 10,000 troops. I think something is wrong. I have to go personally." Wu Pu frowned. The news of the Turks' withdrawal was checked by his men. He did not believe it at first. He ordered people to check it 5 times before he could confirm it. After telling the general did not believe it even more. He had already sent 5 groups of people to check. Now he wants to check again. He wanted to refuse, but thinking that the general wanted to go personally, he cupped his hands and said, "Yes, General." After that, he turned around and began to select the troops. After a while, the troops were finally counted. Wu Pu cupped his hands and said, "General, the troops have been counted. There are 10,000 people in total. General, please check." "Okay." Jin Xing turned his head and glanced. Seeing that there was no problem, he waved his hand and said, "Everyone, set off. The destination is the Turks' camp." After that, he mounted his horse and galloped toward the city gate. Wu Pu saw that the general had set off. He did not hesitate and led his men to catch up with Jin Xing. The guard at the gate of Xingzhou City was on duty. Seeing a large group of people rushing over, he wanted to scold them. But when he saw that it was the general, he did not dare to be negligent. He quickly ordered the people to lower the drawbridge. There were no obstacles along the way. Jin Xing led 10,000 people and smoothly arrived at the Turks' camp. Before he even got close, a pungent smell wafted over. Wu Pu covered his nose. His face was a little ugly. "General, what is this smell?" Jin Xing frowned and did not answer immediately. Instead, he squatted on the ground and picked up a handful of red-hot soil to smell it. However, he could not tell what it was. He could only say, "I don't know either. However, this should be the smell of the heavenly lightning you mentioned." After that, he immediately got up and waved his hand, "Everyone, speed up." He now believed that the thunder was real. Otherwise, how could he explain the soil? The soil under his feet was yellow, but now it was red. Without powerful fire, it was difficult to do. The group sped up. After a while, a desolate scene appeared in front of everyone. There were pieces of flesh everywhere. Blood dyed the ground red. Burnt cloth could be seen everywhere, and there were even large words written on it, "Shili Khan." The sawdust that had not been completely extinguished glowed in the dark night like fireflies in summer. At this moment, they seemed to be cheering for freedom. The broken scimitars and spears were stabbed into the ground in disarray. They seemed to have decayed and were covered with a layer of yellow and white matter. It looked incomparably desolate. Not far away, a few vultures were circling above a few corpses that had not been completely buried. There were many iron scraps on the corpses, but the broken spears were still in the hands of the corpses, as if these spears would take their souls to hell and slaughter them again. There was also a pack of wild wolves that had come to look for food. They were gnawing on a fragmented corpse, and their cold-blooded eyes emitted a dim light. They were like the soul reaper of hell, terrifying and horrifying. Looking at the crowd that was getting closer and closer, the wild wolf became more alert. It put down the pieces of meat in its mouth and opened its bloody mouth, revealing its fangs. "Halt!" Jin Xing waved his right hand and glanced at the wolves and vultures. He said coldly, "Drive the wolves away and form an encirclement. Investigate the situation here." Although the situation now was roughly clear, it still needed to be investigated to prevent the Turks from plotting. As the general of Xing province, everyone's lives were in his hands. He had to be very careful. "Yes, General." Wu Pu cupped his hands. He also knew the importance of the situation. He then turned his head and looked at the soldiers. "Everyone, divide into 8 groups. Clear the east, west, north, south, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest respectively. Except for the living, clear everything else out of the encirclement." Everyone accepted the order and quickly dispersed. The quality of the soldiers of Xing province was very good, or it could be said that Jin Xing's tie was very good. In a short moment, they cleared the wild wolves, vultures, and other things and formed an encirclement. In addition, they also gathered all the intact corpses together. They did not dare to deal with them privately, so they could only wait for the general's order. "General, all the corpses have been sorted out. There are about 5,000 people." Wu Pu cupped his hands and lowered his head. He said hesitantly, "I also found traces of the Turks escaping. Should we chase?" Jin Xing frowned. His first reaction was to chase and catch all of them in one net. But thinking about it, since the Turks had already escaped, they must have returned to the grassland. He only brought 10,000 people with him. How could he chase? Wouldn't he be courting death if he went up? So he said, "Forget it. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Let's look at the corpses first." After that, he no longer paid attention to Wu Pu and observed the fragmented corpses alone. A cold wind blew. The smell of cooked corpses and the stench of corpses drifted with the wind. He actually had a desolate feeling. Chapter 1883. Now he really believed that the heavenly thunder had descended. If there was no heavenly thunder, how could these corpses be covered in iron shavings? Moreover, there was not a single piece of intact flesh on their bodies. Basically, all of them were burned. Without powerful firepower, there was no way to do this. And the Turks were preparing to go to war with the Tang Dynasty. It was impossible for them to go to war privately. Although the Turks usually had internal strife, Shili was not a fool. He would not do such a thing. As for these corpses, the Turks must have left in a hurry and did not have time to take them away. After confirming his thoughts, he glanced at Wu Pu in front of him. Burn these scattered corpses. Since the Turks had left, there was no use keeping these corpses. Burn them on the spot to prevent future trouble. Otherwise, once they rotted, it would be another plague. Wu Pu obviously understood this. He cupped his hands and said, "Yes, General." Then he arranged for people to pile the corpses together and found some unburned cloth to wrap them up. With the light of a firework, a huge fire suddenly rose, directly reflecting half of the sky. A gust of cold wind blew. The stench of corpses mixed with wood shavings and the smell of decay floated above the station. It was very pungent. As Jinxing watched the feast, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He was happy that the Turks did not invade. He also had an account to give to the imperial court. At least Xingzhou was defended. But he was worried about how to write the memorial. Could he write that the Turks were attacked by a heavenly thunder, completely wiped out, and the rest fled back to the grassland? Who would believe such words? Not to mention the emperor, even the officials of the imperial court would not believe it. It was not easy to win the battle, but it became difficult for him to submit the memorial. It was ridiculous. Just as he was immersed in how to deal with the imperial court's question, Wu Pu's voice came from not far away. "General, we found a living person." Hearing this, Jinxing was shocked as if he had found a savior. "There? Where is the person?" If there was a living person, then there was a witness. Think about it. If he reported the situation here, what if no one believed him? Then, this witness could play a role. Once the matter was explained, he would be the first meritorious person. Thinking of this, he was naturally overjoyed. With a large stride, he arrived in front of Wu Pu and grabbed his shoulders. "Where is he?" Wu Pu seemed to be in pain, smiling bitterly. "General, why don't you let me go first?" Jinxing finally reacted. He smiled awkwardly and let go of his hand. "Tell me, where is he?" "They've just been discovered. They're still buried in the sand." Wu Pu rolled up his sleeves and waved his hand with a serious expression. "I will bring the general over." With that, Wu Pu turned around and walked away, followed by Jinxing. 2 steps later, a mound of dirt appeared before their eyes. Atop this mound of dirt was a human head. This person's face was covered in metal shavings, and blood was trickling from the corner of his mouth. Even so, one could tell from this person's facial features that this person was a Turkic. This was because the Turks were very different from the people of the Tang Dynasty. The former had a high nose bridge and large bones, while the latter had a flat nose bridge, thin bones, and smaller bodies. Since it was confirmed that this person was a Turkic, Jinxing did not dare to hesitate for fear that this guy would die. He hurriedly said, "Quickly dig this person out." After that, he seemed to feel that something was wrong, so he added, "Don't kill him. Later, we'll need to get information from him." Now, this guy was the only surviving Turkic, which was of great significance to him. Not only could he be a witness, but more importantly, he could get some information about the Turks from him. Of course, this was all after he was rescued. However, the soldiers didn't think so. They glared coldly at the Turk, wishing they could skin him alive right now. One must know that the Turkic and the Tang dynasty had always been mortal enemies. Almost every year, the Turkic would go south to pillage. As long as one was a person of the Tang dynasty, who would not hate these beasts to the bone. Not to mention these soldiers. Some of their fathers were killed by the Turkic, some of their sons were killed by the Turkic, and even more tragically, their entire families were killed by the Turkic. It was because of these reasons that they joined the army. Now, they were actually asked to save a Turkic. How was this possible? Everyone was a little unconvinced. Soon, someone stood up and said, "General, you can ask me to kill the Turkic, but it's impossible to save him." That's right. These beasts killed my father. I can't wait to kill him now. More and more people began to shout. They raised their right arms high, and their eyes were bloodshot. Jin Sheng had already expected such a situation. Who here did not have a deep grudge against the Turks? However, personal hatred was greater than national hatred. Only by saving the Turkic could they better understand the situation. After thinking for a while, he said earnestly, "I know what everyone is thinking. It's nothing more than killing this Turkic to vent your hatred, right?" Yes. Chapter 1884. Everyone answered in unison. Their voices seemed to be able to break the sky. But have you ever thought about it? What's the point of killing a Turk? Will the Turks not come after you kill him? Jin Sheng glanced at everyone and said indifferently, "Right now, the most important thing for us is to figure out what happened. Also, we need to understand the Turks' way of life so that we can take revenge in the future. Right now, this Turk is our best tool. If you kill him, how are we going to get information?" Everyone was speechless. Some lowered their heads, some stared at the Turk, but no one spoke. Because they all knew that what the general said made sense. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win 100 battles. It was indeed inappropriate to kill this Turk rashly before they figured out the situation. Moreover, this Turk might have some important information. Once they got it, it would be beneficial to the Tang dynasty. Although they all understood the reason, they did not stand up because their hatred for the Turks had been deeply rooted in their bones. It was impossible for them to pull it out, let alone take the initiative to save a Turk. Jin Sheng seemed to see through them and did not care about their rudeness. He just smiled and said, "Since everyone has no problem, let's start. It's fine as long as he doesn't die." He knew that they were unwilling to lower their heads. Since his subordinates were unwilling to lower their heads, he, as the general, naturally had to give them a way out. Moreover, his words were very vague. It was fine as long as he didn't die. The implication was that as long as he didn't die, they could do whatever they wanted. Everyone looked at each other. Obviously, they understood. They nodded and then began to dig the soil with their swords and knives. After digging for a while, the Turk's upper body was exposed. "Give him some water." Wu Pu glanced at the crowd with a serious face. Only then did the soldiers react. They picked up the water bag and poured it into the Turk. Maybe these guys wanted revenge, or maybe they really wanted to kill this Turk. Perhaps it was because the Turk had choked on the water or because he had regained his vitality. He slowly opened his eyes and scanned the crowd before him. Suddenly, he shuddered and began to mutter something under his breath. However, his voice was too soft, so it was hard to make out what he was saying. However, Jin Sheng did not have time to care about this now. He hurriedly said, "Continue to dig. Use your hands." He was afraid that if he continued to use swords and knives, he would hurt this guy. What if he suddenly died? It was safer to use his hands. Everyone nodded, threw away the swords in their hands, and really started digging with their hands. However, as they dug, they were still cursing something. "Turk dog, don't die so quickly. Lao Tzu still wants your life. After he tells us what happened just now, Lao Tzu wants to pry open his head and see what's in his head. Cursing was cursing, but this was just a way to vent. Who wouldn't hate an enemy in front of them? Not to mention these hot-blooded soldiers. Their hands and feet never stopped moving. After all, if they wanted to kill him, they had to wait until he came out. After a while, the Turk's lower body was finally dug out. His left leg was long gone, and there was a piece of wood as thick as a forearm stuck in his right leg. It looked like a flagpole. Blood flowed down the wound and dyed the yellow ground red. It looked a bit horrifying. Military doctor, where's the military doctor? Jinxing turned around and shouted behind him. This guy's life was in danger. If he wasn't treated, he would be gone. As his voice spread, an old man carrying a medicine box slowly walked forward. General, I'm here. Jinxing glanced at the person and then pointed at the Turk on the ground. Treat this guy immediately. At the very least, he has to be able to speak. He has important information on him. The military doctor looked in the direction Jinxing was pointing at and frowned. Turk. How could it be a Turk? The old man was a military doctor. How could he treat a Turk? How many people did the Turks kill in Xingzhou back then? His biological parents died tragically in the hands of these bastards. Now, he was actually asking him to treat a Turk. Thinking of this, he didn't know where he got the strength. He suddenly straightened his back and said sternly, General, please find someone else. This old man's medical skills are not good. I'm afraid I can't treat this person. After that, he glanced at the Turk on the ground with an inexplicable disgust. In fact, his words were already very tactful. It was up to the general to understand. Jinxing smiled. How could he not know that this old fox was making excuses? He still put on a serious look. Dr. Wang, I know you have a deep hatred for the Turks. However, this Turk in front of us is very important to our army. He has very important information. As long as we treat him, we can know what happened just now. Maybe we can even know important information about the Turks. Think about it carefully. This, Physician Wang stroked his beard and shifted his gaze back to the Turk. Chapter 1885. In fact, he also knew a little about what happened just now. He heard that the heavenly thunder killed many Turks. However, he didn't see it with his own eyes, so he found it hard to believe. According to the general, the Turk in front of him seemed to be the only survivor after the disaster. If he cured this person, he might really get something about the heavenly thunder. This will only be beneficial to my great Tang, and there will be no harm. At most, he would give this dog a dose of medicine to kill him. After making up his mind, he looked at Jinxing and sighed. Well, old man, let's save this dog. After that, he patted the medicine box and walked toward the Turk. However, he seemed to think of something and added, General, you have to promise the old man that when this guy is no longer valuable, let the old man poke 100 holes in him. This sudden valiance stunned Jinxing. He didn't expect that Dr. Wang, who usually didn't show his strength, had this side. However, on second thought, who hadn't been young before? So he said, don't worry. As long as you don't kill him, you can even give him to your family for breeding. As soon as this was said, the people around couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. The general really knows how to make fun of Dr. Wang. Everyone laughed as if they were laughing at the Turk for being a pig. Dr. Wang didn't care about the ridicule of the crowd. He just thought that they were laughing at the Turk, but he was still dissatisfied. He thought to himself, breeding this thing for a pig. Even a pig would despise it. After the laughter subsided, Dr. Wang began to treat the Turk's injury seriously. He took her pulse and fed her medicine. In any case, he did all sorts of things. However, no one knew what medicine the old man gave him. After all, no one present knew medicine. After about a quarter of an hour, the Turk finally woke up. He opened his blood-red eyes and looked into the distance. His hand was half raised and his mouth was muttering something. Jianxing frowned and was a little dissatisfied. King, speak louder. As soon as his voice fell, he felt something was wrong. It seemed that he hadn't asked, so he said, "What's your name? What happened just now?" It was unknown whether the Turk didn't understand or was deliberately not replying. He turned his head and slowly lowered his hand, pretending to be a dead dog. Wu Pu couldn't stand it anymore and scolded him, "Why the *CK are you pretending? How dare you not answer the general's question? Do you think you're some big shot? Come on, beat him." Hearing this, the onlookers immediately picked up their weapons, eager to give it a try. They had long wanted to tear this guy to shreds. Jianxing did not dare to let these guys hit him. It was not easy to save him. What if he was beaten to death? Besides, these fellows didn't even know how to control their strength. Not to mention hitting, even a light touch might be fatal. Wait. Jianxing stopped Wu Pu and hurriedly said, "Don't fight first, let me ask." After saying those words, he turned to the Turk and said patiently, "Hurry up and tell me your name. What happened just now? Otherwise, a punishment worse than death awaits you later." He dared to guarantee that as long as he said a word, as long as he didn't kill this Turk, they could do whatever they wanted with him. These subordinates definitely had 100 ways to make this guy suffer a fate worse than death. It was just a matter of whether this guy was willing to talk or not. However, this Turk seemed to be very stubborn. He glared at Jianxing but was unwilling to speak. Then there was no other way. Jianxing glanced at the crowd and said, "I'll leave the rest to you. My only request is that you don't kill him. It's fine as long as he can talk." As soon as he said those words, everyone cheered as if they had received a great reward. "Thank you, General. The General is mighty. I'll definitely let him know what mercury immersion is, hee." After saying those words, the crowd swarmed toward the Turk. In a moment, screams came from the crowd. Listening carefully, there were not only the Turk but also many soldiers. Jianxing couldn't be bothered. After all, it was impossible for so many people to not be able to do anything to a Turk. The screams came from some fellow accidentally injuring his companions. Such situations happened often, so there was nothing strange about it. About half an hour later, the screams finally stopped. A shirtless man ran to Jianxing excitedly and said, "General, this dog is willing to talk." "Ha!" Jianxing looked at the shirtless man in front of him and was a little puzzled. What kind of method did he use? He was willing to talk in less than half an hour. Lao Tzu estimated that it would take half an hour. After all, this dog was quite stubborn. Forget it, he didn't want to think about it. He shook his head and said, "Let's go and take a look." After saying that, he waved his sleeves and walked toward the crowd. The soldiers were also very tactful. When they saw the general coming, they all made way. However, what the hell was with these guys all topless? Some of them were even naked. What was going on? Chapter 1886. What was more infuriating was that these guys didn't seem to feel ashamed. Instead, they looked satisfied. Instantly, he felt unwell all over. Did these guys have special fetishes? He didn't dare to think about it and quickened his pace. The Turk was half lying on the ground. He was also naked. Tears were still flowing from his eyes as if he had suffered a great grievance. Cough, cough, Jianxing deliberately coughed twice and glanced at the Turk. "Are you willing to talk now?" He purposely ignored these soldiers so that he wouldn't embarrass himself later. Unexpectedly, this Turk seemed to have changed into a different person. When he saw Jianxing, it was as if he had seen his savior. He wiped his tears and sobbed. General, your soldiers are not human. Cut the crap. Hurry up and talk. Jin Xing's face darkened. He was a little impatient. He naturally didn't want to listen to others talk about his soldiers, especially a Turk. However, what did these guys do to make people angry? Why did they make a Turk who was originally very strong-willed become like this? It seemed that he had to teach these guys a lesson when he went back. Otherwise, Xing's state would be in chaos. Thinking of this, he glanced at the people around him and pretended to be angry. However, these guys didn't seem to see it. They stared at the Turk and kept laughing. At this moment, the Turk spoke. General, I was an archer under Shili Khan. Just now, a shadow appeared in the sky. That guy directly covered the moon. Jin Xing couldn't help but interrupt. He was a little suspicious of what the Turk said. What kind of thing could go to the sky? Damn it, cover the moon. How was this possible? However, a few days ago, news came from Chang and that the vengeful spirit of the Xuanwu Gate had come to the world, which also covered the sun. Even His Majesty was ready to issue an edict of punishment. Now, in comparison, it seemed that the two had some similarities. It seemed to be possible. Therefore, he said, continue. The Turk didn't seem to be angry because of Jin Xing's interruption. Instead, he was very happy because he really didn't want to fall into the hands of this group of soldiers. Damn it, they were not human. They actually, sigh, forget it, I'll just endure it. Thus, he continued, General, that thing floated in the air for a while. It was fine at first, but then it stopped in Khan Shili's tent. We thought it was the celestial wolf god, so we cheered. Khan Shili also thought it was the celestial wolf god, so he sent wizards to divine, but halfway through, at this point, tears actually fell from the corners of his eyes. Because he thought of his family. His eldest brother and second brother had been blasted into minced meat just now. He had seen all of this with his own eyes, but he had no way to stop it. He hated it. He hated himself and hated the thing in the sky. There was even a hint of hatred for Khan Shili. If not for Shili Khan, if not for Shili, perhaps his brothers would not have died. It was Shili who wanted to go south. If he had not gone south, perhaps nothing would have happened. This was the heavenly wolf deity's punishment for the grasslands. Human emotions were changeable and unpredictable. Once a disaster happened, they would often push the blame onto others. Human emotions were also interconnected. Everyone was born selfish. They often liked to take other people's things for themselves. The more power one had, the more obsessed they were with this nature. But the funny thing was that such selfish people often cared more about their blood relatives. Just like the Turk in front of him. He was thinking about how to go south and plunder, and how to climb higher. His blood relatives were dispensable to him. Because the grasslands were a place where only strength mattered. As long as you had strength, you would be in charge, you would be king. But once you lost your strength, millions of people would come to enslave you, millions of people would come to trample on you, millions of people would come to kill you. He had understood these principles since birth, and now it had been engraved into his bones. So, facing Jin Xing's interrogation, he could be considered to be feigning civility. Jin Xing did not know these. Seeing that the Turk in front of him was crying, he thought this guy had been abused. After all, he did not have a good impression of the Turk. So, he continued, don't stop, continue. The Turk nodded, wiped his tears, and continued. When the shaman was halfway through the divination, he suddenly found sparks falling from the sky, and there was more than one person. There were many. Everyone was cheering, and the shaman became even crazier, thinking that this was the wealth sent by the heavenly wolf deity. In the end, these sparks suddenly exploded, and everyone was injured. It seemed that many people died. In a daze, I heard that someone had retreated. Retreated. Jinxing was not surprised by this news. He had heard it once just now. This time, he just wanted to confirm it. Xieli had suffered so many casualties this time, it was impossible not to retreat. However, Xieli's life was a big matter. So, he asked again, what about Xieli and Tuli? Did they die? Chapter 1887. Khan Xieli. Speaking of this, the Turk seemed to realize something was wrong and hurriedly corrected himself. When I was in a coma just now, I vaguely heard Xieli's voice and little Khan Tuli's voice. They seemed to have withdrawn together. Jinxing held his chin with his hand and smiled. He felt that this Turk was a bit interesting. Just now he called Xieli Khan. Why did he suddenly call him Xieli? Also, why did this guy only call Xieli by his real name and still be very respectful to Tuli? Did he want to please him? But that was impossible. The Tang Dynasty and the Turks were feuds. Even if he wanted to please him, he would not let him go. What was this guy thinking? No, he had to ask. So, he said again, why did you call Xieli by his real name? Isn't he your Khan? Also, since you already called Xieli by his real name, why did you call Tuli little Khan? The Turk seemed to dislike this topic. He glanced at Jinxing and was a little angry, but soon flashed away. After all, he was under the eaves and had to lower his head. So, he said, if it weren't for Xieli, how could I have one of my legs blown off? How could my two brothers die? So, do you understand? Jinxing nodded as if he did not fully understand. It seemed like this guy had placed all the blame for the heavenly thunder on Xieli, which could also be considered a good thing. Perhaps he could make use of it in the future. After a short pause, he asked again, then why did you call Tuli little Khan? Little Khan Tuli is different from Xieli. The Turk raised his head, and a smug look flashed in his eyes. Little Khan Tuli is the son of the previous Khan, and he was originally the successor. It was only because he was too young that he was taken away by Xieli. If little Khan can lead the grassland, we will definitely fight our way into the Tang Empire. Speaking of this, he seemed to realize something and quickly corrected himself. No, I mean it was not little Khan Tuli's idea to come to the Tang Dynasty this time. He even opposed it a little. Jinxing raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. Tuli opposed to coming to the Tang Dynasty to plunder. Could it be that this guy wanted to show goodwill to the Tang Dynasty? Thinking of this, he quickly asked, why did Tuli oppose it? This, the Turk frowned, clearly thinking about something. After a while, he said, I don't know. He wasn't wrong. He really didn't know. As for why Tuli opposed the abduction of the Tang Dynasty, the fundamental reason was that he did not want Xieli to grow bigger and bigger. Because Tuli was wholeheartedly thinking about how to succeed the Khan's position, if this time Xieli succeeded in the abduction, his prestige would be even greater. How could he still play around? How could a mounted archer like him know about such matters? Jinxing didn't blame him. After all, this was no small matter. He said, forget it, let's leave it at that. After that, he glanced at Wu Pu behind him and said seriously, take this guy back. Remember, lock him up alone. No one is allowed to get close. As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the shirtless soldiers around him. These fellows had tormented this Turk to the brink of death. If he were to fall into the hands of these fellows, he would most likely die. The soldiers didn't seem to care about the general's gaze, because they felt that they had done a good deed. Wu Pu looked solemn. Yes, General. After that, he waved his hand and shouted, go back to the city. Jinxing wasn't in the mood to care about these trivial matters. He jumped on the horse and rushed to Xingzhou City. Everyone tidied up, extinguished the bonfire, and prepared to go back to the city with the Turk. The next day, the sky was already bright. A group of soldiers riding tall horses galloped on a country road. They were dusty, their faces were full of dust, and their lips were dry and cracked, as if they were about to faint. However, their strong military consciousness still made them struggle. They held the reins tightly and didn't want to give up. However, horses were different from people. They didn't have strong willpower. After a long journey, many of them began to foam at the mouth, as if they would fall to the ground at any time. Finally, a horse seemed to be unable to hold on. Its front hooves were stuck in the pothole. Its body suddenly leaned forward and fell heavily to the ground. Its whole body twitched, and at the same time, the soldier on it was thrown to the ground. The soldier was completely unprepared for this sudden turn of events. He rolled to the ground and fell unconscious. Of course, the matter was far from over. The collapse of the first horse immediately affected the second, and the third. Soon, a large number of horses behind him lost their front hooves and fell to the ground one after another. They foamed at the mouth and panted heavily, as if they were struggling for their lives. The soldier in front heard the sound and immediately reined in his horse. He glanced back and then turned pale. He shouted to the front, "General, something happened in the rear." The leader was Li Jing. He was ordered by the emperor to search for Zhang Feng. He rushed all the way and didn't dare to neglect. He didn't even rest on the way. He was about to reach Xingzhou, but now something happened? How could he not be anxious? Chapter 1888. However, the soldier could not ignore it. Thus, he reined in his horse and turned it around. He squeezed the horse's belly and glanced at the people who had fallen. The horses were twitching. They were probably too tired. The soldiers kept wailing. However, they had only suffered some superficial wounds. There was not much of a problem. Thus, he said, "Military officer, call the doctor to treat them. At the same time, count the horses of the injured people and the horses of the uninjured people. Present them one by one." After speaking, he looked around at everyone. "Take advantage of the time when the military officer is counting, all of you should rest." After settling down, Li Jing dismounted from his horse and handed the reins to the guard. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Xingzhou city not far away. This time, he came to Xingzhou for two reasons. The first one, needless to say, was naturally to find Zhang Feng. The second one was to check on Xingzhou. The current Xingzhou's general, Jin Xing, was an archer under his command. After the war was quelled, he was sent to guard Xingzhou city. This old man used to be a brave general on the battlefield. Ever since he came to Xingzhou, he complained every day about how desolate Xingzhou was. There was not even a woman. Even the cows were male. His brothers had a hard time and so on. He came today to check. If it was really so desolate, then he would ask His Majesty to allocate some money and find a few women. After all, they had followed him before. Just as he was thinking about his experience, a voice came from behind him. "General, the number of people has been counted." Hearing this, Li Jing slowly turned around and glanced at the military officer. He said with a serious face, "Report it." "Yes, General." The military officer nodded and opened the report in his hand. As he read, he said, 50 horses are injured and can no longer walk. They need to be treated. 60 people are injured and temporarily cannot follow the army. The rest are not injured and can continue to march." Oh, Li Jing frowned. He did not expect the injuries to be so serious. In such a situation, he would have ordered them to rest. However, His Majesty's orders were very urgent. There was no time to delay. Thus, he said, "Those who are injured and cannot walk, stay here and recuperate. The rest will continue to march with me." In this era, it was difficult to raise war horses. The money spent on fodder could provide a family with food and clothing for a year. Thus, it was very precious. Moreover, a good warhorse could often decide the outcome of a battle. Therefore, even if it was injured, it had to be treated. The soldiers also understood this, so they usually treated the warhorses as their own brothers. No one had any objections to the commander-in-chief's order. After leaving the doctor behind, everyone got on their horses again and rushed towards Xingzhou. In less than a moment, the gate of Xingzhou city was in sight. These few words seemed to have some kind of magical power. After the soldiers saw them, they all seemed to have gone mad and ran wildly. However, this was also understandable. After all, they had been traveling for a few days and hadn't eaten much. Now that they finally saw people, how could they not be excited? Li Jing did not stop him. He took the lead and ran ahead. Soon, he arrived at the city gate. Huff, Li Jing reined in his horse and looked up at the city gate. Then, he looked at the guard beside him and said, "Go call the city gate." The guard accepted the order and waved his gilded banner, as if he was afraid that the people on the city gate couldn't see it. This was understandable. If you were going to call for the people on the city gate, you naturally had to reveal your identity first. The people upstairs, listen up. The Minister of War, Li Jing, is here. Quickly open the city gate. The banner swayed in the air. The gilded bleed word was incomparably eye-catching. Upstairs, the patrolling soldiers heard the roar and hurriedly lowered their heads to take a look. They saw a large banner swaying in the air with the word bleed written on it. This frightened everyone. One had to know that Li was the national surname. Wasn't that person with the surname Li someone who could cover the sky with one hand? And now, the Minister of War, Li Jing, was downstairs. That was their immediate superior. How could they dare to be negligent? They all panicked. They informed General Jin Xing and prepared things to welcome Li Jing. Jin Xing, who was in the residence, quickly received the news. His first reaction was excitement. Why? Firstly, he was a soldier under Li Jing. Now that his superior had come, he naturally thought highly of him. Secondly, the Turks had just been attacked by the heavenly lightning and had already retreated. That would mean that he had contributed greatly. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. Why did General Li come just as the Turks were attacked? Could it be that General Li knew something? Or could it be that the heavenly lightning this time had something to do with General Li? It was possible. It was very possible. Back then, General Li had destroyed Xiao Liang and Wang Shichong, who had proclaimed himself as the emperor in Luoyang. He had also destroyed the largest separatist force in Jiangnan, Nanliang. There was also Po Fu, who had taken the lead and destroyed Feng Huiliang, killing more than 10,000 rebels and drowning people. Wasn't that an unparalleled feat? Perhaps the heavenly lightning had specially descended because General Li was coming. In that case, General Li was the main contributor this time. Thinking of this, Jin Xing shuddered and quickly walked out of the residence. Chapter 1889. He wanted to greet General Li personally. Even if General Li was not his superior, he had to greet the heavenly thunder. He ran all the way and finally arrived at the city gate. At this time, the city gate had been opened. Seeing the neat and strict team, Jin Xing hurried forward. "General, I'm late. Please forgive me." He cupped his hands and looked at Li Jing with admiration in his eyes. Li Jing looked indifferent. In fact, he had a good impression of this subordinate. After all, he guarded a place and worked hard even if he did not contribute. So he said, "Get up and follow me into the city." After that, he squeezed the horse's belly and slowly walked into the city. The soldiers followed closely behind, raising a cloud of dust. The big banner swayed in the wind, looking solemn and solemn. Seeing that most of the people had entered, Jin Xing casually gave a few orders at the door and quickly followed. As soon as they entered the city, Jin Xing called Wu Pu, serve the general tea immediately. Go personally. Wu Pu also knew Li Jing's status and did not dare to neglect. He accepted the order and left. At this time, Li Jing had already entered the inner mansion. He was familiar with this place. After all, he had been here before. The inner mansion was where Jin Xing usually entertained guests. Normally, Jin Xing should sit in the main seat. However, since Li Jing was here today, his superior naturally sat in the main seat and Jin Xing sat on the side. The two sat upright. Before they spoke, Wu Pu came in with tea. He walked to Li Jing and carefully served a cup of tea. "General, please have the tea." Li Jing narrowed his eyes and glanced at Wu Pu. He seemed to have thought of something and asked in surprise, "You're the archer from before?" He vaguely remembered this person's figure in his mind. He seemed to be an archer, but he was not sure. Wu Pu was delighted. He did not expect that a small guard like him would be remembered by the general. He quickly said, "Yes, General. It's me." Li Jing glanced at Wu Pu, but this time he valued him more. "Good. Since you're in Xingzhou, assist Jin Xing well. You won't have followed me in vain." Wu Pu did not dare to say anything. It was the greatest grace to be valued by the general. He nodded repeatedly. Seeing that the general did not say anything more, he could only serve another cup of tea to Jin Xing and left in a hurry. Only Li Jing and Jin Xing were left in the entire inner mansion. The atmosphere was solemn. Li Jing was about to ask about Zhang Feng when Jin Xing spoke first. He suddenly stepped forward and half knelt on the ground. He said excitedly, "Thank you, General, for sending down the heavenly lightning." "Wait," Li Jing hurriedly interrupted. He was a little confused. What did he mean by sending down the heavenly lightning? Was he really that capable? Confused, he could only ask, "What did you mean by that?" "What lightning? You don't know?" Jin Xing was stunned because he had always thought that this was the general's doing. Now, the general didn't know. Was it not the general's doing? Impossible. Other than the general, who else could summon the heavenly lightning? It must be because the general was afraid that his achievements would shock the emperor, so he didn't say anything. Yes, that must be it. Therefore, he cupped his hands and continued, "General, last night, heavenly lightning struck down and killed the Turks who were stationed outside Xingzhou city. It also caused a big fire and countless casualties." "What?" Li Jing's eyes widened as he slammed the table and stood up. "Oh my God, what kind of explosive news is this? Heavenly thunder descending. And even caused a huge fire. Countless Turks were killed. How could this be? How could such a thing happen?" He instantly felt that his brain was not enough. Frowning, he paced in the hall with his hands behind his back. If these were true, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for the Tang Dynasty. But this matter was a little strange. Why would there be heavenly lightning? And it happened to fall in the Turks' camp. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He stopped and stared at Jin Xing. "Tell me, are you deliberately trying to take credit? Are you trying to deceive Lao Tzu? What hasn't Lao Tzu seen before? What kind of heavenly lightning is there?" He hadn't cursed for many years. Since the founding of the Tang Dynasty, he had been generous to others. Today, what this guy said was so unbelievable that he couldn't help but curse. However, this made Jin Xing suffer. He had always thought that the heavenly lightning was the general's doing, but now it seemed that it was not at all. Not only was it not, but he was also scolded when he reported it truthfully. Damn it, there was no way to reason with him. However, he was the general, and he couldn't scold him back. Therefore, he continued to be patient and said, "General, what I said is true. Last night, heavenly lightning indeed struck down. Not only did it kill a large number of Turks, but Shili and the Turks also brought the tribes back to the grassland overnight. I am willing to use my head as a guarantee for what I said. He really had no other way. If the general didn't believe him, he could only use his head to prove his sincerity. Li Jing was certainly not a fool. Seeing this guy's solemn vow, his confidence began to waver. He knew in his heart that Jin Xing was a steady person and would not deceive him for such a trivial matter. Chapter 1890. Moreover, he was a public official. This kind of thing couldn't be joked about. He knew that. However, this matter was simply too inconceivable. He had to take it seriously. So, he said, since this kind of thing happened, you must have evidence, right? This sentence couldn't be more obvious. Since something had happened, there must be evidence to prove it. In other words, if you want to convince me, you can't just say a few words and take out some reliable evidence. Jin Xing naturally understood the reason. He turned to the door and shouted, "Bring the Turk here." Now, only the Turk could prove what he said. This was also the reason why he left the Turk here. In a moment, the Turk was brought here. However, because of his disability, he could only sit on a stretcher. Li Jing didn't care about so many things. He was now concerned about what happened last night, so he asked directly, "What happened last night?" The Turk didn't know the identity of the person in front of him, but he knew Jin Xing's identity. When he saw how respectful Jin Xing was, he quickly told him what happened last night. As he spoke, he cried as if he had suffered a great grievance. In fact, he was also a victim. However, he was considered lucky. At least he was alive. It was unknown whether he was trying to please Li Jing or he was resentful in his heart. When he spoke, he didn't forget to curse Shili. His voice was extremely mournful. After listening, Li Jing finally knew the whole story. He waved his hand to signal the Turk to leave. Then, he sat on the chair and carefully digested everything just now. The amount of information that the Turk said just now was too much. First, a big thing covered the moon. Then, lightning struck and the Turk camp was in a sea of fire. There were countless casualties. Then, Shili and Tuli returned to the grassland with the army. Wait, what could fly to the sky? And it even attracted lightning. Why was this so familiar? It seemed to have happened in Chang'an City. Something that could fly to the sky. Zhang Feng. Could it be Zhang Feng? This big thing was Zhang Feng on it. According to the Turk's description, it was exactly the same as Zhang Feng in Chang'an. Back then, when Zhang Feng was in the sky, he also covered the sun. And now, this thing covered the moon. It was exactly the same. Thinking of this, he no longer dared to be careless. He looked at Jin Xing and hurriedly asked, "That thing in the sky went to your place?" This, Jin Xing was at a loss for words. How would he know where to go? There was nothing in the Turkic camp. After thinking about it, he could only honestly say, this subordinate doesn't know. There was nothing in the Turkic camp. Li Jing frowned and thought to himself, oh no. If it was really Zhang Feng last night, he might be in danger now that a night had passed. Now that he was here on the Emperor's orders to find this fellow, if something were to happen to him, it would be hard for him to explain himself. What should he do? His heart was burning with anxiety. He paced a few steps in the hall, then looked at Jin Xing. Immediately send someone to find that thing from last night. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and added, prepare brush and ink for this general immediately. He had to report this matter to His Majesty. Zhang Feng's disappearance and the retreat of the Turks were no small matter. It was just that Zhang Feng, this dog, really knew how to hurt people. If not for him, would this general have accepted this troublesome task? How unlucky. At the same time, on Mount Shao. Because of Zhang Feng's disappearance, the entire academy was so anxious that their feet didn't touch the ground. Their only goal was to find Zhang Feng. However, a day and a night had passed, and there was still no news of Zhang Feng. This made everyone very anxious, afraid that something had happened to Zhang Feng. The two women kept visiting Zhang Feng's friends, trying to find some clues. Unfortunately, there was no news at all. They were women and shouldn't be in public. However, their husband was missing, so how could they not be anxious? So, they didn't care too much. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't fulfill their wishes. In fact, the most anxious were Yu Shinan and the other old men. In their hearts, they regarded Zhang Feng as their disciple. Now that their disciple was missing, they were also very anxious. Even though they were old, they spared no effort to visit everywhere. However, Zhang Feng seemed to have deliberately hidden himself. They couldn't find any trace of him. After a discussion, these old men decided to enter the palace to meet His Majesty. This was because they knew that Li Shimin would definitely not leave this matter alone. As soon as Yu Shinan and the others returned from the palace, they were blocked by a group of students at the door. Mr. Boshi, what did His Majesty say? Are you willing to help? Mister, say something. The students were all talking at once, looking anxious. However, Yu Shinan and the others didn't seem to be in a good mood. He frowned and waved his hand. Everyone disperse. We will think of a way to find Feng Zi. You kids don't have to get involved. After saying that, Yu Shinan waved his sleeves and walked back to his residence with his head lowered. Before he could take 2 steps, 2 figures blocked his path. I've already told you, Yu Shinan looked up impatiently. However, halfway through his words, he realized that it wasn't the students who came, but Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao. His expression finally softened. 2 girls, why are you here? Chapter 1891. This question was unnecessary. He knew that the 2 girls were worried about Feng Zi's whereabouts, so they waited for him here. However, he didn't know how to reply to them. Zhang Yuyao didn't care too much. Instead, she asked directly, Sir, is His Majesty willing to help find him? This, Yu Shinan frowned. He seemed to have something to say. He glanced at the students walking around and said softly, this matter is more complicated. You 2 girls don't worry about it. After that, he lowered his head and was about to walk back to his residence. Jingshu spoke again. Sir, why don't you come to our place to have some tea? Prince Zhang isn't here now. We sisters should do our duty as disciples. After that, she even bowed. It wasn't that she didn't care about Zhang Feng's whereabouts. She just noticed that Sir seemed to have something to say. It was probably because there were too many students here, so she had to come up with this plan. Yu Shinan stopped and frowned. He seemed to be thinking about something. At this moment, Chu Suiliang and the others walked up. Boshi, since the 2 girls invited you, why don't you go? Greetings to the 3 gentlemen. Jingshu bowed. Her original intention was to invite the 4 gentlemen over. She mainly wanted to ask about Prince Zhang's whereabouts. The 4 gentlemen were the great scholars of this generation. Naturally, they were more well-informed than a weak girl like her. Since Sir had agreed, she quickly said, Gentlemen, please. We sisters will go back and prepare some fragrant tea. After that, Jingshu pulled Zhang Yuyao and left. Yu Shinan didn't say a word during the whole process. However, it didn't mean that he didn't know anything. Instead, his heart was as clear as a mirror. Looking at the back of the leaving figure, he smiled. This girl may become Feng Zi's good wife in the future. That's right. Chu Suiliang stroked his beard and looked at Yu Shinan. He changed the topic. We have to talk about Feng Zi sooner or later. Since these 2 are so anxious, let's go and have a seat. Yu Shinan narrowed his eyes and nodded thoughtfully. In fact, he had seen through Jingshu's thoughts at a glance just now. As the saying goes, the older you get, the wiser you become. However, he was also happy in his heart. After all, it was a good thing that there was another person who cared about Feng Zi. Let's go and see how this girl's tea tastes. He waved his sleeves and walked straight to the two women's residence. Everyone smiled and shook their heads. Without saying a word, they followed behind him. Not long after, the four of them arrived at the residence of the two women. "Sirs, please be seated." Zhang Yuyao greeted the four people while fiddling with the stool. The four of them smiled and found a place to sit down. Yu Shinan looked at the tea in front of him and took a sip. He went straight to the point and said, "Girl, you want to know what happened when we entered the palace, right?" Zhang Yuyao nodded. She did not expect Mr. to be so straightforward. He was not willing to say it just now, but now he was so proactive. She quickly said, "Yes, please tell us." Jing Shu also nodded. She knew Li Shimon's identity. At the same time, she also knew that he would not sit back and do nothing. That was why she invited Yu Shinan and the others just now. She was sure that Li Shimon must know something. "Girl, Feng Zi is actually not in any danger. It's just that." Yu Shinan looked at the two women opposite him with a calm expression. When they entered the palace just now, Li Shimon said that Feng Zi was not in danger. It was just that they did not know where she was now. If he told this to the two women, they would be worried. After thinking about it, he changed the topic and said, "It's just that she won't be back for a while." When Chu Suiliang and the others heard Yu Shinan's words, they did not think much of it at first. However, towards the end, it became more and more strange. This was different from what Li Erlang said. Li Erlang only said that Feng Zi was not in danger. It was just that they did not know where she was. Now, from Bo Shi's mouth, how did it become that she would not be able to come back for a while? However, on second thought, this old guy should have said this because he was afraid that the two women would be worried. Well, it should be. However, what they did not know was that Li Shimon had also lied to them. In fact, he himself did not know whether Feng Zi was in danger or not. He only said that she was not in danger to appease the four people. The funny thing was that the four people took it seriously because they felt that Li Shimon would not lie to them. All of this, the two women did not know. Zhang Yuyao only felt that God had blessed Prince Zhang. She bowed to the four people and said, "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, sir, you can't do that." Yu Shinan hurriedly helped Zhang Yuyao up. His face was a little red. After all, he was the one who lied. A great scholar like him was strict with himself every day. Today, he actually lied. It was really embarrassing. However, when he thought that it was for his disciple, his back seemed to straighten up and said, "Girl, you don't have to do this. Feng Zi is a good person. Nothing will happen to her." These words made him feel guilty. After all, he did not know what was going on. Jing Shu seemed to have noticed something. She picked up the teapot and filled Yu Shinan's cup. She smiled and said, "Since Prince Zhang is not in danger, when will he be back?" Chapter 1892. This, Yu Shinan frowned. This question stumped him. He really didn't know when Feng Zi would come back. Even the emperor didn't know. How would he know? Xueji saw that the situation was slightly deadlocked and quickly interrupted, "Girl, Feng Zi is someone who is going to do big things. We don't need to care about this." His words were more pertinent, and there was a double meaning in his words. The first meaning was that Feng Zi was now doing big things. As for what big things, they didn't know. The second meaning was that Feng Zi's matter was related to Li Erlang. Everyone shouldn't make wild guesses and shouldn't care about it. Of course, Zhang Yuyao couldn't understand these words because she didn't know who Li Erlang was. But Jing Shu was different. Not only did she know who Li Shimon was, but she also knew everything about Li Shimin. Now the words of the four gentlemen were very obvious. They were meant for her to hear. Jingshu frowned as if she understood something. She smiled and said, "Thank you for your guidance." "You're welcome." Xueji waved his hand and then looked at the other three. "Everyone, let's go." Since the matter had been settled, there was no need to stay any longer to avoid attracting gossip. The other three obviously understood this. They slowly got up and prepared to walk out of the door. Seeing that the gentlemen were about to leave, as the future wives and concubines of the disciple, the two women naturally couldn't stay. They both got up and stood at the door. "Gentlemen, please take care." The four men waved their hands, indicating that they didn't need to send them off. After a while, they disappeared from the sight of the two women. Seeing that the gentlemen had gone far, the two women returned to their seats. Zhang Yuyao was actually a little puzzled by what the gentleman said just now, but it wasn't appropriate for her to ask directly. Now that there was no one around, she looked at Jingshu and asked, "Sister, why do I feel that there is a hidden meaning in what the gentleman said just now?" "Sister, you don't have to be like this." Jingshu smiled. She put her hand on Zhang Yuyao's hand and comforted her. "Since the gentleman heard from His Majesty that Prince Zhang is not in danger, it must be true. You don't need to worry too much." The stone in her heart had already been lifted. After all, she knew what kind of person Li Shimin was. However, she couldn't tell Zhang Yuyao about all this. Otherwise, with the other's temperament, the whole city would know about it the next day. However, Zhang Yuyao didn't know that. She couldn't help but worry. "You're right, but I'm just..." As she spoke, tears began to fall from her eyes. When Jingshu saw this, she quickly comforted her. "Sister, don't worry. Prince Zhang will be fine." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a series of knocks on the door, followed by voices. "Ladies, I'm a servant of the Zhang residence. Housekeeper Du sent someone to invite master." Hearing this, Jingshu quickly took out a handkerchief from her waist and passed it to Zhang Yuyao. With a concerned look, she said, "Sister, wipe your tears. I'll go out and take a look." Saying this, she stood up and walked out of the door. There were two men standing outside the door. One was fat and the other was thin. The striking word Zhang on their clothes made Jingshu certain that these two were servants of the Zhang residence. Because no other residence would dress like this. Jingshu glanced at the two of them and frowned. "Why are the two of you here? Did something happen to the Zhang residence?" In her impression, the servants of the Zhang residence rarely went to the academy. Because there was Du Ziding, the housekeeper, in the residence. He would take care of everything. Unless there was something big that couldn't be solved, otherwise they would not easily disturb Prince Zhang. Think about it, if every trivial matter had to be reported, then how could Prince Zhang live? However, it was obvious that something big had happened this time. The two servants frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. Jingshu couldn't wait and hurriedly urged, "Hurry up and say it. Now that Prince Zhang is not here, I can take care of it." The two servants looked at each other and hesitated. Because before they came, housekeeper Du said that he would personally tell the matter to the old master. In the end, the two of them searched half of Shao Mountain but couldn't find him. So they came here, thinking that the old master should be here. But when they came here, there was still no trace of the old master. And housekeeper Du said that this matter was more important and must be decided by the old master. Now that the old master was not here, and Miss Jingshu was asking questions, it seemed that they had to tell Miss Jingshu. After all, Miss Jingshu was not an outsider. After making up their minds, the two of them looked at each other, as if they had reached some kind of agreement. The thin servant stepped forward and bowed. Today, a madam called Xia came to the residence and said that she wanted to see the old master. She also brought a lot of dried flowers. Housekeeper Du had seen this woman before, so he sent us to ask the old master what to do. Dried flowers. Madame Xie. Jingshu frowned and vaguely thought of something. At that time, Prince Zhang seemed to have interacted with this woman and bought a lot of dried flowers. Moreover, Prince Zhang seemed to be particularly precious. Could it be this woman? No matter whether it was or not, she hadn't returned to the Zhang residence for a long time. She could take this opportunity to go back and have a look. Chapter 1893. In any case, Prince Zhang wouldn't be back anytime soon. Moreover, this Madame Xie might really be the same woman from before. If that was the case, then she would be very important to Prince Zhang. She had to keep Prince Zhang here. After making up her mind, she said with a serious expression, "Since Prince Zhang isn't here right now, I'll go back with you. Wait here while I tidy up." After saying that, she turned around and walked back to her room without waiting for their reactions. When Zhang Yuyao saw Jingshu coming back, she quickly wiped the corners of her eyes and stood up to ask, "Younger sister Jingshu, what's going on outside?" Jingshu smiled and stepped forward to hold Zhang Yuyao's hand. "Older sister Yuyao, a servant from the Zhang estate just came to report that a Madame Xie is looking for Prince Zhang." Madame Xie. Zhang Yuyao's beautiful eyes turned as if she remembered something. "I remember that a Madame Xie came to look for Prince Zhang before. She even brought a batch of dried flowers. Could it be this Madame Xie?" She clearly remembered that when this Madame Xie brought a batch of dried flowers, Prince Zhang said that he wanted to do business with her, to make some perfume. Of course, Jingshu also remembered this and smiled. "Older sister Yuyao is right. The one who came this time should be this Madame Xie. However, since Prince Zhang isn't here, I think that we should go back and meet this Madame Xie so that we won't be impolite." Zhang Yuyao couldn't help but nod. "Younger sister Jingshu is right. Now that Prince Zhang isn't here, we should go back." After saying that, she changed the topic and continued, "However, we should first say goodbye to the four gentlemen." Jingshu nodded. "Of course, we can't be impolite. Let's go and say goodbye to the four gentlemen now." Zhang Yuyao naturally didn't have a problem with that, and the two women walked out together. When the two servants saw Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu coming out, they quickly bowed. "Greetings, young ladies." These two young ladies were the future madams of Zhang Mansion, so they didn't dare to slight them. Zhang Yuyao nodded and gestured for the two to get up. "You two prepare a sedan chair and wait at the door. My sister and I will come out in a little while." The two servants looked at each other and wondered if they would be punished for not completing housekeeper Du's order. She thought to herself, but she still agreed, yes. After giving her instructions, Zhang Yuyao flicked her sleeves and walked towards the classroom. Jingshu followed closely behind. It was class time now, so the four teachers should be in the classroom. They couldn't be found anywhere else. As expected, Yu Shernan was checking the students' homework in class. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his gaze was sharp. At this moment, he happened to see the two women walking over. He knew in his heart that the two girls usually wouldn't come to the classroom for no reason. Now that they suddenly came, he thought that there must be something. So he put down the book in his hand and went straight to the door of the classroom. He asked with a smile, "Girl, why are you two here? Is there something wrong?" The two girls quickly stepped forward and bowed. Zhang Yuyao smiled and said, "Teacher, there's something in the Zhang residence that we need to go back to solve. So we're here to say goodbye to you." Yu Shernan frowned slightly. What can happen in the Zhang residence? Is it very important? He didn't want the two girls to go back now. First, Feng Zi wasn't here, and it wasn't good for the two girls to appear in public. Second, for their safety. The bottom of the mountain had just issued an edict of guilt. It was said that the Waterland Conference would be held soon. There would definitely be a huge crowd. What if there was some danger? How would he explain when Feng Zi came back? As a teacher, he naturally had to take care of his students' family. However, the two girls obviously didn't think so much. Ever since Zhang Feng disappeared, they had nothing to do on the mountain. In fact, they had long wanted to go back to the Zhang residence. Now that they had an excuse, they naturally didn't want to stay any longer. So, Jingshu bowed and smiled. Teacher, a Mrs. Xia came to the Zhang residence today. She said that she was Prince Zhang's former business partner. This time, she also brought a lot of dried flowers. So, we need to go back. Oh, Yu Shinan stroked his beard. He remembered that Feng Zi seemed to have mentioned this before. It shouldn't be a problem. Although he didn't want the two girls to go down the mountain, he couldn't say much. So, he nodded and said, in that case, you can go. Remember to be careful. If you need help, just send someone to Shao Mountain. Old man doesn't dare to say anything else, but he still has connections. The two girls looked at each other and smiled. Thank you, teacher. Yu Shinan smiled and nodded. You're welcome. You can go. The two women bowed and saluted again. Then, they turned around and walked towards the door. At this time, the palanquin outside the door was ready. Seeing the two girls coming, the servants quickly went up to greet them. Hello, Mississippi, everyone bowed in unison. Zhang Yuyao glanced at the crowd and waved her hand. Get up and prepare to go back. The servants didn't hesitate. They all got up and pressed the palanquin. The two girls entered the palanquin and walked down the mountain. Shao Mountain wasn't very far from the Zhang residence. The servants' legs were quite agile. In a moment, the gate of the Zhang residence was in sight. At this time, a thin figure was standing at the gate of the Zhang residence. His eyes were deeply sunken, as if he hadn't slept for a few days. This person was the Zhang residence's housekeeper, Du Ziding. Chapter 1894. He raised his head with his hands behind his back and paced up and down the stairs as if he was in a hurry. From time to time, he would glance at the direction of Shao Mountain. But he didn't see what he was expecting and continued to pace up and down. At this moment, the servant behind him cheered, Master is back. Du Ziding turned around abruptly and saw two sedan chairs of the Zhang residence slowly walking over. This should be Master. He thought in his heart and quickly waved his hand, let's go and welcome Master. After saying that, he took a step forward and ran towards the sedan chair. When the servant who was carrying the sedan chair saw the housekeeper coming, he quickly quickened his steps and stopped at the entrance of the residence. Du Ziding quickly went forward and stood in front of the sedan chair and bowed, Master. The servant lowered the sedan chair and a figure slowly walked out. Du Ziding smiled and stood up, Master. Halfway through his words, he seemed to be choked and his face turned ugly. Because he realized that the person who came back was not Master but Miss Zhang Yuyao. Didn't he ask these fellows to invite Master? Why did these fellows invite Miss Zhang? Of course, it wasn't that he was prejudiced against Zhang Yuyao. But this time, Madame Xia must be met by Master as the head of the household. Moreover, Master seemed to value this dried flower very much and asked him to pay special attention to it. Now that he invited Miss Zhang, could she make the decision? Taking a step back, even if Miss Zhang could make the decision, if something went wrong and Master came back, wouldn't he be blamed? Although this was what he thought, he couldn't say it out loud. Thus, he said, Hello Miss Zhang, is Master back yet? While speaking, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the sedan chair behind. He thought, the sedan chair in front is Miss Zhang, so the one behind should be Master, right? After all, Master was so concerned about this dried flower, he should be back. But the next moment, he was disappointed. Because the person who came down was Jingshu. This, Master didn't come back. Why did these two ladies come back? Just as he was puzzled, Zhang Yuyao spoke, Housekeeper Du, this time Master didn't come back, so we sisters specially came back to meet Madame Xia. Du Ziding didn't reply because he didn't know how to reply. He couldn't possibly say that this was a big matter and that his master had to make the decision, right? Wouldn't that be cutting off his own path of retreat? One had to know that these two young ladies were the old master's future wives, so he didn't dare to provoke them. After all, he still wanted to work in the Zhang mansion for a few more years. Jing Shu seemed to see Du Ziding's difficulties and smiled. "Steward Du, this time Prince Zhang has something important to do, so we came back to solve the problem. You don't have to worry, we will tell Prince Zhang if there is anything." What he meant was that it was Prince Zhang who asked us to come back. Of course, she said this because she didn't want the people in the Zhang mansion to know that Prince Zhang was missing. Although she knew that Prince Zhang wasn't in danger, others didn't know. If the people in the Zhang mansion knew that the old master was not around, it would cause a huge uproar. For the peace of the Zhang mansion, it was a last resort to temporarily hide it from everyone. Obviously, Zhang Yuyao also understood Jingshu's meaning and interrupted, "Yes, Steward Du, we will talk to Prince Zhang. Don't worry." Du Ziding lowered his head and frowned. He could understand what the two young ladies meant. It was nothing more than letting them take charge of the overall situation, which was not impossible. After all, these two young ladies were the old master's future wives. Moreover, since the old master was not back, they could only let these two young ladies take charge. Thinking, he said, "What are you two talking about? Since the old master is not back, naturally you two will take charge of the overall situation. Let's go in first." After that, he turned around and made a gesture with a smile, "Two young ladies, this way please." Zhang Yuyao and Jing Shu looked at each other and smiled. They walked into the mansion one after another, while Du Ziding led a group of servants behind them. They were silent all the way until they reached the front yard. Zhang Yuyao pointed at the cotton-padded clothes in front of them and asked, "Steward Du, how is the production and sales of cotton-padded clothes now?" Du Ziding hurried forward and stood still with a touch of pride in his eyes. "Now the production of cotton-padded clothes has doubled compared to before, and the sales are in short supply. The whole Chang and city is fighting for our cotton-padded clothes." Since the old master left, he had been supporting the family alone. Coupled with the miscellaneous matters in the mansion and the cotton-padded clothes, it could be said that he was exhausted and had not slept well for several nights. Of course, he was not tired of these things and thought that working for the old master was not tiring at all. The two young ladies were well aware of all these. Looking at Steward Du's panda eyes, they naturally understood. Therefore, Zhang Yuyao said with concern, "Steward Du, you have been working hard recently. When Prince Zhang comes back, he will definitely reward you." "It's not hard, it's not hard." Du Ziding waved his hand and smiled. "How can it be hard to work for the old master? There are not many kind-hearted and charitable people like the old master. It is my blessing to work in the Zhang mansion." Chapter 1895. The two girls smiled and nodded. They understood Du Ziding's loyalty and did not say anything else. However, a pile of dried flowers in the corner attracted their attention. Jing Shu glanced at the dried flowers, then looked at Du Ziding. "Housekeeper Du, are these dried flowers sent by Madame Xie?" "Yes." Du Ziding nodded and glanced at the main hall. "Last time, Madame Xie sent some dried flowers. Master treasured them and reached an agreement with Madame Xie. This time, she sent some again." Jing Shu looked at Zhang Yuyao and nodded. They were now certain that this Madame Xia was the one who visited Prince Zhang last time. These dried flowers were used by Prince Zhang to make perfume. Since she was already here, they naturally had to meet her. Thus, she looked at Du Ziding. "Housekeeper Du, prepare the tea. We will go and meet Madame Xia." Du Ziding nodded slightly and waved her hand to signal the servants to prepare. She then said, "This way, Madame Xia is in the main hall." The two girls nodded, brushed their sleeves, and walked to the main hall. Passing through the corridor, a group of servants playing with cotton appeared in front of the two girls. However, they were not in the mood to care about this. They walked straight to the main hall. As soon as they entered the main hall, they saw a woman sitting in the main hall. It was Madame Xia. Madame Xia. The two girls went up to her. Although they only met Madame Xia once or twice, they remembered her clearly. It was not because she was outstanding, but because she was polite and graceful no matter what she did. This was not something an ordinary woman could do. When Madame Xia heard someone calling her, she glanced at the door. Seeing that it was not Zhang Feng, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. However, it disappeared quickly. She then stood up and said, "Hello, ladies." She naturally had some influence on the two girls in front of her. Ever since her family declined, she sold flowers for a living and trained a pair of good eyes. Zhang Yuyao stepped forward and smiled. "Madame Xia has a good memory. You still remember us?" "Of course." Madame Xia nodded slightly and smiled. "Both of you are beautiful and dignified. You and Prince Zhang are talented and beautiful. How could this old woman not remember you?" These words made the two women happy in their hearts. They were Zhang Feng's future wives. This matter was basically known to everyone in Quanon. However, they couldn't help but feel happy after being praised like this. Zhang Yuyao smiled and said, "Madam, you're too polite. Come, take a seat." As she spoke, she gestured for him to take a seat. "Thank you, ladies." Madame Xia straightened her skirt and sat down. Then, she thought of something and asked, "Why don't I see Prince Zhang?" This time, she came to see Prince Zhang. At the same time, she also wanted to talk to Prince Zhang about the dried flowers. If she didn't have the right person, how could she continue with this business deal? Jingshu seemed to have seen through Madame Xia's thoughts. Just as she was about to reply, a servant came over with tea. She smiled and said, "Madame Xia, don't be anxious. Have a cup of tea to warm your body." As she spoke, she stroked the rim of Madame Xia's teacup. "Your tea is already cold. Let the servant change it to a hot one." The servant was quick-witted. When he heard this, he quickly removed the teacup and served 3 new cups of tea. Jingshu picked up the teacup and looked at Madame Xia. She smiled and said, "Madame Xia, please have some tea." Madame Xia originally wanted to discuss the matter as soon as possible. However, seeing that the two in front of her weren't anxious at all and were polite, she couldn't refuse. She picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Thank you, ladies." Zhang Yuyao put down the teacup and smiled at Madame Xia. "Madame Xia, how many dried flowers did you bring this time?" Madame Xia frowned and didn't answer immediately. This was because she was here to discuss business with Prince Zhang. Why did these two ladies come out? Could it be that Prince Zhang didn't want to do business anymore and wanted these two girls to send her away? However, thinking about it, it was impossible. Even if he wanted to send her away, why would these two girls be so polite to her? After thinking for a while, she still couldn't figure it out. Therefore, she asked in confusion, "Ladies, please forgive this old woman's impoliteness for asking, but why hasn't young Master Zhang come out? Hasn't he always been in charge of this matter?" The two girls looked at each other as if they were sending a message. After a while, Jingshu smiled and said, "Madame Xia, Prince Zhang has something important to deal with at the academy and can't leave the mountain. Thus, this matter was temporarily left to us sisters." "I see." Madame Xia nodded. Now she could understand why Prince Zhang didn't appear. It turned out that he had left this matter to these two ladies. Although it was a little abrupt, Prince Zhang must have his own matters to attend to. Thinking about it, she said, "In that case, let's go out and check the goods. The dried flowers are in the front yard." I'm sure you've seen it. Since someone had already made the decision, finding Prince Zhang didn't matter. As long as they checked the goods and there were no problems, it was fine. Chapter 1896. All right. Jingshu nodded and glanced at Zhang Yuyao. Seeing that the latter had no objections, she said, Madam, please. The dried flowers were something that Prince Zhang had instructed them to do. Although they did not know much about it, they still had to check the goods. After that, the three of them stood up and walked towards the front yard. In a short while, the three of them arrived. Madame Xia pointed at the pile of dried flowers in front of her and smiled. Ladies, there are a total of 30 stones here. Please check them. Zhang Yuyao glanced at the dried flowers on the ground. She didn't know much about these things, so she had to find someone familiar. Thus, she glanced at Du Ziding, who was not far away. Steward Du, come and count these dried flowers. There are a total of 30 stones. Du Ziding nodded and followed the order. Then, he brought a few servants to check. After a short while, he had counted everything carefully and replied, Ladies, it is exactly 30 stones, no more, no less. Jingshu nodded and said, Since there is no problem, let's check for Madame Xia. After that, she looked at Madame Xia. Madame Xia, the accountant will settle the bill for you later. Please wait for a while. No hurry, no hurry. Madame Xia smiled and nodded. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and asked worriedly, Ladies, do you still want the dried flowers in the future? She did not want to ask this question. However, it was two ladies who appeared today and not Prince Zhang. This made her a little nervous. If the Zhang mansion did not want the dried flowers the next time, what should she do? Hence, she asked this question out of curiosity. Firstly, she wanted to confirm the attitude of the two ladies. Secondly, she wanted to give herself a peace of mind. However, this question stumped the two ladies. They were here to complete a transaction on behalf of Prince Zhang. How would they know if they still wanted the dried flowers in the future? If they said something wrong, wouldn't they be inhumane? The two ladies looked at each other and did not know what to do. Fortunately, Jingshu calmed down and looked at Madame Xia. She probed, Madame Xia, didn't Prince Zhang tell you? Prince Zhang, Madame Xia blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled. Prince Zhang did say that as long as he did not say anything, we will continue to send the dried flowers. But now, it's you two ladies. Zhang Feng did say that because the perfume required a large amount of dried flowers. The dried flowers that they were sending were far from enough. They might ask for more in the future. How could they run out of stock? However, she was worried that the two ladies now that they were taking over the dried flowers. That was why he asked this question. Otherwise, who would cut off their own source? The two women obviously didn't know about this. Hearing young Master Zhang's orders, they were naturally overjoyed. Thus, Zhang Yuyao smiled and said, Since young Master Zhang has orders, then let's do as young Master Zhang says. Hearing this, Madame Xia felt relieved. She didn't have to worry about anything anymore. She smiled and said, Since that's the case, thank you very much. This is what we should do it. Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao looked at each other and smiled. At the same time, in the palace, the imperial study was surrounded by white fog. It was as if it was in a fairyland. Li Shimin sat on the dragon throne and smoked silently. It was as if he was trying to use cigarettes to send away all his grief and pain. Everything that had happened recently flashed through his mind like a video. Hundreds of officials forced him to abdicate, issued an edict, and held a water and land assembly. Even Guanyin was forced to go to the temple to pray. The worst thing was that even Feng Zi had disappeared. There was no news from him until now. He even doubted if he had the hearts of the people. Thinking about this, he took another puff of the cigarette in an attempt to numb himself. Little Gizi looked at His Majesty and frowned. He had been following His Majesty closely these few days and knew His Majesty's worries. Hundreds of officials forced him to abdicate, issued an edict, and held a water and land assembly. His Majesty had never been willing to do these things. But now, he was doing them all. This was all caused by Zhang Feng. He used to have a good impression of Zhang Feng, but after this incident, he had already blacklisted Zhang Feng. It was because this guy often did strange things and caused others to clean up for him. Now, even His Majesty wasn't going to let him off. Although he thought this, he couldn't say it. He knew that Zhang Feng's position in His Majesty's heart was definitely higher than his. However, on second thought, this brat Zhang Feng was also very powerful. Could he fly? If he could become such a person, he would definitely clear all obstacles for His Majesty. Unfortunately, he was a rootless person and couldn't enter the imperial court. Otherwise, thinking of this, he moved his eyes to Li Shimin, only to see Li Shimin lighting another cigarette in his mouth, as if he was going to smoke. This scared the hell out of him. He hurriedly advised, "Your Majesty, you've already smoked 10 cigarettes. Why don't you take a break?" He had been by His Majesty's side all this time. He had seen His Majesty smoke without stopping. Although he knew that cigarettes were divine things that could make people ascend to heaven, it wasn't the same thing to smoke like this. Chapter 1897. However, Li Shimin did not care about this. As if he did not hear Xiao Gizi's words, he took a deep breath and exhaled. "Your Majesty," Xiao Gizi lowered his head, his voice so soft that only he could hear it. He knew His Majesty's temper. As long as he had decided on something, he would not listen to any advice. For example, smoking now. His Majesty liked it and would not throw it away. However, he was thinking of His Majesty and was unwilling to give up persuading him. "Your Majesty, why don't you take a break?" This time, the persuasion seemed to have worked a little. Li Shimin glanced at little Gizi, somewhat sullen. "What's wrong? You want to abdicate too?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Gizi's legs suddenly went soft. He hurriedly crawled on the ground, his face turning green and white. Your Majesty, this slave does not dare. How could he dare to have such thoughts? Abdicate? This was a capital offense. How could he dare? He only wanted to persuade His Majesty, but he was being accused of something. However, on second thought, there was a trace of anger in His Majesty's words. It did not seem to be directed at him. After all, he had not done anything out of line recently. Thinking of this, he raised his head to look at His Majesty. Unexpectedly, Li Shimin was also looking at him. Their eyes met. Xiao Gizi instantly quivered and hurriedly lowered his head. "Your Majesty, please spare my life." Although he was begging for mercy, his heart was already in his throat. He was afraid that if something went wrong, his head would be separated from his body. After all, His Majesty was a temperamental person. Li Shimin looked at the trembling Xiao Gizi with mixed feelings. What he had said just now was actually words of anger. Abdicating was a reflection of those ministers. In his heart, he did not know if he was a qualified monarch, but those ministers' way of abdicating made him angry. Although he was angry, he could not do anything because he knew that these fellows did the right thing. When everyone thought that the Black Tortoise sect was in the sky, he had already been pushed to the climax of public opinion. The ministers were also thinking of the people. As for Xiao Gizi, he had become a punching bag. This fellow was loyal. If he was told to go left, he would never go right. At the same time, he was also glad that he had such a loyal servant by his side. How could he kill him? Thus, he put away his angry expression and said softly, "Get up, I'm not blaming you." Little Gizi didn't get up immediately. Instead, he looked up and saw that His Majesty had already turned his head away. He didn't hesitate and quickly got up. However, his legs didn't seem to listen to him. They kept shaking and he had to stand up several times before he could stand up. After getting up, he bowed again. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a hoarse voice at the door of the imperial study. "Your Majesty, there is a letter from Xingzhou." Before he could finish, Li Shimin abruptly stood up and glanced at the door. He said excitedly, "Quickly bring it up." He knew that Feng Zi was in Xing state, and this letter was most likely related to Feng Zi. Not long after, the sound of footsteps came from the door. A strong man walked in with small, quick steps. However, as soon as he came in, he seemed to feel that something was wrong. A pungent smell wafted over, making it hard for him to breathe. Cough, cough, he covered his mouth and coughed non-stop. He felt that tears were about to come out. For a moment, he even wanted to go out and never come in again. However, when he thought that he still had to send a letter to His Majesty, he still made up his mind and walked in. However, something even more strange happened. He couldn't see inside clearly, and he couldn't see His Majesty's figure. Layers of smoke blocked his line of sight. What should he do? He could only muster up his courage and walk in. However, Li Shimin couldn't wait any longer. He glanced at little Gizi beside him and urged, "Quickly go and bring the letter over." Little Gizi was still looking at the door. When he heard that His Majesty wanted him to go, he hurriedly ran towards the door. Speaking of which, his legs were still weak just now, but when he heard that he had to do something for His Majesty, his legs instantly became light. As soon as he walked, he formed a gust of wind. Even the smoke started to swirl. His vision suddenly became clear. At this moment, he saw a figure walking over. It was the strong man just now. He immediately berated, "Stop, give me the letter." That strong man didn't hesitate and hurriedly handed the letter to little Gizi. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard little Gizi's figure again. "Next time you're so slow, boy, I'll break your legs." His expression changed. He wanted to refute but didn't know how to. He could only secretly feel bitter in his heart. It wasn't that he was slow, but this room was full of smoke. How could he be fast? Thinking of this, he still walked out of the room quickly. Little Gizi received the letter. Without hesitation, he turned around and handed it to Li Shimin. At this time, Li Shimin was already impatient. He opened the letter and read it carefully. "Your Majesty, since leaving Chang'an, I have chased after Zhang Feng all the way to Xingzhou. I have not seen any trace of him." When he saw this, his expression changed and he slapped the table. Chapter 1898. This frightened little Gizi. He stumbled and fell to the ground. He quickly knelt down. "Your Majesty, please calm down." However, Li Shimin ignored him. He leaned on the table and stared angrily in the direction of Xingzhou, as if he was thinking about something. He had always regarded Feng Zi as one of the most important people by his side. This time, he had even mobilized troops to search for him. As for Li Jing, as the Minister of War, he had never disappointed me. However, this time, this fellow had chased him all the way to Xingzhou and still hadn't seen him. This was ridiculous. I thought so highly of him, but he couldn't even catch one person. What's the use? If Feng Zi is in danger, what should I do? However, on second thought, Yu Qigong had also chased after Feng Zi. There should be news, right? After thinking for a while, he suppressed the anger in his heart and read again. Unexpectedly, I learned that the various Turkic tribes had been attacked by heavenly lightning. There were countless casualties. When he saw this, he suddenly trembled. His eyes suddenly widened. He even rubbed them, suspecting that he had seen wrongly. However, after reading it a few times, it was still the same words. Finally, he could no longer contain the shock in his heart. He kept exclaiming, the various Turkic tribes had been attacked by heavenly lightning. There were countless casualties. How is this possible? Xiao Gizi, who was crawling on the ground, seemed to have noticed something unusual. He quickly raised his head, only to see Li Shimin constantly crying out in alarm. His feet seemed to be somewhat unstable, and he was about to fall down the steps. He was so scared that he quickly got up, strode forward, hugged Li Shimin, and exclaimed, Your Majesty, be careful. Suddenly being hugged, Li Shimin steadied himself. However, his brain seemed to have suffered a great impact. He was a little dizzy. He shook his head hard and slowly woke up. Then, he looked at little Gizi. I'm fine. Help me sit down. Hearing this, little Gizi finally relaxed. He ignored the cold sweat on his head and quickly and carefully helped Li Shimin to sit on the dragon throne. Seeing that Li Shimin was fine, he said, Your Majesty, don't be so agitated. Your health is important. Li Shimin didn't answer little Gizi because he was still immersed in shock and couldn't extricate himself. The various Turkic tribes had been attacked by heavenly lightning. Countless casualties. These words were like a brand that was deeply imprinted into his heart. Heavenly thunder. This was something that only the heavens could control, so why would it suddenly attack the Turkic camp? This was completely illogical. Moreover, even if the Turkic camp had been struck by lightning, how could there have been so many casualties? The only possibility was that Li Jing had given a fake military order. However, he quickly rejected this hypothesis. He knew very well what kind of person Li Jing was. He was an upright person with strict discipline. It was absolutely impossible for him to do such a thing. Of course, he didn't dare to do it either. However, all of this was too strange. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Li Shimin frowned. Little Gizi seemed to notice that something was wrong and said softly, Your Majesty, please don't worry about state affairs. What does a castrate like you know? Li Shimin glanced at little Gizi with some dissatisfaction. This is a huge matter for the Turks. Halfway through his words, he felt that something was wrong and immediately changed his tone. Forget it, forget it. What's the use of saying so much to a eunuch like you? After that, he read the letter again. This heavenly thunder incident is very strange. I suspect that it has something to do with Zhang Feng, Feng Zi. Li Shimin frowned, somewhat puzzled. Didn't I ask Li Jing to track down Feng Zi's traces? How could the heavenly thunder have anything to do with Feng Zi? Could it be that the heavenly thunder was summoned by Feng Zi? It shouldn't be possible. With doubts in his mind, he continued to read. According to the survivors, a round object appeared in the sky that night, covering the sky and the moon. Then, countless things with sparks were thrown down, causing countless casualties in the Turkic camp. The specific number of casualties is unknown. Li Shimin put down the letter and frowned even more. This description was exactly the same as the thing in Chang'an City. In that case, it was Feng Zi. However, why would this guy go to Xingzhou and blow up the Turkic camp? Could it be premeditated? Whether it was premeditated or not, it was still a good thing for the Tang Dynasty. However, now this guy should still be in Xingzhou. Would he be in danger? Thinking of this, Li Shimin was a little uneasy. He glanced at Xiao Gizi and said seriously, Immediately send someone to Xingzhou to pass on my order. You must let Li Jing find Zhang Feng and bring him back smoothly. After that, he seemed to think of something and added, in addition, tell Wei Jing, Du Ruhui, Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, and others to come to see me. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiao Gizi bowed and turned to walk out of the door. After instructing everything, Li Shimin sat on the dragon throne again, picked up a cigarette from the desk, put it in his mouth, lit it and slowly smoked. At this time, he had mixed feelings. On one hand, he was happy about the bombing of the Turkic camp, but on the other hand, he was worried about Zhang Feng's safety. The Turkic people had always been a thorn in the heart of the Tang dynasty. Almost every year, they would come to the Tang dynasty to burn, kill, and loot. The people of the Tang dynasty hated them to the bone, but they could do nothing because they lived in the grassland and could not be killed. Chapter 1899. However, the blow this time was undoubtedly huge to the Turkic headquarters. Although it was impossible to know whether Xiali and Tuli were dead or alive, it could definitely stop the other party from going south. And Zhang Feng had really made a great contribution this time. However, he had been missing, which made him very vexed. Just as he was feeling vexed, footsteps came from outside the door. Then, little Gizi walked in and bowed. "Your Majesty, the verbal order has been sent. Duke Wei and the others are also waiting outside. Should we summon them?" "Summon them." Li Shimin waved his hand. Little Gizi accepted the order and turned to leave the room. After a while, he walked in with Wei Zhang. Wei Zhang and the others followed little Gizi's footsteps into the imperial study and smelled a pungent smell of smoke. Although they usually smoked a little, it was only when they had nothing to do. In addition, they were generally old. How could they smell such a strong smell? They immediately coughed. Cough, cough, cough. This smell, everyone covered their noses and coughed. Seeing this, little Gizi hurriedly comforted them. "Sirs, please bear with it. His Majesty is waiting." Hearing this, everyone did not complain anymore. After all, His Majesty had already issued an edict and admitted his mistake. Strictly speaking, he was a good emperor. Besides, the thing in the sky was not the vengeful spirit of the Xuanwu Gate. After thinking about it, everyone still walked toward the main hall. They saw Li Shimin sitting on the dragon throne. Everyone came forward and bowed together. "Your Majesty." Li Shimin was already impatient. He waved his hand casually. "Rise. Everyone, sit." After he finished speaking, he handed the letter on the table to Xiao Gizi and said, "Pass the letter to the officials." Letter. Everyone looked at the letter in Li Shimin's hand in confusion and guessed. Could it be that there was something wrong with that place? Or did something happen at the border? With doubts, they looked at Li Shimin but could not see any joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. At this moment, Xiao Gizi handed the letter to Wei Zhang. Because Wei Zhang was the closest person to Li Shimin, it was convenient for him to pass it down. Wei Zhang took the letter and looked down. Two big words appeared in front of his eyes, Li Jing. Wasn't Li Jing sent by His Majesty to find Feng Zi? Could there be news of Feng Zi? Delighted, he immediately tore open the letter and read it. The officials sitting around felt as if their hearts were being scratched by a cat, itching unbearably. They also wanted to read the letter because they knew that the letter that His Majesty allowed everyone to read was definitely a matter of national importance. As the backbone of the imperial court, they all wanted to read it in advance. However, this little Gizi had already given the letter to Wei Zhang. They couldn't possibly snatch it away, right? Therefore, everyone looked at Wei Zhang curiously, trying to get some information. At first, Wei Zhang's expression was normal and even had a hint of a smile. However, slowly, his eyes widened and his mouth opened wide as if he had seen something unbelievable. In the end, he stood up abruptly and kept exclaiming that it was impossible. Seeing this, everyone knew that the matter was definitely not simple. They quickly went forward and snatched the letter from Wei Zhang's hand and gathered to read it. However, halfway through, everyone's eyes widened and they kept exclaiming. What? The Turks were attacked by lightning. And it was Feng Zi who did it. Countless Turks died. Xiali led the troops back to the grassland. How is this possible? They felt that their worldview had been turned upside down and they kept exclaiming. Lightning was a divine object that only the heavens could control. How could it be related to Fengzi? Moreover, according to Li Jing's letter, it seemed that Fengzi had sent down lightning from the sky and caused the deaths of various Turks. If that was the case, it was even more unbelievable. How could a human control lightning? Could it be that Fengzi was an immortal? Only immortals had such means. However, they quickly denied this theory. Because the people present had more or less interacted with Fengzi, they could be considered to know his character. This kid usually liked to fiddle with strange things. In terms of talent, he was a little talented, but it was impossible for him to have such means. Therefore, everyone looked at Li Shimin, hoping to get some information from His Majesty. Li Shimin naturally knew the doubts in everyone's hearts. He smiled faintly and said, "Have you all read the letter just now?" After that, he continued, Li Jing said in the letter that the lightning this time was very likely to be Fengzi's doing. At first, I was also puzzled as to why there would be such a ridiculous statement. However, after I thought of the Xuanwu Gate incident in Chang'an, I felt that everything was logical. The Xuanwu Gate incident in Chang'an. Everyone was puzzled and confused. What was the connection between these two things? One was what happened in Chang'an, and the other was what happened in Xingzhou. The two had nothing to do with each other. Perhaps he saw through everyone's thoughts. Li Shimin continued, "Have you forgotten that these things have something in common? That is, they can all go to the sky, and they were all done by Fengzi." Chapter 1900. As soon as he said that, everyone exclaimed in unison. They looked at each other as if they had understood something, but at the same time, they seemed to be missing something. Wei Zheng was quick-witted. He stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Your Majesty, are you saying that Fengzi's original intention was to blow up the Turkic camp in Xingzhou, and he was just passing by Chang'an?" As soon as he said that, everyone suddenly understood. So that was the case. Fengzi's goal was the Turkic camp, and Chang'an was just passing by. In that case, the Xuanwu Gate incident was really a farce. They even forced His Majesty to issue an edict. They really shouldn't have done that. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help blushing. However, Li Shimin didn't seem to care about this. He glanced at everyone and said seriously, "Yes, from Li Jing's letter, Fengzi's goal was indeed the Turkic camp. In this case, Chang'an was just a farce. It's not worth mentioning." As soon as he said that, everyone felt even more ashamed. They blushed and didn't even dare to raise their heads. Because of the farce in Chang'an, they had forced the emperor to abdicate. This was really inappropriate for a subject. Of course, this was based on the fact that the emperor didn't make any mistakes. Li Shimin was such an emperor. Except for the incident at the Xuanwu Gate, he basically didn't make any serious mistakes. He was conscientious in politics and treated the people like his own children. However, finally, someone couldn't help it. Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward, lowered his head, and said softly, "Your Majesty, I committed a heinous crime a few days ago. Your Majesty, please punish me." With the first person, there was naturally a second person. Soon, all the officials stepped forward one by one. "Your Majesty, I know that I have committed a heinous crime. Please punish me. Your Majesty, I know that I have committed a heinous crime. Please punish me. Your Majesty, I know that I have committed a heinous crime. Please punish me." They bowed together, lowered their heads, and blushed. Li Shimin looked at them meaningfully. In fact, he was still a little angry. Just a few days ago, he even wanted to punish these old fellows for their crimes. However, when he thought of everyone's contributions to the Tang Dynasty, he silently endured it. Take Wei Zheng for example. Although this guy had a bad temper, he was indeed a pillar of the country. He was upright and plain-spoken, and as an official, his sleeves were clean. There's also Zhang Sun Wuji. He's been with me since before I became a cavalry. Although he's not as good at strategy as Fang Xianling, and he's not as good as Wei Jing, he's still my brother-in-law. How could such a person be punished? Moreover, they had all admitted their mistakes today, so it was even more impossible to punish them. Thus, he revealed a trace of a smile and waved his hand. Everyone, rise. This emperor has never taken it to heart. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Since when did His Majesty become so generous? It wasn't like this in the past, however, thinking about it was just thinking. Naturally, he couldn't say it out loud. However, they couldn't help but feel a little guilty and a little worried. They were worried that His Majesty still hadn't vented his anger. Therefore, Zhangsun Wuji looked up and saw that His Majesty wasn't angry, so he said, Your Majesty, since it's not the ghosts of the Xuanwu Gate, why don't we withdraw the edict and the Water and Land Assembly? He had his reasons for saying so. The edict was an edict issued to state the sins of the current emperor. It was bound to be recorded in history. If it was passed down, it would definitely cause damage to Li Shimin's reputation. At that time, if future generations scolded Li Shimin, they might implicate Zhangsun Wugo. As his brother-in-law, he didn't want that to happen. Of course, Li Shimin also had the same idea. However, he was the emperor of a country. How could he withdraw the edict so easily? Moreover, the Water and Land Assembly and the heaven-worshipping ceremony were almost ready. If he withdrew them, where would his prestige be in the future? After thinking about it, it was better not to withdraw them. Therefore, he said, forget it. The edict has already been issued. Moreover, the Water and Land Assembly and the heaven-worshipping ceremony have already been put on the agenda. How can we withdraw them? Where would my prestige be in the future? But, Zhangsun Wuji was obviously unwilling to give up. He wanted to continue persuading, but he was interrupted by Li Shimin halfway. No buts. Li Shimin waved his hand to stop Zhangsun Wuji. Then, he scanned the crowd and said seriously, this time, I called you all here to discuss the matters of Xing State. Would you all like to express your views on the current situation of Xing State? Everyone looked at each other and didn't immediately answer. Instead, they all began to think in their hearts. Xing State could be said to have won a great battle. Although the Turks didn't take the initiative to attack, they dealt a heavy blow. There shouldn't be any danger. However, His Majesty didn't seem very happy. Everyone was a little cautious, afraid that they would make His Majesty unhappy, so they didn't step forward to answer. The imperial study slowly fell into silence. Finally, after 15 minutes, Wei Jing stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the Turkic tribes were struck by lightning and suffered countless casualties. In the next few years, they probably won't go south to pillage. Our dynasty should strengthen the defense of the border and even train the soldiers to strengthen our own defenses. Chapter 1901. Li Shimin nodded his head and praised, Wei Qing's words hit the nail on the head. What you said is correct. This time the Tujue have suffered heavy casualties, it should be the best time to exterminate them. But right now the Battle of Chotzi City is still ongoing, we cannot spare too many troops and horses for the time being. Otherwise, Jin would personally lead the troops to exterminate these animals. Your Majesty, there's no need to be so angry. Zhangsun Wuji bowed and said solemnly, the Turks are like grasshoppers after autumn. They won't be able to jump around for a few days. The current casualties are enough to make them suffer. Everyone nodded and felt that Zhangsun Wuji's words made sense. Li Shimin also felt the same. He smiled faintly and said, You're right. This matter can't be rushed. After saying that, he changed the topic and said with a frown, however, we haven't found any traces of Feng Zi. I don't know how he is. As soon as he said that, everyone frowned. Zhang Feng and the others were very familiar with him. In the past, they often drank and chatted together. If there was something they didn't know, they would ask this kid for advice. Now that he suddenly disappeared, they were not used to it. Especially Du Ruhui and Zhang Sunwuji, they knew that their son and Feng Zi hung out all day. Moreover, when they found out that their son was missing, they felt as if they had lost their souls. They sent people to look for him every day and finally found out that these guys went with Feng Zi. This caused the two of them to be extremely anxious. If something were to happen to their son, what would they do? Thinking of this, they felt as if their hearts were blocked, and they felt very uncomfortable. Li Shimin seemed to have seen through their thoughts and comforted them. Minister Zhang Sun, Minister Du, don't be sad. Your son will definitely return safely. The two wiped the corners of their eyes and said in unison, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kind words. As soon as they said that, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Then, a strong man walked in and quickly walked in front of Li Shimin. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, the Emperor invites you. The Emperor? Li Shimin was stunned. Father usually doesn't see me if there's nothing important? Could it be that something happened this time? With doubts, he glanced at the strong man and asked, Why does the Emperor want to see me? I don't know. The strong man shook his head, then glanced at the officials present and added, However, the Emperor said that if the officials want to go, it's fine. Li Shimin frowned and had a bad premonition. Usually, even if the Emperor wants to see me, he will never bring the officials. Because he has long ago stopped caring for the Emperor, why does he want to see the officials today? Moreover, these words were very metaphorical. If the officials wanted to go, it was also possible. That means, the Emperor knows the officials to be Li is. To the Emperor, the Emperor's is, the Emperor's the Emperor to go Z to make A. By right, the previous Emperor had already abdicated and no longer cared about politics. B's S's twos, except twos. To go. TS with doubts in their minds, everyone looked at Li Shimin. But at this moment, Li Shimin also looked over. He said with a solemn face, Since it's the Emperor's request, then everyone should go and take a look, maybe the Emperor has something important to say. Everyone naturally didn't dare to refuse and agreed. Thus, Li Shimin led everyone to Li Yuan's residence. In less than a moment, the group arrived. Li Shimin was the first to be led into the main hall by Li Shi. Just as he entered the door, he saw Li Yuan sitting on a chair, drinking alone to drown his sorrows. He did not seem to be too happy. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, Greetings, Imperial Father. Li Yuan raised his sleepy eyes and glanced at Li Shimin, waving his hand, Get up, Erlang. Then, he seemed to feel something was wrong and asked, Erlang, the officials didn't come. They came, but they're waiting outside. Li Shimin smiled, then looked outside and said to the strong man, Let them in. As soon as his voice fell, everyone walked in and bowed in unison, Greetings, Your Majesty. No need to be polite, sit. Li Yuan glanced at everyone, then looked at Li Shimin and pointed to a chair beside him, Erlang, sit. Everyone didn't stand on ceremony and took their seats. However, they seemed a little reserved, because they didn't come to this place many times, so they were naturally not used to it. Seeing that everyone had taken their seats, Li Yuan opened his mouth, Erlang, I heard that there's a letter from Qing State. The Emperor's palace was very big, but the news was very fast. This kind of news from outside the palace, those in power were often the first to know. Although he didn't have any real power now, he still had his trusted aides, so this wasn't a big deal. Obviously, Li Shimin also knew a little, but he didn't expect Father Emperor to care about Qing State. This was the border, logically speaking, only the Emperor could ask about it. What did Father Emperor mean now? Perhaps seeing Li Shimin's slightly changed expression, Li Yuan hurriedly changed his words, Erlang, don't misunderstand, I just want to know about Feng Zi's news. After all, that kid isn't bad, I don't want him to die. Chapter 1902. Hearing this, Li Shimin finally understood. It turned out that his father wanted to inquire about Feng Zi, so he didn't care too much. Thus, he said, "Father, there is indeed a letter from Xingzhou, but, halfway through, he sighed and seemed a little annoyed. It's just that Feng Zi hasn't been brought back yet." "What?" Li Yuan exclaimed and threw the wine cup in his hand. He glanced at the officials and said angrily, "There are so many people in the imperial court, but they can't even bring Feng Zi back." He couldn't believe it. Even if Feng Zi could go up to heaven, he should have come down, right? It had been almost 3 days, and there was still no news at all. How could this not make him angry? If Feng Zi didn't come back, who would research new things for him in the future? Who would play with him? Thinking of this, he couldn't restrain his anger and glared at the officials. The officials seemed to be afraid of being glared at. They all shrank their heads and didn't dare to speak. Because they didn't know how to speak. Looking for people wasn't something they should do. Moreover, His Majesty had already handed this matter to someone else. Why was he blaming them now? Now they finally understood why he called them here. It was to vent his anger. However, even if they knew, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, he was the emperor. However, Li Shimin couldn't stand it anymore. As the emperor, how could he watch his officials be scolded? So, he quickly said, "Father, don't blame them. After all, they are just civil officials and don't know about these things." After that, he changed the topic and continued, "Although we didn't bring Feng Zi back this time, there is some news about Feng Zi." "News? What news?" Li Yuan turned his head and was instantly interested. "Father, don't be anxious." Li Shimin smiled faintly and then looked at Zhangsun Wuji, who was in a daze, and said, "Minister Zhangsun, you say it." Zhangsun Wuji was still in a daze, but when he heard this, he immediately became energetic. However, he knew that this wasn't a good task. If he didn't say it well, he would definitely be scolded, but he couldn't refuse. He could only step forward and said, "Emperor, just now, Xingzhou sent a letter saying that the Turkic camp was attacked by lightning." "What? The Turkic camp was struck by lightning?" Li Yuan opened his eyes wide, a look of disbelief on his face. However, looking at Zhangsun Wuji's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Then, he looked at Li Shimin. Li Shimin's face was even more sincere, as if he was telling the truth. This made him a little less confident. Heavenly thunder. Where did the heavenly lightning come from? And attack the Turkic camp? Isn't this a little strange? With doubts in his mind, he looked at Zhangsun Wuji and said coldly, "Speak clearly. What heavenly lightning? What was going on? Is it related to Feng Zi again?" How could Zhangsun Wuji withstand the shock? He hurriedly replied, "Zhang Feng was the one who did the heavenly lightning. He used the heavenly lightning to blast the Turkic camp. Feng Zi did it." Li Yuan frowned. The more he listened, the more confused he felt. What was this? If Feng Zi could control the heavenly lightning, wouldn't he be an immortal? Now, he increasingly felt that Zhangsun Wuji was dishonest. "Do you see that I'm old and deliberately deceive me? I don't dare." Zhangsun Wuji hurriedly cupped his hands. Cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Although the emperor didn't have real power, his prestige was still there. How could he dare? Therefore, he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, do you remember the incident of the Black Tortoise Gate in Chang'an last time? That was Feng Zi. At first, we always felt that there was a problem. Later, we found out that Feng Zi was going to Xingzhou to blast the Turkic camp." Oh, a trace of surprise flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. He was very clear about the incident of the Black Tortoise Gate in Chang'an. At first, he blamed Erlang blindly. Later, he thought that since the incident had passed, he didn't care anymore. Moreover, he had promised to preside over the worship ceremony. However, he didn't expect that there would be such a thing. It seemed that Feng Zi was really not simple. He drifted all the way from Chang and to Xingzhou just to blast the Turkic camp. However, Feng Zi had blasted the Turkic camp. Would the Turkic people let him go? Wasn't this kid sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly looked at Zhang Sun Wuji and hurriedly asked, "How is Feng Zi now? Is he dead or alive?" Zhang Sun Wuji lowered his head tightly. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Because he didn't know. Li Jing's letter only mentioned the Turkic and Xingzhou. There was no news of Feng Zi at all. Or rather, he hadn't been found yet. How could he answer this? Although he had his own difficulties, Li Yuan didn't care. He hurriedly asked, "How is Feng Zi?" He still didn't get a reply. Therefore, he turned to Li Shimin and hurriedly said, "Erlang, tell me, what happened to Feng Zi?" Li Shimin paused. He didn't want to answer at first. However, when he saw his father's worried expression, he said patiently, "Father, there is no news of Feng Zi for the time being. Do you know where he is?" "What?" Li Yuan suddenly stood up. He glanced at everyone and said angrily, "Xingzhou is such a big place. You can't even find a person." Chapter 1903. Li Shimin could understand Li Yuan's feelings. He was also anxious about Feng Zi's disappearance, but what was the use of being anxious? Right now, Li Jing had already gone to Xingzhou, and Yu Qigong and the others had also rushed over. They were all trying their best to search for him, so it was not the fault of the officials that they could not find him. Thinking about it, he hurriedly advised, "Father, I have already sent people to Xingzhou to handle this matter, but there are not enough people. However, I believe that the results will be out soon." Li Yuan glanced at Li Shimin, but at this moment, he was furious, because he knew that Erlang had already done his best. Thus, he looked at the officials, his eyes somewhat gloomy. "Since there are not enough people, then let the clan send out some people." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall was in an uproar. Li Shimin looked at Li Yuan with a bewildered expression. Although he really wanted to touch the clan, he knew in his heart that the clan had a deep foundation and could not be eradicated overnight. Therefore, he had always buried this thought in his heart and had never said it out loud. But today, his father had personally said it out loud. Although it was said very tactfully, but he could still hear his father's hatred for the clan. On this point, Imperial Father and I happen to agree. However, could the officials agree? Thinking about it, he shifted his gaze to the officials. In fact, the officials were no longer calm. Because many of them were also in the ranks of the clans. The emperor's words just now meant that he was prepared to let the clans search for Zhang Feng. Although they were also worried about Zhang Feng, they did not plan to use the people of their clans. If they touched the people of the clan, it would definitely cause damage to the clan. Thus, everyone hurriedly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, please show mercy. The clan cannot be touched." Li Yuan glanced at the crowd, his face could not help but flush red, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he roared, "Not using the clan? Then who can I count on?" As he spoke, he walked in front of everyone, stretched out his finger, and pointed angrily, "It's you? Or you? Is it still you?" Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment as they retreated. They knew that the emperor was currently in a state of anger and could not be provoked. Li Yuan glanced at everyone and roared again, "Since you can't find Feng Zi, then what's the harm in touching the clan?" After saying that, he looked at the door and shouted, "Pass down my decree. Let all the clans send people to find Feng Zi immediately. If they can't do it, don't come back." But at this moment, a voice came from behind. "Wait." Li Yuan turned his head abruptly and saw that the one who spoke was his son, Li Shimin. Li Shimin actually wanted to get rid of the clan as well, but he knew that getting rid of the clan was not something that could be done overnight. Using his father's method was even more impossible, so he stopped him. At this moment, facing his father's bewildered gaze, he could only step forward and comfort him. "Father, this matter cannot be rushed. Li Jing, Yu Qigong, and the others have already sent people to search for Feng Zi. I believe there will be a result very soon. Moreover, if we let the people of the clan move out now, they will definitely be unwilling, and at that time, it will inevitably cause some twists and turns." Hearing this, Li Yuan was somewhat moved, but he couldn't help being somewhat worried in his heart. Thus, he said, "Then what about Feng Zi's safety?" "Father, there's no need to be like this." Li Shimin smiled faintly, trying to ease the awkward situation. "With Li Jing, Yu Qigong, and the others, I believe Feng Zi will not be in danger." Of course, he was not confident about all of this. Right now, he only wanted to appease his father. Li Yuan naturally did not know about this, and thought that Erlang really had a way, so he said, "Since that's the case, then listen to Erlang. I won't participate." In fact, ever since he abdicated, he had basically not participated in political affairs. If it wasn't for Feng Zi, he wouldn't have summoned the ministers at all. Li Shimin seemed to have put down a huge stone in his heart. He let out a long breath and smiled. "Thank you for your understanding, father." After he finished speaking, he swept his gaze across the crowd of officials. "Since there's nothing else, all of you may leave." Everyone looked at each other and did not leave immediately. It was as if they had something to say. A moment later, Zhangsun Wuji stepped forward and bowed, "Reporting to Your Majesty, Emperor, the heaven worship ceremony and the water and land assembly will be held in a few days. When the time comes," speaking to here, he raised his head and glanced at Li Shimin and Li Yuan. However, he did not continue speaking because the heaven worship ceremony and the water and land assembly were originally ordered to be held by His Majesty. Now that it was a farce, whether or not to hold it would depend on His Majesty. Moreover, the Emperor had originally agreed to attend the heaven worship ceremony, and His Majesty had also agreed to attend the water and land assembly. Now that the ceremony and assembly were almost ready, they had to confirm whether or not to attend. Li Shimin naturally knew what everyone was thinking. He did not plan to cancel the heaven worship ceremony and the water and land assembly. In fact, he was prepared to attend. Of course, all of this was built on the basis that he was the emperor. There was also a portion that came from personal feelings. After all, he was brothers with Jianqing and the others. They were already dead. Holding a few ceremonies was something that should be done. It was just that he didn't know what father was thinking. With doubtful thoughts, he looked towards Li Yuan. Chapter 1904. Li Yuan furrowed his brows tightly, as if recalling some kind of sad matter. He picked up the wine cup on the table and gulped it down. Looking at everyone, he said, "Since the preparations are almost complete, then let's hold it as scheduled. Don't worry, I will definitely preside over it." This heaven worship ceremony and water and land assembly was to send his two sons to the afterlife. Even if no one asked, he would still participate. Li Shimin seemed to be able to feel Li Yuan's feelings. He nodded emotionally. "That's right, I will also participate at that time. Everyone, if there is nothing else, you may leave." When his voice fell, the officials finally put down the boulder in their hearts. They all cupped their hands and left. Only Li Shimin and Li Yuan remained in the palace. Li Yuan picked up the wine cup and took a sip. Then, he looked at Li Shimin and said softly, "Erlang, I'll have to trouble you for this water and land assembly." "Father Emperor, what are you saying?" Li Shimin lowered his head. He was a bit ashamed. His two brothers died because of him. This matter was naturally nothing. "This is what I should do." Li Yuan nodded and did not say anything. because he could also see that Erlang was a bit sad in his heart. He picked up the wine cup and personally poured a cup of wine. He handed it to Li Shimin. "Come, drink with me." Just as his voice fell, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Immediately after, a strong man walked in. Li Shimin remembered this strong man. He was the eunuch of the imperial study. But why was he in such a hurry to come to the emperor's palace? Could it be that something had happened? Even if there was something important, he could not be in such a hurry. What if he disturbed the emperor? Thus, he pretended to be angry and said, "You eunuch, why are you in such a hurry? What if you disturbed the emperor?" He said this mainly to give Li Yuan a good impression. After all, they were father and son. He had to show a considerate appearance. Secondly, it was a hint to this eunuch. If it wasn't something important, then don't say it and go back to the imperial study. And this strong man thought that His Majesty was angry. His legs immediately went soft and he prostrated on the ground. "Your Majesty, please spare my life." Li Yuan did not seem to care about all of this. Instead, he looked at Li Shimin and waved his hand indifferently. "Since there's something important, you can go back and talk about it." When Li Shimin heard this, he couldn't do it. If he went back, wouldn't it mean that he was going behind his father's back? Thus, he looked at the strong man and said, "If you have something to say, say it quickly." The strong man was quick-witted. Seeing that His Majesty had spoken, he hurriedly said, "Just now, Lu Guogong sent a letter. His Majesty, please read it." After that, he quickly took out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Li Shimin. Li Shimin took the letter and hurriedly opened it because he knew that Qing Yao Jin was also looking for Feng Zi. Now that the letter was sent, there must be some clues. Sure enough, as soon as he opened it, lines of clues about Zhang Feng appeared in front of him. "Your Majesty, I was looking for Zhang Feng's traces. When I reached Xingzhou, I lost the clues, but later I found some traces. At present, I know that Zhang Feng is floating towards the grassland." Seeing this, Li Shimin frowned. Feng Zi is floating towards the grassland. The grassland is the Turks' residence. Now that the Tang Dynasty and the Turks are in a war, isn't going to die. What is this Feng Zi thinking? Li Yuan seemed to see Li Shimin's worry and asked curiously, "Erlang, what happened?" Li Shimin did not answer, but handed the letter to Li Yuan. Li Yuan was puzzled, but he still took the letter and read it carefully. However, after reading half of it, he was not good. Feng Zi is going to the grassland. What's going on? Why does he want to go to the grassland? Doesn't he know that the Tang Dynasty and the Turks are like fire and water? Isn't going to die now? He felt bad. After thinking for a long time, he still could not understand why Feng Zi wants to go to the grassland. Therefore, he looked at Li Shimin nervously and asked, "Erlang, why do you think Feng Zi wants to go to the grassland? Isn't this going to die?" Li Shimin naturally did not know, but facing his father's question, it was not good to not answer, so he could only frown and say, "I don't know, maybe Feng Zi is unwilling to let Shili go." He himself did not believe what he said. Could it be that those people wanted to attack the grassland? It was impossible. However, he really could not think of any other reason in his heart. Li Yuan was not stupid. Naturally, he would not believe this nonsensical answer. Shooting a glance at Li Shimin, he stood up and paced in the hall. After a long while, he finally stopped and looked at Li Shimin with a solemn expression. "Erlang, I think there must be something fishy about this. You immediately write a letter and order people to speed up and track Feng Zi. Otherwise, once we reach the grassland, it will be difficult for the King of Hell to save us." Li Shimin nodded. He also understood the seriousness of this. Although he still did not know why Feng Zi wants to go to the grassland, he must stop him. Otherwise, if something happens, there will be no chance to regret it. Therefore, He waved his hand to signal Xiao Gizi beside him to prepare a pen and paper. Soon, he wrote 2 letters. One was for Qing Yao Jin, and the other was for Li Jing. Now that the 2 were not together, the letters must be written separately. Chapter 1905. After he finished writing, he glanced outside the door and waved his hand. Someone, quickly send this letter to Xingzhou. Just as he finished speaking, a strong man walked in and took away the letters. Seeing this, Li Yuan's frown slowly relaxed. He looked at Li Shimin and asked worriedly, Erlang, do you think Li Jing, Qing Yao Jin, and the others can successfully bring Feng Zi back? Why do I feel uneasy? Don't worry, father. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes and didn't look too good. However, when he thought of his father beside him, he tried his best to put on a smile. You know the abilities of Li Jing, Qing Yao Jin, and Yu Qigong. It shouldn't be a problem to bring Feng Zi back. Li Yuan nodded. The 3 of them were indeed fierce generals. Each of them could guard an area. It shouldn't be a problem. He thought too much. After some thought, he said, Erlang is right. It shouldn't be a problem. After he finished speaking, he picked up the wine cup again. However, his slightly trembling right hand betrayed his nervousness. At the same time, White Deer College. A man in plain clothes shuttled through the mountain roads. He looked nervous and looked around from time to time, as if he couldn't wait. When he saw the words, White Deer College, he seemed to be energized and his steps became lighter. In a short while, he reached the entrance of the college. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by a shout. Stop, who are you? Why are you trespassing into the college? The one who spoke was Wen Xian. This time, it was his turn to guard the gate. However, he didn't expect someone to trespass into the college without saying a word. Naturally, he had to stop him. When the man heard someone speak, he looked over and saw a man in the corner. He cupped his hands and walked forward. Greetings, senior. I am Bai Ping, a distant relative of Mr. Bo Shi. I'm here to look for Mr. Bo Shi. Looking for Mr. Bo Shi. Wen Xian frowned and circled Bai Ping. What proof do you have? Yu Shinan was too famous, and many people came to look for him every day. Therefore, he needed a certificate to prove the identity of the visitor. Otherwise, he would not be able to receive so many visitors every day. When Bai Ping heard that Wen Xian wanted proof, he didn't hesitate. He quickly took out a jade pendant and handed it to Wen Xian. This is the proof. Wen Xian glanced at the jade pendant and saw a large Yu character engraved on it. Presumably, this was given by Mr. Bo Shi, so he didn't suspect anything. He waved his hand and said, Go in. Thank you, senior. Bai Ping cupped his hands in salute. Then, he turned around and slipped into the academy. He had important news to report. He did not dare to waste any time. As soon as he entered, he heard the sound of people reading. He didn't know why, but the sound of reading seemed to have some kind of attraction, pulling him forward. He quickly walked to the door of the classroom and glanced into the classroom. He saw Yu Shinan teaching on the podium. Yu Shinan seemed to have felt the gaze on him. He glanced into the classroom. With just one glance, his expression changed. He casually said a few words in the classroom, then turned and walked out. He looked at Bai Ping nervously and asked, Why are you here? Did something happen in the palace? That's right, Bai Ping was a trusted aide he had arranged in the palace. Usually, if there was any important news in the palace, he would be sent out. Moreover, as a large family, the Yu clan had to do these things. If the emperor were to make a move against the clan one day, they would be prepared. Also, he had once held a position in the palace, and many people were his disciples and grand-disciples. Needless to say, the news would spread to his ears. Most importantly, he had arranged for people to stay in the palace for Feng Zi's disappearance. As long as Li Erlang received the news, he would immediately send it to White Deer College. Bai Ping was one of them. Facing Yu Shernan's question, Bai Ping did not hesitate and hurriedly said, "Sir, there is news from the palace. They said that there are clues about President Zhang." "How is it?" Yu Shernan hurriedly asked. Bai Ping glanced at the surroundings. Seeing that there was no one around, he carefully said, "President Zhang is floating towards the grasslands." "What?" Yu Shernan exclaimed. He knew that the grasslands were the territory of the Turks. Why would Feng Zi go there? To seek death. This brat was not usually such a brave person. Moreover, even if the few of them went there to seek death, what was the use? After thinking for a long time, he still could not come up with a conclusion. He continued to ask, "What other news is there? When will Feng Zi return? Also, why did he go to the grasslands?" The series of questions made Bai Ping's mind a little confused. Fortunately, his mind was still agile. After thinking for a while, he replied, "There is no news for now. As for when President Zhang will return, His Majesty did not say. However, His Majesty seems to have written a letter to Lu Guogong and the others. As for what he said, I do not know." Yu Shernan frowned. He was clearly dissatisfied with this answer. However, he also knew that it was not easy to obtain such news from the palace. Therefore, he did not fuss too much. Chapter 1906. However, why did Li Erlang give Qing Yaojin a divorce letter? Could it be that he wanted this guy to find a way to bring Feng Zi back? That should be the case. Li Erlang was also worried about Feng Zi, so he wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Thinking of this, he finally felt a little comforted. However, Feng Zi went to the grassland this time, so it was inevitable that she would be in danger. No, he had to find those old guys to discuss countermeasures. Thinking of this, he glanced at Bai Ping, took out a silver ingot from his sleeve, and handed it over. His eyes were cold. "Go back and continue to investigate. If there is any news, immediately inform the old man. Also, today's matter cannot be known to a third person." After saying this, he didn't care about the other party's reaction and turned to walk to the other classroom. Chu Suiliang was teaching in the classroom. When he saw Yu Shernan looking at the door with a gloomy face, he knew that something big had happened. He hurriedly threw down the book in his hand and said to the students, "It's time for self-study." After saying this, he turned and walked out of the door. As he walked, he said to Yu Shernan, "What's wrong? Old guy. This is not a good place to talk. Let's go." Yu Shernan's face was still gloomy. With his hands behind his back, he walked quickly to the other classroom. As he walked, he said to Chu Suiliang, "Let's go separately. Call the other old guys out and gather at Feng Zi's residence in 15 minutes. Hearing this, Chu Suiliang's face changed. He knew that something big had happened. Without hesitation, he walked quickly to the other classrooms. 15 minutes later, in front of Zhang Feng's residence. Yu Shernan glanced at the people in front of him. After confirming that they were all present, he waved his hand and said, "Come in and talk." Although the others didn't know what had happened, they knew from the old guy's face that it was definitely not a small matter. And now, the only one who could be considered a big matter was Feng Zi. Could something have happened to Feng Zi? Everyone looked at each other and their faces were not good. However, they didn't speak immediately. Instead, they went into the room together. In the room, Yu Shernan sat on a chair and glanced at everyone. "I think you all have guessed that something happened to Feng Zi. What? What happened? What happened to him?" Everyone abruptly stood up from their chairs and looked at Yu Shernan with a look of bewilderment. To them, Feng Zi was their disciple. Now that their disciple was in trouble, how could they, as his teacher, accept this? Especially the old Shuozai, he regarded Zhang Feng as his disciple and son. Among these people, he couldn't guarantee that he was the one who treated Feng Zi the best, but he could guarantee that he had the deepest feelings for Feng Zi. Now something had happened to Feng Zi. What was he going to do in the future? Yu Shinan could tell what was on everyone's mind. He waved his hand and gestured for everyone to take a seat. Then he said, "Just now, news came from the palace that Feng Zi is floating towards the grasslands." Grasslands? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, they were also somewhat astonished. The first thing they thought of was why Feng Zi wanted to go to the grassland. Then, he thought about how dangerous the grasslands were. Wouldn't he be courting death if he went there? They couldn't understand Feng Zi's actions. In other words, they didn't understand Feng Zi's thoughts at all. However, they were truly worried about Feng Zi. Therefore, the old scholar spoke first. Why did Feng Zi go to the grassland? Why did he go there? The old elementary scholar's question broke the silence in the room, as if pulling everyone back from their deep thoughts. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were focused on Yu Shinan. Yu Shinan frowned. He didn't know the answer to these questions and didn't know how to answer them. However, looking at everyone's anxious eyes, he still said, "Old man doesn't know either." Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed with a trace of loneliness. Seeing this, Yu Shinan continued, "However, news came from the palace that His Majesty had already sent letters to Qing Yaojin and Li Jing. As for the contents of the letters, we don't know." Letters. Everyone looked at each other, as if a glimmer of hope had been ignited. Because they all knew that Li Erlang had always regarded Feng Zi as a brother. Now that he had sent a letter, it must be to save Feng Zi. Thinking of this, Chu Suiliang glanced at everyone and said seriously, "Since His Majesty sent a letter, it must be to save Feng Zi." "That's right." Xue Ji nodded and stroked his sparse beard. A trace of worry flashed across his eyes. "However, we can't place all our hopes on the imperial court. What if there are people with bad intentions? Therefore, we have to think of a way to save Feng Zi as soon as possible." Hearing this, everyone nodded subconsciously. What he said made sense. Although the imperial court had a powerful army, they were only following orders. It was inevitable that some of them would slack off. This would be a great threat to Feng Zi's life. Therefore, Yu Shinan said, "Old man had the same idea. He asked you to come here to discuss how to save Feng Zi. Now that no one has any objections, how about we send our men to Xingzhou?" Chapter 1907. The old man still has a lot of servants in his family. They're willing to send a team. The one who spoke was Chu Suiliang. He used to be in power and had a lot of disciples under him. With his current family business, it was enough to send a team. The old man will also send a team. Xue Ji was excited. As a member of a clan, his family was also rich. Yu Shinan was delighted to see that everyone was enthusiastically signing up. He cupped his hands and said, "Then the old man will thank everyone on behalf of Feng Zi." Hearing this, everyone was unhappy. Feng Zi was their disciple after all. Why should he be thanked? Thus, Xue Ji said, "What are you talking about, Mr. Yu? Are we not Feng Zi's teachers?" Hearing this, Yu Shinan blushed. He lowered his head and inadvertently glanced at the worried old scholar. Curious, he asked, "Brother Zihuai, what's wrong?" The old scholar shook his head, seemingly ashamed. Everyone can send a team, but the old man. At this point, everyone came to a sudden realization. It turned out that the old scholar was worried because he couldn't send a team. In fact, no one blamed him for this. Because everyone knew the old scholar's situation. How could he send a lone person? Thus, Xue Ji patted the old scholar's shoulder and comforted him. "It's okay, Brother Zihuai. Feng Zi knows your intentions. Then, he turned to everyone. Since there's nothing else, everyone can go and prepare. After all, the more time we have, the safer Fengzi will be. Everyone nodded, flicked their sleeves, and left the room. The old scholar was the only one left in the room. In fact, he also wanted to send a team to help find Fengzi, but his situation didn't allow it. Moreover, Fengzi still had a family in Chang, and that he had to take care of. Family. It seemed that he hadn't seen the two girls in a long time. He wondered how they were doing. Well, he could take this opportunity to see the two girls and tell them about Fengzi. Thinking of this, he flicked his sleeves and turned to walk towards the door. He didn't know why, but when he thought of returning to the Zhang mansion, he felt lighter. He arrived at the gate of the academy in a moment. The academy would usually prepare some sedan chairs for these old men. Therefore, the old Xiuzai sat on the palanquin and wobbled towards Zhang mansion. At this moment, the entire Zhang mansion was busy. Ever since the two mistresses returned, the servants who made the cotton-padded clothes seemed to be more energetic than usual, and the output was also high. I wonder if these guys are trying to please the two mistresses. Or was he trying to please the two mistresses? Zhang Yuyao and Jing Shu also enjoyed watching everything in front of them. Anyway, there was no harm in increasing the production. Right at this moment, a servant hurriedly ran in. Ladies, Master Zihuai is here. The old Xiuzai had been to the Zhang mansion before, so everyone in the Zhang mansion knew this amiable old man. At the same time, they also knew that this old man was the master of their master, so they didn't dare to neglect him. Zhang Yuyao was the same, because strictly speaking, the old Xiuzai was the middleman between her and Prince Zhang. Therefore, she hurriedly lifted her skirt and walked towards the door as she said, "Come, let's go and welcome the old master." Now that Prince Zhang wasn't here, as Prince Zhang's fiancé, she naturally had to fulfill the duties of a disciple. Jing Shu also understood this and hurriedly followed. Just as they reached the door, they saw the old Xiuzai getting off the palanquin. The two girls hurriedly went up and bowed. "Hello, master." The old Xiuzai nodded and replied with a smile, "Yes, let's talk inside." After that, he raised his head and walked into the mansion with the two girls following behind. When they reached the front yard, the old Xiuzai was attracted by the cotton-padded clothes in front of him. It wasn't that he hadn't seen it before, but it was precisely because he had seen it that he was surprised. When he saw it before, each servant could only make 1 or 2 cotton-padded clothes, but now, almost all the servants were making 4 or 5 cotton-padded clothes, and their hands were constantly threading the needles as if they didn't feel tired at all. Therefore, the old Xiuzai looked at the two girls curiously. "How is the production of cotton-padded clothes now?" Zhang Yuyao stepped forward and smiled. "The production is almost twice as high as before, maybe even 1.5 times. So good." The old Xiuzai widened his eyes and looked at the cotton-padded clothes on the floor in disbelief. "I really didn't expect that the production of cotton-padded clothes would increase so much without Fengzi here." After that, he seemed to have thought of something and turned to the two girls. "Come to the hall, the old man has something important to tell you." The two girls looked at each other, faintly ominous. Because there weren't many things that could make the master nervous, and one of them was Prince Zhang. Prince Zhang hadn't returned yet. Could it be about Prince Zhang? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuyao lifted the hem of her dress and quickly followed. Jing Shu was more rational. She glanced at the servant and ordered, "Immediately pour 3 cups of good tea to the hall, and then make sure no one is allowed to approach the hall." Chapter 1908. With that, she hurried to catch up. In the hall, the old scholar paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, thinking about what to say to the two girls. At this moment, the two girls walked into the hall. Zhang Yuyao stepped forward and asked with concern, "Sir, do you have any news about Prince Zhang?" The old scholar looked at the two girls meaningfully and nodded. Yes, there is news about Feng Zi, but, at this point, his eyes flashed with worry. But Feng Zi is not in a good situation now. I heard that he is floating towards the grassland. What? Zhang Yuyao exclaimed in disbelief. As a girl, although she did not know much about national affairs, she knew that the grassland was the hinterland of the Turks. If Prince Zhang went there, would he still be alive? What if something happened to Prince Zhang? What would she do? Thinking of this, she could not help but feel sad. Jing Shu, on the other hand, was different. She was usually more knowledgeable and had a broader vision. The first thing that came to her mind was why Prince Zhang went to the grassland. That was the territory of the Turks. Going there was no doubt that he would die. Prince Zhang would not be so stupid to do such a brainless thing. Therefore, she began to guess in her heart. The old scholar saw that the two girls did not speak and thought that they were too sad. He quickly comforted them. Girls, don't be sad. Although Feng Zi is floating towards the grassland, he is not in danger for the time being, really. Zhang Yuyao suddenly raised her head and looked at the old scholar expectantly. Jing Shu was also awakened by the conversation between the two. She quickly looked at the old scholar and asked hopefully, "Sir, what is going on?" She had a feeling that there was something behind this. Prince Zhang had no reason to go to the grassland, but she could not figure out why. Now, she could only ask for help from her teacher. The old Shucai didn't beat around the bush. He looked at the two women and said seriously, "That's right. There's news from the palace that Qing Yaojin and Li Jing have gone to rescue Feng Zi. The emperor has also given the order to rescue Feng Zi. The old men on the mountain have also volunteered to send their servants to look for Feng Zi. So you don't have to worry." Hearing this, the two women's hearts finally calmed down. If His Majesty gave the order, Prince Zhang shouldn't be in any danger. After all, the emperor was the most powerful person in the world. If he couldn't save her, then who could? There were also those gentlemen on the mountain. Basically, all of them were highly respected people. If they were willing to help, Prince Zhang wouldn't be in any danger, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuyao finally revealed a smile. "Thank you, sir, for your hard work for Prince Zhang this time. We sisters would like to salute you on behalf of Prince Zhang." After saying this, she pulled Jing Shu and respectfully bowed to the old Shucai. The old Shucai didn't hold back and accepted the salute with ease. He was Zhang Feng's teacher in name, so he could accept this salute. The two women had just stood up and were about to speak when the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. A servant came in with a cup of tea. Zhang Yuyao looked at Jing Shu and instantly understood. This must have been arranged by Jing Shu. She couldn't help but praise Jing Shu in her heart. Then she looked at the old Shucai and realized that after talking for so long, they still hadn't invited him to take a seat. With a guilty expression, she said, "Sir, please take a seat. We sisters have been rude. You've been here for so long and we still haven't invited you to take a seat." After saying this, she personally picked up a cup of tea and handed it to the old Shucai. She bowed and said, "Sir, please have some tea." The old Shucai naturally didn't care about such details. Those who could come to Zhang Mansion were naturally family. So he casually found a seat and sat down. He smiled and said, "You're welcome. We're all family." Jing Shu nodded and said with a smile, "Sir, you're right." Then the two women didn't stand on ceremony. They both sat down and talked about the cotton-padded clothes in the yard. At the same time, on the main street of Chang'an, there were people coming and going, and it was very lively. Peddlers, servants, and others weaved in and out of the crowd, shouting all kinds of songs. They were like fish swimming in the sea, doing whatever they wanted. There was a dazzling array of delicacies on the side of the street. There were wontons, steamed biscuits, and so on, emitting bursts of delicious aroma. Along the way, there were soldiers walking back and forth. They were wearing armor and holding triangular bayonets. They were extraordinary and added a solemn atmosphere to the street, making people feel intimidated. They were sent by the Ministry of War to patrol. Since the Xuanwu Gate incident, there had been casualties in Chang'an. Li Shimin gathered the ministers for a discussion and thought that it was useless to just stand guard. They had to do something practical. Although they knew that the Xuanwu Gate incident was a farce, they wanted to prevent the same thing from happening in the future. Li Shimin ordered that 12 teams of soldiers would be arranged to patrol Chang'an City every day. They would be changed every 2 hours. Although it cost some soldiers, it greatly increased the sense of security of the people. Think about it. If there were any thievery, burning, killing, and looting in Chang'an City, the people could immediately report to the patrolling soldiers. In this way, they could stop it immediately. Chapter 1909. Regarding this matter, the people praised His Majesty for being wise. Although the Xuanwu Gate incident happened before, His Majesty had already issued an edict. The people let go of the grudges in their hearts and even secretly thought of His Majesty's achievements. His Majesty did some wrong things, but there was nothing to say about the people. He could always be called an emperor who loved the people like his own children. Thinking of Emperor Yang of Sui, His Majesty could be called wise. There was also the dethroned Crown Prince Li Jianqing. Even if this guy ascended the throne, he might not do as well as His Majesty. Therefore, the people were still happy to support Li Shimin. Of course, the shoulder-bearer Huzi also thought so. At that time, he went to see the edict with his own eyes. His Majesty said it so sincerely, it was obvious that he was sincerely remorseful. Since His Majesty was sincerely remorseful, it meant that he was a wise emperor. Since he was a wise emperor, it meant that his future days would be better. Thinking of this, his footsteps unconsciously became lighter. The corner of his mouth raised and he shouted, "Steamed buns, good steamed buns, 1 copper coin each." At this moment, a group of soldiers walked over. Huzi was delighted and hurriedly went up to them. "Sir, how about a few steamed buns?" The leading soldier stopped and looked at the white steamed buns in front of him. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva and wanted to take it. However, when he thought of His Majesty's order, if anyone dared to take things from the people, their hands would be chopped off or their official position would be removed. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "No, His Majesty's order is not to take anything from the people. Otherwise, your hands will be chopped off." After saying this, he raised his head, straightened his military uniform, and started patrolling again. Huzi was a little confused. He didn't expect His Majesty to give such an order. Not to take anything from the people. Otherwise, your hands will be chopped off. Wasn't this too strict? However, on second thought, His Majesty seemed to be protecting him. This could prevent the soldiers from filling their pockets while patrolling. Thinking of this, he felt a wave of respect for His Majesty. Fine, no one would eat it. He could sell it for a few more money. Just as he was about to take the load and leave, a shout came. "Huzi, Huzi." Huzi turned his head and saw Zhuzi running over with a load. He was delighted and hurriedly went up to him. "Zhuzi, aren't you selling glutinous rice wine near Zhang Mansion? Are you done?" As he spoke, he patted the jar of fermented glutinous rice on the pillar, his heart filled with envy. Zhuzi, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. He grabbed Huzi's right hand and said excitedly, "Let's go to that corner. Lao Tzu will tell you a big piece of news from the Zhang residence." Big news in Zhang Mansion. Huzi scratched his head and was a little confused. He was about to ask, but found that his right hand was not listening to him. He turned his head and saw that it was Zhu Zi who was about to pull him away. He quickly said, "Wait, I'll go carry the load first." After he finished speaking, he flung Zhu Zi's hand away and picked up the pole in a few strides. He turned around and patted Zhu Zi on the shoulder. "Let's go. Lao Tzu wants to see what kind of big news you have." Zhu Zi didn't waste any time. He held onto the pole and walked towards the corner they had agreed on earlier. After standing still, the two of them put down their burdens and sat on the ground. Hu Zi looked at the pillar and said with a curious look, "Tell me now, what on earth is going on?" "Let me tell you." Zhu Zi smiled and turned his head to look around. Seeing that there was no one around, he looked at Hu Zi. "Just now, one of my men said that the thing that appeared in Chang and City a few days ago was made by President Zhang." "What?" Hu Zi exclaimed and his eyes widened. To be honest, he had been selling steamed buns in Chang and City for the past few years. He could be considered a wily old fox. He had heard all kinds of news. It was either that the rich family had married a widow, or that the family's official had his property confiscated. However, this Zhang mansion was a little different. Every time the news came out, it almost shocked Chang and City. For example, in the past, there was an academy, and then there was the braised meat, and so on. There were too many to count. At first, everyone thought that this guy was crazy. But later, when they had a taste of the sweetness, well, it was really delicious. But this time, it was a little too shocking, wasn't it? The hot air balloon last time was actually made by President Zhang. This was a little unbelievable. Therefore, he looked at Zhu Zi with a puzzled look and asked, "Is what you said true? Why do I feel that you are bragging? No matter how awesome President Zhang is, it is impossible for him to go to the sky, right?" Zhu Zi was unhappy when he heard that. He glared at him and said, "This is the news that Lao Tzu found out with great difficulty. How dare you say that Lao Tzu is bragging?" After that, he stared at Hu Zi and said unforgivingly, "To tell you the truth, not only did President Zhang make that thing that can go to the sky, I also heard that he went to Xingzhou and blew up the Turkic camp." "What?" Hu Zi jumped 8 feet high. That was 2F** King explosive, wasn't it? Blew up the Turkic camp. How was that possible? Xingzhou was at least a few hundred miles away from Chang'an. How did he get there? Taking a step back, even if he blew up the Turkic camp, he wouldn't be able to survive. Chapter 1910. President Zhang was not stupid. How could he do such a brainless thing? He felt more and more that this guy was bragging. Therefore, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhu Zi. He asked, "Zhu Zi, are you crazy? Otherwise, why would you say such nonsense? You're the one who's crazy." Zhu Zi slapped Hu Zi's head and said angrily, "Lao Tzu has a relative who works in the Zhang mansion. I heard this from my relative." This roar instantly attracted the attention of the passers-by. They all looked over. This street was not big, but it was not small either. People often saw each other, so Zhu Zi was also affected. The moment they saw Zhu Zi mention Principal Zhang, quite a few busybodies all gathered around, discussing animatedly. "Zhu Zi, what did you say about President Zhang? Did he go to heaven? Is he an immortal? I heard that people with the surname Zhang were reincarnations of immortals. Could it be that President Zhang is one too?" This brother's words were not groundless. The ancients had been pursuing the path of immortality since ancient times. Even ordinary people could not avoid it. Especially during the Sui, Tang, and Northern Song dynasties, due to the respect of the ruling class, Taoism was extremely prosperous and had a great influence on society. Taoism's philosophy, life-preserving techniques, spells, and regulations were also more perfect. As for why Zhang Feng was an immortal, this was the speculation of the common people. The source was the founder of Taoism, Zhang Daoling. Thinking about it, both of them had the same surname. Now that Zhang Feng had made such a divine object, the crowd could not understand for a while. Naturally, they connected all of this to Zhang Feng. They thought that this Zhang Feng might be the successor of Taoism, or even an immortal on earth. Of course, all of this was just the crowd's speculation and could not be confirmed. Zhu Zi saw that the crowd was getting more and more mysterious, and he could not help but feel satisfied. He glanced at Hu Zi from time to time, as if to say, "Look, even if you don't believe in Lao Tzu, there are plenty of people who do." Therefore, he scanned the crowd and continued, "I don't know if President Zhang is a god, but," at this point, he paused for a moment, as if he was deliberately whetting everyone's appetite. Looking at everyone's impatient look, his vanity seemed to have been greatly satisfied, and then he slowly said, "However, I heard that President Zhang not only went to Xingzhou to bomb the Turkic camp, but also personally went down to remove one of Xieli's big legs." Everyone's eyes widened. It was as if their breathing had stopped at this moment. At first, they had come with the mentality of watching a good show. After all, everyone was curious about the unknown. However, the more he heard, the more he felt that something was amiss. Motherfucker. Not only did President Zhang blow up the Turkic camp, she even personally charged into the Turkic camp and removed one of Xieli's legs. Initially, when they heard this, they still had a trace of doubt in their hearts. Although many of them had never met Zhang Feng, they had heard of him before. How could they have charged into the Turkic camp? However, looking at Zhu Zi's expression, they didn't think it was fake. In addition, this guy's usual behavior made it even more impossible. Therefore, everyone tacitly agreed in their hearts. Then they thought again. Who was Xieli? He was a hungry wolf on the grassland. Although he ascended the throne smoothly, which of the generals who could unify the grassland was not a fierce general who could fight against 100 people alone? Could President Zhang charge into the Turkic camp? Unless this guy was really a god on earth. Actually, it was really possible. President Zhang had done so many things that humans couldn't do in the past. She might really be the reincarnation of a god. For a moment, everyone was skeptical. They believed that Zhang Feng was a god, but they didn't believe it. They believed it because this guy had done a lot of things that humans couldn't do. They didn't believe it because no one had really seen a god and only heard some legends. Now that this rumor suddenly appeared, no one could accept it. For a moment, complicated emotions intertwined in everyone's mind. They racked their brains but still couldn't get an answer. Finally, a teenager couldn't help but speak. He frowned and said, "Zhu Zi, where did you hear this news from? Is it true? Don't make a fool of yourself." What he said was true. The streets of Chang'an were crowded. No matter who knew this explosive news, in less than 2 hours, no, in the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the whole Chang'an city would be abuzz. When Zhu Zi heard this, he was a little annoyed. Lao Tzu had talked for a long time, and you still have doubts. He stood up and glared at everyone. Does Lao Tzu look like a liar? To tell you the truth, I have a relative who works in the Zhang mansion. This news was spread by him. It's definitely first-hand and absolutely true. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and suddenly understood. It turned out that the news was spread by the Zhang mansion. In that case, it was much more reliable. President Zhang really blew up the Turkic camp and took off one of Xieli's legs. If this was true, those Turkic bastards wouldn't dare to come to the Tang Dynasty for a few years. This was great news for the Tang Dynasty. Chapter 1911. President Zhang had become a hero of the Tang Dynasty. In an instant, Zhang Feng's image in the hearts of the crowd grew. A few people even looked up at the sky, trying to find traces of the hero in their hearts. At this moment, Hu Zi also believed in Zhang Feng's heroic deeds. Just now, he was still doubting. Thinking about it, he really shouldn't have. He blushed and said, I really shouldn't have just now. I've decided to stay at home and worship President Zhang's memorial tablet every day. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Zi slapped him. Memorial tablets are for the dead. If you really respect President Zhang, then set up a deity tablet for President Zhang. Zhu Zi's words were originally unintentional, but it attracted a fierce reaction from the crowd. That's right. I also want to set up a deity tablet for President Zhang at home. I also want to set up one. A person like President Zhang deserves a deity tablet. Everyone raised their right hands and clenched their fists. The crowd was excited. They were all from Guangzhou, and the people of Guangzhou had always had a kind of belief that country first, home second. This kind of concept of sacrificing oneself for the country was incomprehensible to ordinary people. This was also the reason why Li Shimin had been recruiting soldiers in Guangzhou. And now, Zhang Feng had rushed into the Tujue camp alone and defeated Shili. In their eyes, that was the performance of a great hero. They were never stingy to great heroes. Although they were all ordinary people and couldn't take out anything good, they could still offer offerings. So, as if they had discussed it, they all went home to prepare a deity tablet for Zhang Feng. As they walked, they also talked about Zhang Feng's heroic deeds. Soon, the news spread. However, just as it spread, it caused a huge uproar on the streets of Chang'an. Because many people didn't believe that the thing flying in the sky a while ago was Zhang Feng. How could a person go up to the sky? This was simply nonsense. If anyone could go up to the sky, then wouldn't they become immortals? Towards these questions, Zhu Zi and the others were a little unhappy. They were people who firmly believed that Zhang Feng was in the heavens. Now that these questions were being asked, wasn't it a slap to their faces? Thus, Zhu Zi and the others started to argue with these people who didn't believe them. For a moment, the streets of Chang'an were divided into two factions. One faction was led by Zhu Zi, who firmly believed that Zhang Feng could ascend to the heavens and attack the Turkic camp. The other faction was led by Fu Gongzi, who did not believe that Zhang Feng could ascend to the heavens. Actually, this was understandable. Many of these rich young masters didn't like Zhang Feng. Why do you have so much gold, silver, and treasures? You're also so talented, and you even have 2 beautiful wives. What about me? I don't have anything. When I get home, my father even compares me to you. Naturally, I feel unbalanced. However, Zhu Zi did not care about this. He pulled the crowd and scolded them. Things like President Zhang being able to ascend to the heavens and President Zhang being awesome. In any case, they just said whatever was amazing. The confidence of some of the rich young masters was greatly damaged. Some even couldn't take it and had to raise their hands and surrender. Only then did Zhu Zi give up and continue to promote Zhang Feng's glorious deeds. Zhang Feng, who was thousands of miles away, knew nothing about what was happening on the streets of Chang'an. At this moment, he was lying on the hot air balloon. His eyes were half closed, as if he was not asleep. Gusts of cold wind blew, causing him to shiver. Then, he slowly opened his eyes and glanced down. What appeared in front of him was a yellow color, as if it was rendered by a painter's brush. It was a little blurry. He rubbed his eyes, trying to see everything clearly. Finally, a cold wind blew and took away a lot of yellow. He saw clearly that there was a desert below. Countless sand and gravel were rolling in the wind. He was a little confused and subconsciously asked, "Where is this?" "The desert." Looking at the terrain in front of him, it should be the desert. However, wasn't he in Xingzhou? Why was he in the desert? What the F***ck was going on? He shook his head and tried to remember everything that happened in Xingzhou. After a while, the memory emerged bit by bit. It turned out that after blowing up the Turkic camp, a gust of wind blew the hot air balloon away. At that time, because the wind was too strong, the hot air balloon could not be controlled. They could only wait for death. In addition, they had not eaten and were already hungry. They all fell asleep and slept until now. These were nothing. However, they were now in the desert. Once they crossed the desert, they would be in the territory of the Turkic people. Now, the Turkic people hated him to the bone. If he went there, he would die. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng could not sit still. He stood up and roared at Ching Chumo and the others, "You bunch of reckless dogs, get up quickly. We'll be in the grassland soon." Grassland? Zhang Sun was the first to wake up. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Zhang Feng with a little anger. He joked, "What grassland? Feng Zi, are you crazy? Don't disturb me. I dreamed of eating drumsticks." After that, he turned his head and was ready to sleep again. Zhang Feng could not stand it. He went forward and slapped him. He said angrily, "Why are you still sleeping? If you continue sleeping, you'll die. Wake up quickly." Chapter 19:12. After beating up Zhang Sun, he rushed over. It seemed that he was still angry, and he beat up Ching Chumo and Du Go who were sleeping. "Feng Zi, are you crazy?" Ching Chumo rubbed his sleepy eyes and blurted out. He was already hungry, and he had just eaten braised meat in his sweet dream, but he was woken up by this guy. He was naturally dissatisfied. As for Du Go, he was clearly still sleeping and enjoying. How could he have expected to be woken up? He originally wanted to curse, but when he opened his eyes and saw that it was Zhang Feng, he was a bit scared. He could only timidly ask, "Feng Zi, what are you doing?" "I just saw the entrance to the lovely spring brothel, and I haven't entered yet." Hearing this, Zhang Feng was furious. At this time, these dogs were still thinking about eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Thus, he pointed at the sky and angrily glared at everyone. He scolded, "You dogs only know how to eat and drink all day. Who knows where we're floating now? Hurry up and think about how we're going to get back." When these words came out, everyone instantly became spirited. Because they had been sleeping all this time, they really didn't know where they were floating. However, looking at Feng Zi's current expression, it seemed very serious. They didn't hesitate and leaned over the railing to check. It didn't matter when they looked, but their legs seemed to not listen to them, and all of them went limp. Where was this? Why was there a patch of yellow everywhere? And there was a sky full of yellow sand. Was the ground also full of sand? They seemed to have never seen this place before. They sat on the hot air balloon, feeling waves of powerlessness coming from their bodies. After a while, Ching Chumo seemed to have recovered. He looked at Zhang Feng and asked anxiously, "Feng Zi, where are we? How did we float here?" When these words came out, Zhang Sun and Du Go also seemed to have calmed down. They nodded in unison. "Feng Zi, what's going on?" Looking at everyone's appearance, Zhang Feng wanted to laugh. Weren't they all very tough just now? Why were they scared now? He originally wanted to scare them, but when he saw the situation in front of him, he decided against it. Thus, he said with a serious face, "This should be the desert. In other words, we are only one step away from the grassland." Great desert. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. They didn't know much about the desert, but when they heard that it was only a step away from the grassland, they couldn't help but shiver. One had to know that beyond the desert was the grassland, and the grassland was the hinterland of the Turks. And he had just blown up the Turkic camp. If he went over now, wouldn't he be sending himself to his death? Thinking of this, everyone quivered and looked at Zhang Feng. "Feng Zi, hurry up and think of a way. If we continue to drift in that direction, we will definitely die." Zhang Feng was originally thinking of a solution, but after being called, he panicked a little. He glared at everyone. "What's the rush? Do you want to die? If you don't think of a way, you'll really die. Ching Chumo looked at everyone and said anxiously, now that we are all in the desert, hurry up and think of a solution. Okay, I know. Zhang Feng waved his hand impatiently. In fact, he didn't have any good ideas. When the hot air balloon was successfully made, it didn't have the function of turning. It could only change its direction slightly with the weight, so some sandbags were placed. However, there wasn't any wind now. Even if he threw the sandbags, it would be useless. What should he do? Just as he was deep in thought, a warm wind blew. It was as gentle and delicate as a baby's hand. He suddenly trembled as if he felt a fatality. He quickly raised his hands and carefully felt the direction of the wind. This seemed to be blowing in the direction of Chang'an. That's right, it was the direction of Chang'an. With this wind, they could return to Chang'an. This made him overjoyed. He quickly said to everyone, hurry up and throw down all the useless things on the hot air balloon. The only way now was to use this wind to return to Chang'an. However, the weight on the hot air balloon would increase the wind resistance, so the best way was to throw away all the useless things and return to Chang'an as quickly as possible. However, Ching Chumo and the others didn't seem to understand. They looked at Zhang Feng with a confused face. Why should we throw it away? How many steamed buns are there? As he spoke, he walked to the package as if he was going to look for the so-called steamed buns. You dog! Zhang Feng stepped forward and kicked Ching Chumo. He glared at him and said angrily, the wind is blowing towards Chang'an now. If you don't throw away these useless things, when the wind stops, Lao Tzu will throw you down. Ching Chumo didn't get angry because Zhang Feng kicked him, because he heard something more important. The wind was blowing towards Chang'an. Didn't that mean he could return to Chang'an? Thinking of this, he quickly called Zhang Sun and the others, you two come quickly. Didn't you hear what Fengzi said? This wind is blowing towards Chang'an. Quickly throw these things down. After that, he didn't care what was in the package and threw it down. Chapter 1913. Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go were not to be outdone. They stepped forward and quickly cleaned up the hot air balloon. All of a sudden, the hot air balloon rose a few meters as the heavy objects were thrown down. At this time, another gust of wind hit. The hot air balloon began to sway with the wind and drifted toward Chang'an. Ching Chumo was so happy that he jumped up and down. He seemed to have forgotten that he was hungry. Fengzi, how long will it take for us to return to Chang'an like this? He missed the braised meat, roasted chicken, good wine, and the girls in the brothel in Chang'an very much. He couldn't wait to go back to Chang'an. The days in the hot air balloon were really not for humans. There was nothing he wanted, not even a bottle of wine. There were only a few men, and they had stayed there for a few more days. If they stayed there for a few more days, he reckoned that he would be driven crazy. He was not the only one who had this thought. Du Go and Zhang Sun Chong also had this thought. Especially Zhang Sun Chong, this guy was used to wandering around Chang'an City. He ate, drank, and gambled every day. Although he had changed after meeting Zhang Feng, after experiencing life and death this time, he missed Chang'an even more. He didn't miss anything else, but the girls in the brothel. Without me, you must have had a hard time. Don't worry, when I go back this time, I will make it up to you. Thinking of this, his face was full of lewd smiles. Zhang Feng scoffed at all of this, especially when he saw the lewd smiles on everyone's faces. He felt a chill run down his spine. Alright, stop having lewd thoughts. I reckon we'll be back in Chang'an in less than 2 days. If the wind gets stronger, it'll be even faster. When everyone heard this, they seemed to be more excited and cheered. The sky seemed to have heard everyone's cheers. A gust of wind blew again, and this time the wind was stronger than the previous one. The hot air balloon kept floating in the air and sped up. Soon, they were out of the desert. Sure enough, as Zhang Feng said, the speed increased when the wind was stronger. A day later, they saw the outline of Chang'an City. This time, Qing Chumo was surprisingly diligent. He did not sleep. When he saw that Chang'an was already in sight, he quickly patted the sleepy Zhang Feng. "Fengzi, we're almost at Chang'an. Wake up quickly." Zhang Feng turned over and ignored Qing Chumo. He thought to himself, "Since we've arrived, why are you making such a fuss?" Seeing that Zhang Feng did not respond, Qing Chumo woke up Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go. When the two of them heard that Chang'an was here, they immediately stood up and surrounded the railing to admire the scenery of Chang'an. At this moment, they felt that the scenery in Chang'an had never been so beautiful. There was no other reason. This was how they felt after surviving a disaster. People were like this. When there was no danger, they would always feel that everything around them was not pleasing to the eye. However, once they experienced life and death, they would instantly feel that everything around them was so beautiful and even precious. Now, the three of them had such thoughts. They had experienced what they thought was life and death. Now, looking at Chang'an was a new scene. It was as if they thought that Chang'an was their mother and they had finally returned to their mother's embrace. They looked at each other and their throats twitched. They hugged each other tightly as if they were about to cry. At this moment, the hot air balloon suddenly swayed and began to descend rapidly. The three of them seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. They quickly let go and leaned over the railing to look down. It did not matter if they looked down. A strong gust of wind blew from below. It was as if air was being pumped into their faces, causing their faces to distort. Qing Chumo quickly reached out to steady his face and continued to look down. However, he only saw the surrounding clouds. The objects underground seemed to be moving faster. This scared him out of his wits. He quickly shouted, "Hurry up and think of a way. What do we do now?" After saying that, he strode toward Zhang Feng. However, he realized that he had only taken half a step when his body tilted. He could only shout at Zhang Feng, "Fengzi, hurry up and think of a way." Zhang Feng had not been asleep all this time. He had also noticed the swaying just now. His first reaction was that there was a problem with the hydrogen. His mind was working quickly. Qing Chumo shouted, which made him angry. "You are so damn noisy." Halfway through his words, there was a whoosh. The hot air balloon suddenly shriveled. Everyone's expression changed because they all knew that the hot air balloon was supported by the air inside. Now that the air had leaked, wasn't that? Therefore, they quickly grabbed the iron wire and tried to find a way to survive. However, how could they withstand the pressure of the descent? The feeling of weightlessness suddenly hit them. Everyone fell to the ground. For a moment, screams were heard everywhere. It was as if the silent sky had been composed into a wonderful movement. Qing Chumo looked panicked. He stretched out his arm and tried to grab Zhang Sun to give himself some buffer. Zhang Sun was not stupid. He stretched out his arms. Then Du Go also stretched out his arms. The three of them hugged each other tightly. Zhang Feng was the last to descend. Therefore, he was above the three of them. When he saw the three of them hugging each other tightly and ignoring him, he was instantly furious. He did not care about his unrecognizable face and shouted, "Bastard, wait for me." Chapter 1914. Due to the airflow and pressure, Zhang Feng's voice was a little hoarse. Fortunately, the three of them still heard him. They reached out and hugged each other tightly. The speed of their descent became faster and faster. Everyone could only feel the cold wind cutting across their faces like knives. As they cried out in alarm, they were getting closer and closer to the ground. At that moment, they closed their eyes tightly, not daring to look down. It was not because they did not dare to look, but because the wind resistance was too strong. They could not open their eyes at all. Finally, a loud bang was heard, and pain spread through everyone's body. Zhang Feng slowly opened his eyes. He rubbed them and scanned his surroundings. It seemed like they had landed, but why did he not feel any pain? He looked down in confusion and saw Qing Chumo and the other two with their tongues out and their heads tilted to the side. They seemed to have fainted. "Ah!" Zhang Feng exclaimed and quickly jumped down from the three of them. Standing on the ground, he realized that the three of them were stacked in the shape of a human pyramid. The unlucky Dugo was at the bottom, Zhang Sun was in the middle, and Qing Chumo was at the top. Not only that, but the appearance of these three fellows had also changed. Their originally fair and clean faces were now bruised and swollen. Their clothes were also full of holes. The good thing was that they still had some haystacks under them. With these haystacks, they should not die, right? But it was not safe. Falling from such a high altitude, who knows, he could not stand still anymore. He quickly went forward and shook them violently. "Iron Bull, Da Bing, Worm, don't die. Don't die." After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and quickly reached out to check their breathing. Yes, there was still some breathing. This meant that they were not dead yet. However, why was his breathing so short? Could it be that they were about to stop breathing? His expression changed as he hurriedly roared. As he roared, he shook his head. "Iron Bull, don't die. If you die, that damn father of yours won't let me off. And Da Bing, although you're stupid, I can teach you. Don't die. And Buggy, didn't you say you were going to bring me to the brothel? Don't King die." He didn't know if Zhang Feng's roar had an effect, or if these three guys were really lucky, but they actually had a reaction. Qing Chumo was the first to open his eyes. He frowned as if he felt something was wrong. He subconsciously placed his right hand on his waist and cried out in pain, "My waist." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Sun also woke up. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and he was a little out of breath. Trembling, he said, "Is it that bastard is holding down Lao Tzu?" Hearing this, Qing Chumo subconsciously looked down and saw that he was on top of Zhang Sun. He couldn't help but blush. "Bug, it's me. It's you." Zhang Sun turned his head and glanced at him from the corner of his eye. He said angrily, "Then why aren't you King coming down? Don't you know how heavy you are?" Oh, Qing Chumo then nodded. Just as he was about to move his feet, he felt a sharp pain in his waist, which made it difficult for him to move. He glanced in front of him and saw Zhang Feng watching the show. He said angrily, "Feng Zi, you're King watching the show. Hurry up and help me down." Zhang Feng smiled and quickly went forward. He chose to ignore Qing Chumo's scolding. After all, this guy was his human punching bag just now. Moreover, now was the time to save someone. How could he have the time to care about this? Qing Chumo was carefully helped down by Zhang Feng. He sat down on the side. Zhang Sun felt a little better. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Feng Zi, help me up too. My waist can't take it anymore." Speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something. He asked, "Where's that bastard Dabing?" Zhang Feng chuckled and tilted his head. "Isn't he just below you?" Zhang Sun Chong frowned and glanced down. It really was Dugo. Dugo was still unconscious. His face was bruised and his blood vessels were popping. It looked like he had been pressed down. Zhang Sun saw this and his expression changed. He quickly asked, "How did Dabing end up like this? He's not dead, is he? He shouldn't be dead, right?" Zhang Feng went forward and looked at Dugo. Then, he looked at Zhang Sun and said jokingly, "If you continue to press him down, he might die." Ah, Zhang Sun exclaimed and grabbed Zhang Feng's shoulder. Quick, help me up. Zhang Feng smiled and quickly helped Zhang Sun Chong up. Only then did Du Go, who was at the bottom, return to normal. Feng Zi, go take a look at Dabing. Zhang Sun stood at the side and looked at Du Go worriedly. As soon as he said this, Zhang Feng instantly felt that there was true affection between these brothers. It could be seen from this trip to Xing State. However, just as he was about to save Du Go, Zhang Sun and Qing Chumo's discussion came from behind him. If this kid dies, who will pay for our next visit to the brothel? Oh, that makes sense. It was obvious that Qing Chumo was the one who had spoken the truth. Chapter 1915. Zhang Feng turned around and glared at the two before patting Du Go's pale face. De Bing, wake up. Otherwise, these two bastards will take your money and go to the brothel. Brothel? What brothel? Du Go slowly opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. What do you mean by that? Zhang Feng smiled. He knew that this guy would wake up once he mentioned the brothel. As expected, he chuckled. Hurry up and get up. After that, he went forward to support Du Go and prepared to pull him up. Na Cheng's face changed when he thought of this guy. He cried out in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My waist is broken. He was the one at the bottom of the human pyramid, so naturally, he was under the most pressure. His waist was probably not feeling well at all. Zhang Feng understood, but it was impossible for him not to get up. He still persuaded him. Chang and City is just ahead. Don't tell me you don't want to go home. As soon as he said that, Du Go seemed to be instantly energized. He glanced at the city gate and pretended to be strong. Go home. I can do it. Help me up. Zhang Feng smiled. This guy was obviously not that strong, yet he was still pretending. However, his actions were praiseworthy. Without any hesitation, he helped Du Go to sit beside Qing Chumo and the other man. As soon as they stood still, the three of them seemed to have found something funny. They pointed at Zhang Feng and laughed. This made Zhang Feng confused. Could it be that his clothes were also torn? He quickly checked and found that his clothes were indeed torn. However, he could still wear them. Compared to these three guys, he was much better. He said unhappily, "You guys still have the face to laugh at me. Look at your clothes." The three of them finally reacted. They had been thinking about how to escape and did not look at their appearances. Now that they looked at them, they were really King ugly. Each of them had a bloody nose and a swollen face. There were even straws on their heads. They were just like clowns. In fact, Zhang Feng himself was not much better. Most of his clothes were torn and there was a lot of straw on his head. However, he was not bruised and swollen. After all, he was at the top. After a burst of laughter, Zhang Feng looked at them and said seriously, "Chang and City is close at hand. Let's walk there. I'll treat your injuries when we reach the Zhang mansion." Qing Chumo nodded. No problem. Let's go. Just as he was about to get up, a sharp pain came from his disappointing waist. Ouch, my waist. Du Go was the same. Just as he was about to get up, pain came from his waist. He wailed, "My waist hurts." Zhang Sun Chong was a little better. He was in the middle, so his strength was neutralized. His waist was fine, but it was a little sore. Therefore, he looked at the two of them with a mocking expression. "You two want to visit a brothel in your current state? I'm afraid you can't even move." Qing Chumo and Du Go were unhappy. Their faces turned red. They were about to refute when they saw Zhang Sun Chong standing between them. He crossed his arms and said proudly, "Look, you still have to rely on Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu will help you back." Qing Chumo and Du Go wanted to curse, but when they saw Zhang Sun Chong Chong helping them, they did not say anything. They just lowered their heads and tried to stand up. Zhang Feng could not stand by and watch. He helped Qing Chumo and Du Go up and walked towards Chang'an City. Although the two of them had a sore waist, they were usually in good health. Plus, they wanted to go home quickly. Soon, they reached Chang'an Avenue. However, as soon as they reached Chang'an Avenue, they heard some unusual things. They claimed that Principal Zhang had ascended to the heavens and had personally charged into the Turkic camp. There were even some who claimed that Principal Zhang was the reincarnation of a god. There were also some fellows who claimed that Principal Zhang could predict the future and would soon ascend to the heavens. Hearing all this, Zhang Feng's head was about to explode. When did he become so awesome? Reincarnation of an immortal. Pass away and ascend in 100 days. Lao Tzu did not want to die. Who was spreading rumors about Lao Tzu? With doubts and anger, Zhang Feng stopped a passerby and asked, "Brother, why are there rumors about me everywhere in Chang'an City? Who spread them?" "Rumors about you?" the passerby exclaimed. He looked Zhang Feng up and down and said disdainfully, "Do you think you are President Zhang? Do you think a beggar like you can pretend to be President Zhang, an immortal on earth?" "Ha!" The passerby secretly spat and left. Zhang Feng was confused. The whole Chang'an City was spreading rumors about him. How could he pretend not to know a living person in front of him? Was this guy blind? Or was he really blind? Just as he was thinking hard, Qing Chumo's joking voice came. "Come on, look at you now. It's already an honor for people to treat you as a beggar." Zhang Feng suddenly understood. He looked down at his clothes and was speechless. Sure enough, it was human nature to judge people by their appearance. However, he was not such a vulgar person. He looked at Qing Chumo unconvinced. "Lao Tzu is a beggar. Aren't you? Why are you talking about this?" Chapter 1916. Lao Tzu is just angry. Qing Chumo snorted and turned his head to the side. "It was the four of us who went to bomb the Turkic camp. Why did you become the hero when we came back? Why didn't anyone care about Lao Tzu and his brothers?" Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go also reacted. They raised their heads to express their dissatisfaction. "Yes, we also contributed. Why didn't we get the same treatment?" Zhang Feng laughed. "It was Lao Tzu who made the hot air balloons and the gunpowder was also Lao Tzu. When he asked you guys to bomb the Turkic camp, you were all acting like cowards. It was Lao Tzu who held you back. Now, you even turned around and said that Lao Tzu was wrong. It was really King embarrassing him." Thinking of this, he was unhappy. He frowned and glared at the crowd. "All of you, shut up and stay here." After saying that, he ignored the crowd and quickly stepped forward to stop another passerby. However, this time, he was smarter. He did not consider himself as Zhang Feng. Instead, he asked humbly, "Brother, when I first came here, I heard everyone talking about President Zhang. They even said that President Zhang is some kind of god. What is going on?" The passerby glanced at Zhang Feng. Seeing his tattered clothes, he thought that he was a beggar and did not want to answer. However, when President Zhang was mentioned, he seemed to be interested. He pretended to be knowledgeable and said, "If you want to talk about President Zhang, there is a lot to talk about." Back then, President Zhang ran a tavern by himself. At that time, he could not make ends meet and his life was extremely difficult. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was a little speechless. What did he mean by he could not make ends meet? Lao Tzu was not poor at that time, was he? Now, he could roughly imagine that the rumors in Chang'an City were spread by these troublemakers. He wanted to curse, but when he thought of the source and the explosive news behind it, he felt as if his blood was boiling. Being praised by others doesn't seem to be a bad thing, right? Iron Bowl and the others didn't even have the chance to be praised. Yes, that was the logic. When others didn't know who he was, it felt so good to hear them flatter him. He comforted himself. He purposely pretended to be humble and listened carefully. Looking at Zhang Feng, the passerby's vanity seemed to be greatly satisfied. He deliberately coughed twice and said with a serious face, "As for who was the first to talk about President Zhang in Chang and City? I really don't know. After all, there are so many people in Chang and City. There's no way to find out. But this discussion started a day ago. Also, I heard that President Zhang is an immortal. It's true. Many people in Chang and City have worshipped President Zhang." "What?" Zhang Feng exclaimed in disbelief. "Worship the deity position? How is this possible?" The deity position was for immortals. He never thought that the people in Chang and City would be so crazy. The passerby seemed to be very satisfied with Zhang Feng. He looked at Zhang Feng as if he were a country bumpkin. "You don't know about this, do you? People in Guangzhou are bellicose. President Zhang bombed the Turkic camp this time. In the eyes of the people in Guangzhou, he is a great hero. Also..." Speaking of this, he turned his head and looked around. When he saw that there was no one, he slowly approached Zhang Feng with a mysterious face. "Today, I heard that a woman from the Wang clan in Dong City became pregnant after worshipping President Zhang's deity position. You know, this woman from the Wang clan hasn't been pregnant for 3 years. It's all thanks to President Zhang that she is pregnant now." Zhang Feng was stunned. He stood there and didn't know what to say for a moment. Damn it. What did the woman's pregnancy have to do with Lao Tzu? And a woman who hasn't been pregnant for 3 years. This had nothing to do with Lao Tzu. Did these guys think that he was a child giving guanyin? At this moment, he felt that his head was in a mess. He could only hear a buzzing sound. But at this moment, the passerby leaned over again and said with a smile, "President Zhang is so awesome. When I go back, I'm going to let my wife have a try. Maybe she can make my family have children." After that, he turned and was about to leave. Suddenly, he thought of something. He took out several copper coins from the bag and counted them in his palm. He took out several coins and was about to give them to Zhang Feng when he felt that something was wrong. He simply handed them to Zhang Feng and said, "I'm happy today. Take the money and go drink with your brother." Zhang Feng was already petrified in place. He didn't react at all to what was happening in front of him. When the passerby saw that the beggar didn't react, he thought that he had made the beggar stupid. He simply grabbed Zhang Feng's right hand and stuffed all the money into it. Then, he flicked his sleeves and left. Zhang Feng was stunned. Ching Chumo and the others behind him heard everything clearly. They looked at each other and wanted to laugh. But when they thought that Zhang Feng was still standing there in a daze, they went forward and patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. "Feng Zi, are you okay?" Zhang Feng trembled violently. Only then did he recover. What the passerby said just now really made him speechless. How could a woman's pregnancy be related to Lao Tzu? Wasn't this normal? He wanted to vomit blood. He really felt that the people of Chang and were crazy. Chapter 1917. Fortunately, Lao Tzu's willpower was strong. Otherwise, he would have fallen to the ground. He looked at Ching Chumo and the others in confusion. He was a little speechless. This. What does a woman's pregnancy have to do with Lao Tzu? He did not know if these guys heard him, but he wanted to find someone to confide in. He wanted to say that this had nothing to do with Lao Tzu. However, Ching Chumo revealed a meaningful smile and said, "This is a good thing. You have now become the child giving guanyin. The people worship you." Speaking of this, he smiled slyly. In the future, our family will worship you. Maybe you can give birth to our family. Ha ha ha. That's right. Our family will worship you too. Ha. Zhang Sunchong and Du Go also expressed their opinions and laughed loudly. There was nothing wrong with what they said, and there was even a trace of respect. However, in Zhang Feng's ears, it was slowly mocking. He clenched his fists and glared at the three. You bastards dare to make fun of Lao Tzu. Take this. After saying that, he swung his fist and greeted them. The three of them had more or less injuries on their bodies. How could they withstand Zhang Feng's sudden attack? With a roll, they fell to the ground. Of course, Qing Chumo was not someone to be trifled with. How could he endure this kind of grievance? Lao Tzu painstakingly accompanied you to Xingzhou, and you still want to hit Lao Tzu. Naturally, he could not take this lying down. Even though his waist hurt, he still wrestled with Zhang Feng. Moreover, there was also Zhang Sunchong and Du Go. Soon, the four of them wrestled together and rolled on the ground. The passers-by saw that there was a show to watch and stopped to look. Yo, where are these child beggars from? Why are they fighting on the street? Looking at their clothes, they should be from Chang'an. Look at the copper coins scattered on the ground. They should be fighting over the copper coins, right? This brother's words are reasonable, but these child beggars are really pitiful. Why don't you all be generous? Everyone was discussing animatedly. Many of them felt pity for Zhang Feng and the others and even threw down copper coins. There were even many busybodies who clapped and cheered, afraid that the scene wasn't spectacular enough. Finally, the four people who were rolling on the ground noticed that something was wrong. They stopped fighting and looked at the crowd in confusion. However, these guys didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Instead, they started to point and whisper. Why aren't you fighting anymore? Did Lao Tzu just pay? Continue, I'm about to place my bets. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Feng was instantly infuriated. He stood up abruptly and pointed at the crowd. Get lost immediately. If you guys want to watch others fight, go see old Wang next door. Qing Chumo and the others could not stand it anymore. They trembled as they supported each other and scolded the busybodies. You bastards, did you not have a mother to teach you? Later, Lao Tzu will lead the troops to kill you all. When the crowd heard this, they wanted to refute. However, when they saw the clothes of Zhang Feng and the others, they shook their heads and remained silent. These child beggars were actually boasting shamelessly here. It seemed that they had been beaten silly just now. They didn't seem very smart now. After thinking about it, there was no need to argue with these child beggars. Everyone flicked their sleeves and left. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Feng glanced at Qing Chumo and the others. He snorted coldly and walked toward the Zhang mansion. Qing Chumo was a little embarrassed. If he went home in this state, he would probably be scolded by his father. Then, he would be hung up and beaten. He would say that he was ruining the family's reputation and insulting the Qing family. Zhang Sun and Du Go were similar. Both of them were young masters of aristocratic families. If they went home in this state, they would be laughed at by others. How could they raise their heads in Chang and in the future? After thinking about it, the three of them decided not to go home. They followed Feng Zi to the Zhang mansion. This kid had brought them to Xingzhou. Now that he was in this state, he wanted to run away. No way. Therefore, the three of them followed Zhang Feng's footsteps and walked toward the Zhang mansion. Zhang Feng didn't care so much at first. He flicked his sleeves and walked forward. However, the more he walked, the more he felt that something was wrong. He realized that someone was following him. When he turned around, he saw that it was these three guys. Therefore, he stopped and looked at the three of them with a mocking expression. Why are you three following Lao Tzu? Weren't you very good at beating Lao Tzu just now? Ching Chumo was already unhappy. When he heard this, he pouted. Who said that Lao Tzu is following you? It's not like your family built this road. Tisk, Zhang Feng looked at him with disdain and turned to walk toward the Zhang mansion. He knew in his heart that these guys didn't dare to go home for the time being. They could only follow him. However, they were unwilling to admit defeat. However, was Lao Tzu someone who would admit defeat? If you want to follow, then follow. When we reach the Zhang mansion, let's see how Lao Tzu will deal with you. They didn't speak along the way. Finally, they arrived at the Zhang mansion. When he saw the plaque of the Zhang mansion, Zhang Feng instantly felt a sense of belonging to his home. A warm feeling arose in his heart. It was still that familiar place. It was still those familiar voices. He felt like crying. Lao Tzu had suffered so much outside. He was finally back. However, he still held it in. He couldn't drop the ball in front of these guys. He sorted out his emotions and strode toward the door. He thought that he would be able to eat braised meat, chicken drumsticks, and other delicacies soon. Chapter 1918. Just as he was immersed in his beautiful fantasy, a shout pulled him back to reality. Stop, where did this child beggar come from? Why are you begging at the Zhang residence? Zhang Feng frowned. It was normal for people to call Lao Tzu a child beggar. After all, many of them had never seen him before. Why would someone call Lao Tzu a child beggar in the Zhang residence? Were they blind or did they take the wrong medicine? He stared at the source of the voice and saw two servants in the Zhang residence's uniform glaring at him arrogantly. This made him furious. He frowned and scolded, "Are you blind? You don't even recognize Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu is your master." Master. The two servants looked at each other in confusion. This was clearly a child beggar. How dare he say he was their master? How dare he? The leader of the servants stood out and took out a stick from his sleeve. He frowned and said, "You dare to impersonate our master? Do you not know how to write the word death?" Feng Zi almost fainted when he heard this. Not only did these people not recognize him, but they also dared to take out a stick. What were they trying to do? Beat Lao Tzu. Just as he was about to step forward, Ching Chumo jumped out and pointed at the servant. He stared at him and said, "Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Is this really your master?" He did not want to help Feng Zi, but it was not good for him to just stand there. Moreover, if he was recognized by someone familiar, the Qing family would lose face. However, the servant did not buy it. He only thought that these people were child beggars and started arguing again. Just like that, Ching Chumo and the servant quarreled. Their voices could be heard throughout the Zhang residence. Not long after, the scolding attracted a large group of people from the Zhang residence. The leader was Du Ziding. He led a group of servants and walked out aggressively. Who is it? Who is impersonating our master? He stood at the door and glanced at the crowd, glaring angrily. When the servant saw the housekeeper come out, he quickly went forward and pointed at Zhang Feng. "Housekeeper, it's him. He said he's the master." Du Ziding frowned and looked at Zhang Feng. Her first reaction was that a child beggar dared to cause trouble here. However, the more he looked at him, the more he felt that something was amiss. Why did this person look so much like master? This figure, this standing posture, this face shape, how could there be someone so similar in this world? Could this really be the master? However, on second thought, he felt that it was unlikely. Old Master had such a huge family business and was also the dean of White Deer College. How could he be dressed so shabbily? This person must have impersonated Master because he looked like him. Yes, that must be it. Having made up his mind, he waved his hand. Men, at this moment, Zhang Feng's face instantly darkened. Old Du, you bastard. Even you don't recognize Lao Tzu. Hearing this, Du Ziding felt goosebumps all over her body. This voice, why did it look so much like Master? Thinking about it, Du Ziding took another look at Zhang Feng's appearance. In an instant, her legs went weak and she almost fainted. That voice belonged to Master. Only Master would call him Old Du in Chang'an City, only Master dared to call him that. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He took a closer look and almost fainted. He looked exactly the same as Old Master. They were practically carved from the same mold. And this voice, this was a living example of Old Master. He could no longer remain calm. He came forward and looked at Zhang Feng. His voice trembled as he asked, Master, are you really Master? What do you think? Zhang Fu waved his sleeves and stared at Du Ziding. Who else in Chang'an City dares to impersonate Lao Tzu? As soon as he said that, Du Ziding was sure that this was her Master. Only Master would speak to her like this. Only Master could emit such a domineering aura. Therefore, he hurriedly cheered, Master, it's Master, Master is back. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Feng hurriedly stepped forward and covered Du Ziding's mouth. He widened his eyes and said, Do you want the whole mansion to know that Lao Tzu is like this? Du Ziding's mouth was covered, so she didn't react for a long time. Her eyes kept rolling until she saw Zhang Feng's tattered clothes. She suddenly understood and quickly nodded to show that she understood. Zhang Feng let go and snorted. Prepare hot water immediately. Du Ziding nodded and quickly waved her hand to dismiss the servants. Then, she welcomed Zhang Feng into the mansion. Qing Chumo and the others saw Zhang Feng enter the mansion and quickly followed him. In the side hall, Du Ziding had already prepared hot water. Zhang Feng, Qing Chumo, and the others ran in quickly, as if they were afraid that others would see them. Du Ziding was guarding the door. She looked around vigilantly and looked around from time to time. However, at this moment, Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu ran over with small steps. The two girls seemed to know what was inside. They didn't care that Du Ziding was guarding the door and were ready to rush in. This frightened Du Ziding. She hurriedly stopped the two girls. Ladies, you are... Zhang Yuyao glanced inside and said impatiently, I just heard that a few beggars entered the mansion. What's going on? I also heard that Master is back. Chapter 1919. Du Ziding quickly shook her head and put her hands on the door frame. Beggar? What beggar? Why don't I know? Master just came back, but he's taking a bath and changing clothes now. Zhang Yuyao frowned. Just now, she clearly heard a servant say that Master and a few beggars came back. Why wasn't there anyone now? She unwillingly glanced inside, but she didn't see anything. Jingshu just smiled and didn't say anything, because she had already guessed the gist of it from Du Ziding's expression. Perhaps this Master was the child beggar. Master was so prideful, how could he let the housekeeper say it? After thinking for a while, she pulled Zhang Yuyao, Sister Yuyao, the housekeeper is right. Since Master is back, let's go to the hall and wait. We'll see in a while. After saying that, she didn't care about Zhang Yuyao's reaction and pulled her to the hall. Zhang Yuyao was still confused. She looked back from time to time, but when she thought that Sister Jingshu's words were reasonable, she still walked to the hall. After a while, Zhang Feng finished washing up and walked to the hall. Zhang Yuyao rushed forward and hugged Zhang Feng, sobbing, Prince Zhang, do you know how worried we were about you these past few days? Jingshu actually also wanted to pour out her heart, but when she saw that there was no place for her, she could only stand there and cry in a low voice, Yes, Prince Zhang, if you didn't come back, we sisters didn't know what to do. Facing the two women's cries, Zhang Feng was a little helpless. He wanted to ask Ching Chumo for help, but he saw this guy give him a look that said, "We're all men, we understand." So he gave up resisting and quickly persuaded, "Don't cry, aren't I back now? There are so many people watching, why don't you get up first?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuyao seemed to have realized something. She looked up and saw many pairs of eyes staring at her. She couldn't help but blush. She reluctantly left Zhang Feng's embrace and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. "Prince Zhang, why are you dressed like this? Was he injured? Have you been eating well recently?" Zhang Feng was about to answer, but Ching Chumo couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted, "Sister-in-law, can you stop being so lovey-dovey? Our teeth are aching. If you have the time, hurry up and prepare some food for us. We're starving to death." Zhang Yuyao blushed and turned to look at Ching Chumo, but she couldn't remember this person in her mind. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "This is Aya?" Zhang Sun impatiently waved his hand, "I'm Buggy, this is Tai Nyo, and this is De Bing. Sister-in-law, hurry up and prepare some food. Also, call a few doctors." Jing Shu suddenly understood and smiled, "Please wait for a moment, I'll go and prepare." After that, she looked at Zhang Feng meaningfully and turned to leave. Although she also wanted to chat with Prince Zhang, it was obviously not the time. Seeing Jing Shu leave, Zhang Yuyao also bowed to everyone, "Please wait here, I'll go and help Sister Jing Shu." Du Ziding was also tactful. She probably guessed that the master and the young masters had something to say, so she casually found an excuse and left. After the three of them left, the hall became much quieter. But soon, the silence was broken by Ching Chumo. He looked at Zhang Feng and showed an expression that all men understood, "Feng Zi, you're really lucky to have such a wife. If I, Tai Nyo, had such a wife, I'd be willing to die. You still have the face to say that." Zhang Feng stared at Ching Chumo and was a little angry, "You dog, you really treated this place as your own home. If Lao Tzu didn't see that you were injured, he would have already cut off your arm." He was very angry that this guy was bossing him around in his own house. However, when he thought that this guy was still injured, he let it go. Moreover, this guy had helped him a little in Xingzhou. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have driven this guy out long ago. Ching Chumo was a little disapproving, "Feng Zi, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Our injuries are all because of you. If it weren't for your hot air balloon, how could we be injured? Yes, if it weren't for your stupid hot air balloon, how could we be like this?" Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go seemed to have found a topic to vent their anger on, and they glared at Zhang Feng. In fact, it would have been better if these guys didn't mention it. Once they mentioned the hot air balloon, Zhang Feng was puzzled. The hot air balloon was clearly fine in the sky, and there was no problem all the way to Xingzhou. Why did it deflate when it returned to Chang'an? Moreover, it deflated very quickly. Before they could react, it had already landed. It was a little strange. At that time, he was sleeping and didn't notice too many problems. It seemed that he could only ask these guys. Therefore, he tried to put on a smiling face. "What happened to the hot air balloon just now? Why did it deflate? You want to know?" Ching Chumo revealed a malicious smile. Seeing Zhang Feng nod, he joked, "I won't tell you. Who told you to hit Lao Tzu?" Just now, he was quite good at hitting Lao Tzu. Now he wanted to fish for information. Impossible. Chapter 1920. Zhang Sun also acted as if he was watching a good show. "If you want to know, you'll have to reward us later." Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes. He already knew that they didn't have good intentions. Sure enough, they were waiting for him here. However, was he someone who would admit defeat? He coldly snorted, "I'll naturally treat you to good food and drinks later. However, you must immediately tell me everything that happened on the hot air balloon." Otherwise, Lao Tzu will immediately ask the Zhang residence's people to spread your scandal. At that time, let's see if you can still be so arrogant. Upon hearing this, Ching Chumo's expression immediately changed. He was most afraid of his father. If his father knew that he had become a child beggar, wouldn't he be beaten to death? He quickly begged for mercy. I said, please don't spread it. We are also people who care about our reputation. Yes, yes, yes. It won't do you any good to spread it. Dugo was also afraid. His family was very strict and was not inferior to the imperial family. If his father knew, he would lose a layer of skin. However, Zhang Feng was happy. He thought to himself, since these guys are so afraid, then Lao Tzu will have something to use against me in the future. Sigh, why say again? He couldn't care less. He smiled, then quickly tell me. Originally, this smile didn't mean anything. However, in everyone's eyes, it was like a death knell. It harbored evil intentions and made people afraid. Ching Chumo could only say, just now, when we were in the sky, I heard the sound of air leaking. At that time, you were sleeping, so naturally you didn't have any reaction. I saw the hemp rope slowly breaking free from the sound of air leaking. Then, as he spoke, he spread out his hands, then it became like this. After hearing this, Zhang Feng frowned. Originally, the hot air balloon this time wasn't very perfect. It could be said that it was the first generation. The previous ones were just experimental products. Even if it was the first generation, this time it was relatively successful. It was just that there was a leak just now. The leak should be because the seal wasn't tight enough, which allowed the hydrogen to leak out. It seemed that he had to find another way to seal the air vent tightly. Also, the direction of the hot air balloon this time was completely driven by the wind. He had to find a way to control the direction in the air. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. This time, it had drifted to Xingzhou. Who knew where it would go next time? Now that he knew about this weakness, he had to find the time to reinvent it. However, this was obviously not the time to talk about this. Thus, he glanced at everyone. All right, I understand. This will definitely not happen again. Just as he finished speaking, Du Ziding and the two girls walked in together. Prince Zhang, the bath water is ready. Jingshu blushed and looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng nodded and glanced at Ching Chumo and the others. Let's go and take a bath. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the room. Ching Chumo and the others followed closely behind. The shower was soon over, and the four of them changed into new clothes. At this time, the doctor was already waiting in the hall. The doctor picked up Ching Chumo's arm and carefully examined it. His brows were sometimes knitted and sometimes relaxed. He didn't know what was going on. After about half an incense stick's time, the doctor let go of the arm and stroked his beard. The problem is neither big nor small. It's just that the lumbar bone is damaged. Wait for old man to prescribe some medicine. Take it first. I don't know if it's useful or not. Take it first. After saying that, the doctor didn't explain. He took out a pen and paper, and a dragon and snake flew around. However, Ching Chumo panicked. Hearing the doctor's words, it seemed that he couldn't be saved. He hurriedly asked, but the doctor excused himself by saying that his medical skills were not good enough. After that, he took the pulse of Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go. The conclusion was basically the same. The lumbar bone was damaged and needed to be recuperated. They couldn't stay calm anymore. They were about to ask the doctor, but unexpectedly, the guy ran away like a wisp of smoke. Ching Chumo held the prescription in his hand and wanted to cry. It wasn't because of the doctor's words. After all, there weren't many in the Ching family who were afraid of death. the injury on his waist wasn't fatal. It was because the doctor told him to avoid spicy food, avoid this and that. Most importantly, he couldn't touch women. Otherwise, the injury on his waist would worsen. How could he, one of the Chang and 4 tyrants, endure this? However, he couldn't ignore the doctor's words. Therefore, he decided to vent his anger on Zhang Feng. Feng Zi, you mother of ***. Lao Tzu is like this now because of you. That bullshit doctor told Lao Tzu to avoid this and that and not to touch women. What do you think we should do? Yes. Zhang Sun Chong also stood up and looked at Zhang Feng condescendingly. Lao Tzu's favorite drumstick is going to leave me. How are you going to compensate me? Du Go was naturally unwilling. He pointed at Zhang Feng and also attacked him. It was as if he didn't care about his back pain at all. As for Zhang Feng, he sat on the stool with a cigarette in his right hand. From time to time, he would take a puff. He was very satisfied. He was currently immersed in the stimulation of the cigarette and had no intention of replying to the 3 of them. Moreover, he could understand what the 3 of them said. After all, an injury wasn't a small matter. Moreover, it was an injury on his waist. That was even more so he didn't choose to refute. Moreover, what was the use of refuting? These 3 guys were more vicious than dogs. He had no chance of winning. Chapter 1921. When Qing Chumo saw that Zhang Feng didn't respond, he became even fiercer. He gritted his teeth and said, Feng Zi, don't F** king think you can just keep quiet. If Lao Tzu can't touch women, how can he carry on the family line in the future? At this point, his expression changed, and he actually wanted to cry. That's not the most important thing. Lao Tzu can't eat barbecue or drink in the future. What should we do? Obviously, eating and drinking were his first priority, and carrying on the family line was second. Would old Qing beat him to death if he heard this? Du Go also had a bitter expression. Thinking that he wouldn't be able to eat what he wanted to eat in the future, he held back his tears and complained, my drumstick, my duck neck, my, stop F** king quarreling. Zhang Feng suddenly stood up and interrupted the noise. He took a deep puff of his cigarette and spat out the smoke. He glanced at the crowd and scolded, look at you guys. You're the F** king 4 hegemons of Chang'an. Isn't it just a little injury on your waist? It's not like you broke your waist. That doctor just now was obviously a quack. I'll personally find a few good doctors for you. For the next few days, you can eat and drink as much as you want. As long as you don't die, I can pull you back from the gates of hell. These are my words, and no one can stop me. He wasn't bragging. He had a certain status in Chang'an, so it was relatively easy for him to find some good doctors. In addition to the connections of his teachers, there was no doctor in the Tang Dynasty that he couldn't find. Of course, that immortal Sun Simiao might not be easy to find, but ordinary doctors weren't a problem. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, the 3 of them felt reassured. However, there was still a trace of concern in their hearts. You're not lying to us, right? Zhang Feng took a deep puff of his cigarette and waved his hand. Think about it. With your IQ, do you think I can lie to you? The 3 of them nodded and secretly agreed. Indeed, there were 3 of them, and this guy was only one person. How could he lie to them? After lying to himself for a while, Qing Chumo said, then let's cut the crap and serve the hot pot. Lao Tzu is already hungry. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at the guy and said to Du Ziding, old Du, serve the hot pot. Du Ziding accepted the order and left. After a while, the servants brought in all kinds of ingredients. This made Qing Chumo and the other 2 drool. Back then, when they were on the hot air balloon, they had nothing. When they finally found a few steamed buns, the 4 of them had to share them. This was the consequence of not bringing food. Of course, Zhang Feng did not think of this at that time. He thought that the hot air balloon would not float too far. Who would have thought that it would go to Xingzhou? Without saying anything more, everyone set up a fire and began to feed them. Not long after, the ingredients were cooked. Qing Chumo and the others wolfed down the food. But this was hot pot. How could he eat it like that? The three of them were scalded to the point that they could only stick out their tongues. After a sumptuous feast, the four of them sat on the chairs and each lit a cigarette to enjoy the peace and quiet. Before they finished smoking, Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao walked in. Prince Zhang, greetings. The two women bowed to everyone. Seeing this, Zhang Feng straightened his clothes and quickly sat up. After all, this would damage his image, especially in front of the two women. Then, he said seriously, "What's wrong?" Jingshu stepped forward and bowed. "Since Prince Zhang is back, when will you go to Shao Mountain to visit the gentleman?" This time, they were here to remind young Master Zhang to go to Shao Mountain. After all, the teachers had worked hard for young Master Zhang. It was said that their white hair had increased a lot. Now that they were back, if they didn't go and see the teachers, they would definitely be criticized by others. Although this was not important to others, it was extremely important to the Zhang residents because it was related to the reputation and direction of the Zhang residents. They could not be careless. As the future mistress of the Zhang residents, they naturally had to remind him. Zhang Feng naturally knew this in his heart. It was just that he had just returned and did not think about it. Now that he was suddenly reminded, he felt a little unnatural. This was his master, and he actually needed the two girls to remind him. He really should not have done that. After blaming himself, he said with a serious face, "Indeed, what you said is reasonable. I was not here for a few days, so my master must be very busy. I should pay him a visit." As he spoke, he raised his head and glanced outside the door. Seeing that the sun was setting in the west, he changed the topic. "It's already late. Let's go tomorrow morning. Send someone to Shao Mountain to pass on a message that I'm back." Jingshu thought for a moment and felt that Prince Zhang's words were reasonable. She bowed, "Yes, young master." "What? Is there anything else?" Seeing that the two women did not leave, Zhang Feng could not help but ask. Jingshu nodded and continued, "A few days ago, Madame Xia came and brought a lot of dried flowers." Madame Xia. Zhang Feng thought about this name carefully and asked, "How many dried flowers did she bring? Did she report it? Did she pay?" He had previously made an agreement with this Madame Xia. As long as he did not ask, she would continue to send flowers. This could be considered as secretly helping the Xia family. Chapter 1922. Moreover, the dried flowers were related to perfume, and perfume was a new product. He dared not be careless. Jingshu also knew the importance of the matter. She took out an account book from her sleeve and handed it to Zhang Feng. "Young master, this is the account book. There are a total of 30 stones." Zhang Feng took the account book and looked at it carefully. Seeing that there was no problem, he closed the account book and handed it back to Jingshu. "Well, there is no problem. Tell old Du to take good care of the dried flowers. I will have great use for them in the future." Jingshu nodded. She seemed to have thought of something and said, "A few days ago, Mr. Zihuai also came. He brought some news. He said that the teachers of the academy sent some servants to Xingzhou in order to find you." Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little touched. The teachers on the mountain really treated him well. They really did help him when he needed them. Especially the old Xiuzai. Although he usually did not show it, he knew that he was the one who cared about him the most. The old Xiuzai was usually lonely and had no one to rely on. Since he met him, he even treated him like a nephew. This kind of feeling could not be understood by others. Only he knew. Thinking of this, the corners of his eyes became wet. Zhang Yuyao seemed to have noticed something. She quickly took a handkerchief from the ground and said, "Prince Zhang, don't be sad." "Who said I was sad?" Zhang Feng tilted his head. He was not convinced. How could a man cry in front of a woman? So he waved his sleeve and wiped the corners of his eyes. He tried to be brave and said, "See, I said I am fine. You don't have to say anything." He thought that he had covered up all of this well. However, he did not know that the two women saw through all of this. They looked at each other and giggled. "Okay, don't laugh." Zhang Feng waved his hand. He felt that his face was a little hot. "Keep laughing and see how I will deal with you in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, the two women reluctantly agreed and waved their hands before leaving the room. After the two women left, Zhang Feng felt that someone was looking at him strangely. When he turned around, he saw Qing Chumo and the others smiling slyly. He was a little stupid. It was one thing for women to laugh at Lao Tzu, but they actually dared to laugh too. He stood up abruptly, pointed at the crowd, and said angrily, "What are you bastards laughing at?" "Nothing, nothing," the three of them shivered and hurriedly waved their hands. Just now, they had seen everything with their own eyes. They had no choice but to laugh. Who would have thought that a grown man would be like this? However, this fellow seemed to not allow others to laugh. He was even fiercer than a dog. Naturally, they didn't dare to say anything. Zhang Feng knew in his heart what these bastards were laughing at. However, if they did not want to admit it, there was nothing he could do. He could only scold, "If Lao Tzu sees you laughing in the Zhang mansion in the future, Lao Tzu will spread your scandal throughout Chang'an city." After saying that, he waved his sleeves and turned around to leave. Only the dumbfounded crowd was left in the room. This was too domineering, wasn't it? He didn't allow them to laugh. However, after thinking about it, they were in the Zhang mansion and they were still injured. They could only endure it and teach this bastard a lesson in the future. Therefore, the three of them decided to swallow their anger. Without anyone to vent their anger, they could only find a guest room to rest. It was night. The sky was gray and not a single star could be seen. However, the Zhang mansion was brightly lit. The flames swayed under the veil as if they were cheering for the return of the owner. The night gradually deepened. Small snowflakes began to float in the sky. Slowly, the snowflakes became bigger and bigger. The houses, flowers, and trees were all covered in a snowy white. The entire Zhang mansion became a world of silver and white. The servant on night patrol was holding a lantern with his hands tucked into his sleeves. From time to time, he would shiver. When he stepped on the ground, creaking sounds could be heard from time to time. Behind him, there would always be a string of beautiful footprints. The wind blew gently, and the snow on the branches rustled and fell. The snowflakes danced in the wind like jade shavings. Winter in Guangzhou was like this. It was dry and cold. Once it started to get cold, it would make one's nose ache and head ache. Their feet were like 2 blocks of ice. Fortunately, everyone had fallen asleep. Tomorrow, they would be able to re-examine this snow-white world. The next day, with the crowing of roosters, the courtyard of the Zhang mansion was busy again. The servants needed to shovel the snow in the courtyard. Otherwise, it would be a big deal if a noble got up and fell. In the backyard, the Zhang mansion was woken up by the housekeeper. After washing up, he hurriedly ate breakfast and gathered in the main hall. He had important matters to attend to today. Thus, he had to explain to everyone in the main hall. He scanned the crowd and found that Qing Chumo and the others were not present. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where are Tai Nyo and the others?" Du Ziding took a step forward and said awkwardly, "Master, the 3 young masters are still sleeping." These 3 pigs only know how to sleep all day. Zhang Feng secretly spat. He was a little angry, but after thinking about it, he realized that going up the mountain to see his teacher had nothing to do with them, so he felt relieved. He then said with a serious face, "Old Du, how is the gift that I prepared for my teacher?"